The Ambulance Made Two Trips by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Ambulance Made Two Trips by Murray Leinster. If you should set a thief to catch a thief, what does it take to stop a racketeer? Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald found a package before his door that morning, along with the milk. He took it inside and opened it. It was a remarkably fine meerschaum pipe, such as the sergeant had longed irrationally to own for many years. There was no message with it, nor any card. He swore bitterly. On his way to headquarters, he stopped in at the orphanage where he usually left such gifts. On other occasions, he had left scotch, a fly rod, sets of very expensive dry flies, and dozens of pairs of silk socks. The female head of the orphanage accepted the gift with gratitude. "I don't suppose," said Fitzgerald morbidly, "that any of your kids will smoke this pipe, but I want to be rid of it, and for somebody to know." He paused. "Are you getting many other gifts on this order from other cops, like you used to?" The head of the orphanage admitted that the total had dropped off. Fitzgerald went on his way brooding. He'd been getting anonymous gifts like this ever since Big Jake Connors moved into town with bright ideas. Big Jake denied that he was the generous party. He expressed complete ignorance. But Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald knew better. The gifts were having their effect upon the force. There was a police lieutenant whose wife had received a mink stole out of thin air and didn't speak to her husband for 10 days when he gave it to the community drive. He wouldn't do a thing like that again. There was another sergeant, not Fitzgerald, who'd found a set of 4 new Whitewall tires on his doorstep, and was ostracized by his teenage offspring when he turned them into the police lost and found. Fitzgerald gave his gifts to an orphanage, with a fine disregard of their inappropriateness. But he gloomily suspected that a great many of his friends were weakening. The presents weren't bribes. Big Jake not only didn't ask acknowledgments of them, he denied that he was the giver. But inevitably the recipients of bounty with the morning milk felt less indignant about what Big Jake was doing and wasn't getting caught at. At headquarters, Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald found a memo. A memo was routine, but the contents of this one were remarkable. He scowled at it. He made phone calls, checking up on the more unlikely parts of it. Then he went to make the regular investigation. When he reached his destination, he found it an unpretentious frame building with a sign outside: Elite Cleaners and Dyers. There was no plate glass windows. There was nothing show-off about it. It was just a medium-sized, mostly up-to-date establishment to which lesser tailoring shops would send work for wholesale treatment. From some place in the back, puffs of steam shot out at irregular intervals. Somebody worked a steam presser on garments of one sort or another. There was a rumbling hum, as of an oversized washing machine in operation. All seemed tranquil. The detective went in the door. Inside, there was that peculiar professional cleaning fluid smell which is not as alarming as gasoline or carbon tetrachloride, but nevertheless discourages the idea of striking a match. In the outer office, a man wrote placidly on one blue paper strip after another. He had an air of pleasant self-confidence. He glanced up briefly, nodded, wrote on 3 more blue paper strips, and then gathered them all up and put them in a particular place. He turned to Fitzgerald. "Well?" Fitzgerald showed his shield. The man behind the counter nodded again. "My name's Fitzgerald," grunted the detective. "The boss?" "Me," said a man behind the counter. He was cordial. "My name's Brink. You've got something to talk to me about?" "That's the idea," said Fitzgerald. "A couple of questions." Brink jerked a thumb toward the door. "Come in the other office. Chairs there. We can sit down. What's the trouble? A complaint of some kind?" He ushered Fitzgerald in before him. The detective found himself scowling. He'd have felt better with a different kind of man to ask questions of. This Brink looked untroubled and confident. It didn't fit the situation. The inner office looked equally matter-of-fact. No. There was the shelf with the usual books of reference on textiles and such items as a cleaner and dyer might need to have on hand. But there were some others. Basic Principles of Psi. Modern Psychokinetic Theories. There was a small, mostly plastic machine on another shelf. It had no obvious function. It looked as if it had some unguessable but rarely used purpose. There was dust on it. "What's the complaint?" repeated Brink. A cigar?" "No," said Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald. "I'll light my pipe." He did, extracting tobacco and a pipe that was by no means a meerschaum from his pocket. He puffed and said, "The guy who works for you caught himself on fire this morning. It happened on a bus. Very peculiar. The guy's name was Jacaro." Brink did not look surprised. "What happened?" "It's kind of a strange thing," said Fitzgerald. "Accordin' to the report, he's ridin' the bus, readin' his paper, when all of a sudden he yells and jumps up. His pants are on fire. He gets 'em off fast and chucks them out the bus window. He's blistered some, but not serious, and he clams up but good when the ambulance doc puts salve on him. He won't say a word about what happened or how. They had to call an ambulance because he couldn't go a huntin' a doc with no pants on." "But he's not burned badly?" asked Brink. "No. Blisters, yes. Scared, yes. And mad as hell. But he'll get along. It's too bad. We've pinched him 3 times on suspicion of arson, but we couldn't make it stick. Something ought to happen to make that guy stop playin' with matches. Only this wasn't matches." "I'm glad he's only a little bit scorched," said Brink. He considered. "Did he say anything about his eyelids twitching this morning? I don't suppose he would." The detective stared. "He didn't. Say, aren't you curious about how he came to catch on fire, or what his pants smelled of that burned so urgent, or where he expected burnin' to start instead of his pants?" Brink thought it over. Then he shook his head. "No, I don't think I'm curious." The detective looked at him long and hard. "Okay," he said dourly. "But there's something else. Day before yesterday there was a car accident opposite here. Remember?" "I wasn't here at the time," said Brink. "There's a car rollin' along the street outside," said the detective. "There's some hoods in it, guys who do dirty work for Big Jake Connors. I can't prove a thing, but it looks like they had ideas about this place. About 30 yards up the street, a sawed-off shotgun goes off. Very peculiar. It sends a load of buckshot through a side window of your place." Brink said with an air of surprise, "Oh, that must have been what broke the window." "Yeah," said Fitzgerald. "But the interesting thing is that the flash of the shotgun burned all the hair off the head of the guy that was doin' the drivin'. It didn't scratch him, just scorched his hair off. It scared him silly." Brink grinned faintly, but he said pleasantly, "He jams down the accelerator and rams a telephone pole," pursued Fitzgerald. "There's 4 hoods in that car, remember, and every one of 'em's got a police record you could paper a house with. And they've got 4 sawed-off shotguns and a Tommy gun in the back seat. They're all laid out cold when the cops arrive." "I was wondering about the window," said Brink pensively. "It puzzles you, eh?" demanded the detective ironically. "Could you figured it out that they were going to shoot up your plant to scare the people who work for you so they'll quit? Did you make a guess they intended to drive you out of business like they did the guy that had this place before you?" "That's an interesting theory," said Brink encouragingly. Detective Fitzgerald nodded. "There's one thing more," he said formidably. "You've got a delivery truck you keep in a garage back yonder. Yesterday you sent it to a garage for inspection of brakes and lights and such." "Yes," said Brink. "I did. It's not back yet. They were busy. They'll call me when it's ready." Fitzgerald snorted. "They'll call you when the bomb squad gets through checking it. When the guys at the garage lifted the hood, they started running. Then they hollered copper. There was a bomb in there." Brink seemed to try to look surprised. He only looked interested. "2 sticks of dynamite," the detective told him grimly. "Wired up to go off when your driver turned on the ignition. He did, but it didn't. But we got a police force in this town. We know there's racketeering being practiced. We know there's crooked stuff going on. We've even got mighty good ideas who's doing it. But we ain't been able to get anything on anybody. Not yet. Nobody's been willing to talk so far. But you." The telephone rang stridently. Brink looked at the instrument and shrugged. He answered. "Hello? No, Mr. Jacaro isn't in today. He didn't come to work. On the way downtown, his pants caught on fire." Fitzgerald guessed that the voice at the other end of the line said, "What?" in an explosive manner. Brink said matter-of-factly, "I said his pants caught on fire. It was probably something he was bringing here to burn the plant down with. A firebomb. I don't think he's to blame that it went off early. He probably started out with the worst possible intentions, but something happened." He listened and said, "But he didn't chicken. He couldn't come to work and plant a firebomb to set fire to the place. I know it must be upsetting to have things like that automobile accident and my truck not blowing up and now Jacaro's pants instead of my business going up in flames. But I told you—" He stopped and listened. Once he grinned. "Wait," he said after a moment. He covered the transmitter and turned to Fitzgerald. "What hospital is Jacaro in?" Fitzgerald said sourly, "He wasn't burned bad, just blistered. They lent him some pants and he went home cussin'." "Thanks," said Brink. He uncovered the transmitter. "He went home," he told the instrument. "You can ask him about it. In a way, I'm sure it wasn't his fault. I'm quite sure his eyelids twitched when he started out. I think the men who drove the car the other day had twitching eyelids, too. You should ask—" The detective heard muted noises, as if a man shouted into a transmitter somewhere. Brink said briskly, "No, I don't see any reason to change my mind. No, I know it was luck, if you want to put it that way. But no, I wouldn't advise that. Please take my advice about when your eyelid twitches." Fitzgerald heard the crash of the receiver hung up at some distant place. Brink rubbed his ear. He turned back. He said. "Your pipe's gone out." It was. Sergeant Fitzgerald puffed ineffectually. Brink reached out his finger and tapped the bowl of the detective's pipe. Instantly, fragrant smoke filled the detective's mouth. He sputtered. "Now, where were we?" asked Brink. "Who was that?" demanded Fitzgerald ferociously. "That was Big Jake Connors." You may be right," Brink told him. "He's never actually given me his name. He just calls up every so often and talks nonsense." "What sort of nonsense?" "He wants to be a partner in this business," said Brink without emotion. "He's been saying things will happen to it otherwise. I don't believe it. Anyhow, nothing's happened so far." Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald tried at one and the same time to roar and to swallow. He accomplished neither. He put his finger in the bowl of his pipe. He jerked it out, scorched. "Look," he said almost hoarsely. "I was telling you when the phone rang. We got a police force here in town. This is what we've been trying to get. You come along with me to headquarters and swear to a complaint." Brink said interestedly, "Why?" "That guy, Big Jake Connors," raged the detective. "That's why. Trying to threaten you into giving him a share in your business. Trying to burn it down or blow it up when you won't. He was just a small-time crook once. He went to the big town and came back with ideas. He's using 'em." Brink looked at him expectantly. "He started a beer business," said the detective bitterly. "Simultaneously, other beer dealers started having trouble. Empty kegs smashed, trucks broke down, drivers in fights. They had to go out of business." "What did the cops do?" asked Brink. "They listened to their wives," snarled Fitzgerald. They begun to find little grab bag packages in the mail and with the milk. Fancy perfume, tricky stockin's, fancy underwear they should have been ashamed for anybody to know they had it on underneath. The cops weren't bribed, but their wives liked openin' the door of a mornin' and findin' charming little surprises. Ah, said Brink. Then there were juke boxes, went on the detective. He went in that business and trouble started. People'd drive up to a beer joint, go in and get in a scuffle. Bingo. The jukebox smashed. Always the jukebox. Always an out-of-town customer. Half the jukeboxes in town weren't working on an average, but the ones that were working were always Big Jake's. Presently he had the jukebox business to himself. Brink nodded, somehow appreciatively. Then it was cabs, said Fitzgerald. A lot of cops felt bad about that, but their wives wouldn't be happy if anything happened to dear Mr. Big Jake, who denied that he gave anybody anything. So it was all right to use that lovely perfume. Cabs got holes in their radiators. They got sand in their oil systems. They had blowouts and leaks in brake fluid lines. Cops' wives were afraid Big Jake would get caught, but he didn't. He started insurin' cabs against that kind of accident. Now every cab driver pays protection money for what they call insurance, or else. And cops' wives get up early, bright-eyed, to see what Santa Claus left with the milk. You seem, said Brink with a grin, to hint that this Big Jake is, well, dishonest. Dishonest? Fitzgerald's face was purplish from many memories of wrongs. There was a guy named Burdock who owned this business before you. You know what happened to him? Yes, said Brink. He's my brother-in-law. Connors, or somebody, insisted on having a share of the business and threatened dreadful things if he didn't. He didn't. So acid got spilled on clothes and machinery got smashed. Once a whole delivery truck load of clothes disappeared and my brother-in-law had to pay for any number of suits and dresses. It got him down. He's recovering from the nervous strain now, and my sister asked me to help out. So I offered to take over. He warned me I'd have the same trouble. And you've got it, fumed the detective. But anyhow, you'll make a complaint. We'll get out some warrants, and we'll have something to go on. But nothing's happened to complain about, said Brink, quite reasonably. One broken window's not worth a fuss. But something's going to happen, insisted the detective. That guy, Big Jake, is poison. He's taken over the whole town bit by bit. You've been lucky so far, but your luck could run out. Brink shook his head. No, he said matter-of-factly. I'm grateful to you, Mr. Fitzgerald, but I have a special kind of luck. I won't tell you about it because you wouldn't believe, but I can give you some of it. If you don't mind, I will. He went to the slightly dusty, partly plastic machine. On its shelf were some parts of metal and some transparent plastic and some grayish granular substance. It was hard to identify. There was an elaborate diagram of something like an electronic circuit inside, but it might have been a molecular diagram from organic chemistry. Brink made an adjustment and pressed firmly on a special part of the machine which did not yield at all. Then he took a slip of plastic out of a slot in the bottom. You can call this a good luck charm, he said pleasantly, or a talisman. Actually, it's a psionic unit. One like it works very well for me. Anyhow, there's no harm in it. Just one thing. If your eyelids start to twitch, you'll be headed for danger or trouble or something unpleasant. So if they do twitch, stop. And be very, very careful, please. He handed the bit of plastic to Fitzgerald, who took it without conscious volition. Then Brink said briskly, "If there isn't anything else." "You won't swear out a warrant against Big Jake?" demanded Fitzgerald bitterly. "I haven't any reason to," said Brink amiably. "I'm doing all right. He hasn't harmed me. I don't think he will." "Okay," said the detective bitterly. "Have it your way. But he's got it in for you, and he's going to keep trying until he gets you. And whether you like it or not, you're going to have some police protection as soon as I can set it up." He stamped out of the cleaning and drying plant. Automatically, he put the bit of plastic in his pocket. He didn't know why. He got into his car and drove downtown. As he drove, he looked suspiciously at his pipe. He fumed. As he fumed, he swore. He did not like mysteries. But there was no mystery about his dislike for Big Jake Connors. He turned aside from the direct route to headquarters to indulge it. He drove to a hospital where 4 out-of-town hoods had been carried 2 days before. He marched inside and up to a second-floor corridor door with a uniformed policeman seated outside it. Donnelly," he growled. "How about those guys?" "Not so good," said the patrolman. "They're getting better." "They would," growled Fitzgerald. "A lawyer's been to see him twice," said the patrolman. "He's coming back after lunch." "He would," grunted the detective. "They won out," said the cop. "I'm not surprised," said Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald. He went into the sick room. There were 4 patients in it, none of them looking exactly like gentle invalids. There were 2 broken noses of long ago dates, 3 cauliflower ears, and 1 scar of a kind that is not the result of playing lawn tennis. 2 were visibly bandaged, and the others adhesive taped. All of them looked at Fitzgerald without cordiality. "Well, well, well," he said. "You fellas still here?" There was a silence. "In union there is strength," said Fitzgerald. "As long as you stay in one room, everybody's sure the others haven't started rattin'. Right?" One of the 4 snarled silently at him. "It was just an accident," pursued the detective. "You 4 guys are riding along peaceable, merrily taking the air, when quite inadvertently one of you almost blows the head off of another, and he's so astonished at there being a gun in the car that he wrecks it. And when they get you guys in the hospital, there ain't one of you who knows anything about 4 sawed-off shotguns and a Tommy gun in the car with you. Strange, strange, strange." 4 faces regarded him with impassive dislike. The bandaged ones were prettier than the ones that weren't. "That Tommy gun business," explained Fitzgerald, "is a Federal affair. It's against Fed law to carry 'em around loaded, and your friend Big Jake hasn't been leaving presents on the White House steps, you know. You guys could be in trouble." 3 pairs of eyes, and an odd one, the other was hidden under a bandage, stared at him stonily. "You see," explained Fitzgerald again, "Big Jake slipped up. He hasn't realized it yet. It's my little secret. A week ago I thought he had me licked, but something happened, and today I felt like I had to come around and congratulate you fellas. You got a break. You're gonna have free board and lodging for years to come. I want to be the first to tell you." He beamed at them and went out. Outside, his expression changed. He said bitterly to the cop at the door, "I bet they'll beat this rap." He went downstairs and out of the hospital. He started around the building to his car. His eyelid twitched. It twitched again. It began to quiver and flutter continuously. Fitzgerald stopped short to rub the offending eye. There was a crash. A heavy glass water pitcher hit the cement walk immediately before him. It broke into a million pieces. He glared up. The pitcher would have hit him if it hadn't been for a twitching eyelid that had brought him to a stop. The window of the room he'd just left was open, but there was no way to prove that a patient had gotten out of bed to heave the pitcher, and it had broken into too many pieces to offer fingerprint evidence. "Huh," said Fitzgerald morosely. "They're plenty confident." He went to headquarters. There were more memos for his attention. One was just in. A cab had crossed a sidewalk and crashed into a plate glass window. Its hydraulic brakes had failed. The trouble was a clean saw cut in a pressure line. Fitzgerald went to find out about it. The cab driver bitterly refused to answer any questions. He wouldn't even admit that he was not insured by Big Jake against such accidents. Fitzgerald stormed. The owner-driver firmly and gloomily refused to answer a question about whether he'd been threatened if he didn't pay protection money. Fitzgerald raged. On the sidewalk beside the cab, in the act of being extracted from the plate glass window, an open-mouthed bystander listened admiringly to his language. Then the detective's eyelid twitched. It twitched again, violently. Something made him look up. An employee of the plate glass company, there were rumors that Big Jake was interesting himself in plate glass insurance besides cabs, wrenched loose a certain spot. Fitzgerald grabbed the bystander and leaped. There was a musical crash behind him. A tall section of the shattered glass fell exactly where he had been standing. It could have been pure accident. On the other hand, he couldn't prove anything, but he had a queer feeling as he left the scene of the crash. Back in his own car, he felt chilly. Driving away, presently, he felt his eyelid tentatively. He wasn't a nervous man. Ordinarily, his eyelids didn't twitch. He went to investigate a second memo. It was a restaurant, and he edged the police car gingerly into a lane beside the building. In the rear, the odor of spilled beer filled the air. It would have been attractive, but for an admixture of gasoline fumes and the fact that it was mud. Mud whose moisture content is spilled beer has a peculiar smell all its own. He got out of his car and gloomily asked the questions the memo called for. He didn't need to. He could have written down all the answers in advance. The restaurant now reporting vandalism had found Big Jake's brand of beer unpopular. It had 20 cases of a superior brew brought in by motor truck. It was stacked in a small building behind the cafe. For one happy evening, the customers chose their own beer. Now, next day, there were 18 cases of smashed beer bottles. The crime had been committed in the small hours. There were no clues. The restaurant proprietor unconvincingly declared that he had no idea who'd caused it. But he'd only notified the police so he could collect insurance. Not from Big Jake. With a sort of morbid, frustrated gloom, Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald made the necessary notes. He put his notebook in his pocket and backed his car out of the alley. Oddly enough, he thought of a beautifully carved meerschaum pipe he'd found with the milk that morning. He'd presented it to an orphanage mainly because, irrationally, he'd have liked to keep it. There had been other expensive gifts he'd had liked to keep. Bourbon, a set of expensive dry flies, an 8mm movie camera, scotch, shiny, smooth silk socks that would have soothed his weary feet. He denied himself these gifts because he believed, he knew, that they had come from Big Jake, who tactfully won friends and influenced people by making presents and denying it. In business matters he was stern, because that was the way to collect protection money. But he was subtle with the cops. He had their wives on his side. Sergeant Fitzgerald growled in his throat. He'd always wanted a really fine meerschaum pipe. He'd had one this morning, and he'd had to get rid of it because it came from Big Jake. He felt that Big Jake had robbed him of it. He turned the police car and drove back toward the Elite Cleaners and Dyers establishment. As he drove, he growled. His eyelids had twitched twice, and each time he'd been heading into danger or trouble. The fact was dauntingly coincidental with Brink's comment after giving him a scrap of plastic from the bottom of that crazy machine. These things were on his mind. He couldn't bring himself to plan to mention them, but he needed to talk to Brink again. Brink could testify to threats. He could justify arrests. Sergeant Fitzgerald had a fine conviction that with a chance to apply pressure, he could make some of Big Jake's hoods and collectors talk, and so burst things wide open. He only needed Brink's cooperation. He drove toward the Elite Cleaners and Dyers to put pressure on Brink toward that happy end, but he brooded over his own eyebrow twitchings. When the cleaning establishment came into view, there was a car parked before it. 2 men from that car were in the act of entering the Elite plant through the same door the detective had used earlier. He parked his car behind the other. Fuming, he crossed the sidewalk and entered the building. As he entered, he heard a scream from the back. He heard a crashing sound and more screams. He bolted ahead through the outer office and into the working area he had not visited before. He burst through swinging doors into a 2-story machinery-filled cleaning and dyeing plant. Tables and garment racks and 5 separate people appearing as proper occupants of the place. But something had happened. There was a flood of liquid, detergent solution, flowing toward the open back doors of the big room. It obviously came from a large carboy which had been smashed as if to draw attention to some urgent matter. The people in the room seemed to have frozen at their work, except that Brink had apparently been interrupted in some supervisory task. He was not working at any machine to clean, dye, dry, or press clothing. He looked at the two individuals whom Fitzgerald had seen enter only fractions of a minute earlier. His jaw clenched, and Fitzgerald was close enough behind the bottle breakers to see him take an angry, purposeful step toward them. Then he checked himself, very deliberately, and put his hands in his pockets and watched. After an instant, he even grinned at the two figures who had preceded the detective. They were an impressive pair. They were dressed in well-pressed garments of extravagantly fashionable cut. They wore expensive soft hats, tilted to jaunty angles. Even from the rear, Fitzgerald knew that handkerchiefs would show tastefully in the breast pockets of their coats. Their shoes had been polished until they not only shone, but glittered. But by professional instinct, Fitzgerald noted one cauliflower ear, and the barest fraction of a second later, he saw a squat revolver being waved negligently at the screaming woman. He reached for his service revolver, and things happened. The situation was crystal clear. Big Jake Connors was displeased with Brink. In all the city whose rackets he was developing and consolidating, Brink was the only man who resisted Big Jake's civic enterprise, and got away with it. And nobody who runs rackets can permit resistance. It is contagious. So Big Jake had ordered that Brink be brought into line or else. The or else alternative had run into snags before, but it was being given a big new try. There was the shrill, high clamor of two women screaming at the top of their voices because revolvers were waved at them. One elite employee at the pressing machine took his foot off the treadle, and steam billowed wildly. Another man at a giant sheet iron box which rumbled stared with his mouth open and blood draining from his cheeks. Brink alone looked quite impossibly amused and satisfied. "Get outside!" snarled a voice as Fitzgerald's revolver came out ready for action. "This joint is finished." The companion of the snarling man rubbed suddenly at his eye. He rubbed again, as if it twitched violently. But it was, after all, only a twitching eyelid. He reached negligently down and picked up a wooden box. By its markings, it was a dozen-bottle box of spot remover, the stuff used to get out spots the standard cleaning fluid in the dry cleaning machines did not remove. The man heaved the box, with the hand with which he had rubbed his twitching eye. The other man raised a hand, the one not holding a revolver, to rub at his own eye, which also seemed to twitch agitatedly. Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald had his revolver out. He drew in his breath for a stentorian command for them to drop their weapons, but he didn't have time to shout. The hurtling small box of spot remover struck the large sheet iron case from which the loud rumblings came. It was a dryer, a device for spinning clothes which were wet with liquid from the dry cleaning washer. A perforated drum revolved at high speed within it. The box of spot remover hit the door. The door dented in, hit the high-speed drum inside, and flew frantically out again, free from its hinges and turning end for end as it flew. It slammed into the thrower's companion, spraining 3 fingers as it knocked his revolver to the floor. The weapon slid merrily away to the outer office between Detective Fitzgerald's feet. But this was not all. The dryer door, having disposed of one threatening revolver, slammed violently against the wall. The wall was merely a thin partition neatly paneled on the office side, but with shelves containing cleaning and dyeing supplies on the other. The impact shook the partition. Dust fell from the shelves and supplies. The hood, who hadn't lost his gun, sneezed so violently that his hat came off. He bent nearly double, and in the act he jarred the partition again. Things fell from it. Many things. A 2-gallon jar of extra special detergent, used only for laces, conked him and smashed on the floor before him. It added to the stream of fluid already flowing with singular directness for the open double back door of the workroom. The hood staggered, sneezed again, and convulsively pulled the trigger of his gun. The bullet hit something which was solid, heavy metal, ricocheted again, and the second hood howled and leaped wildly into the air. He came down in the flowing flood of spilled detergent, flat on his stomach, and with marked forward momentum, he slid. The floor of the plant had recently been oiled to keep down dust. The coefficient of friction of the really good detergent on top of floor oil is remarkably low, somewhere around .009. Hood number 2 slid magnificently on his belly on the superb lubrication afforded by detergent on top of floor oil. The first hood staggered. Something else fell from the shelf. It was a carton of electric light bulbs. Despite the protecting carton, they went off with cracklings like gunfire. Technically, they did not explode, but implode. But the hood with the revolver did not notice the difference. He leaped and also landed in the middle of a wide streak of detergent over oil which might have been arranged to receive him. He remained erect, but he slid slowly along that shining path. His relatively low speed was not his fault, because he went through all the motions of frenzied flight. His legs twinkled as he ran, but his feet slid backwards. He moved with a sort of dignified celerity, running fast enough for 10 times the speed, upon a surface which had a frictional coefficient far below that of the smoothest possible ice. Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald gaped. His mouth dropped open, and his gun held laxly in a practically nerveless hand. The thing developed splendidly. The prone gunman slid out of the wide double door, pushing a bow wave of detergent before him. He slid across the cement just outside into the open garage whose delivery truck was absent, and slammed with a sort of deliberate violence into a stack of 4 cardboard drums of that bone black which is used to filter cleaning fluid so it can be used over and over again in the dry cleaning machine. The garage was used for storage as well as shelter for the establishment's truck. The 4 drums were not accurately piled. They were 3½ feet high and 2 feet in diameter. They toppled sedately, falling with a fine precision upon the now hatless, running, sliding hood. One of them burst upon him. A second burst upon the prone man, who had butted through the cardboard of the bottom one on his arrival. There was a dense black cloud which filled all the interior of the garage. It was bone black, which cannot be told from lamp black or soot by the uninitiated. From the cloud came a despairing revolver shot. It was pure reflex action by a man who had been whammed over the head by a 150-pound drum of yielding, in fact bursting, material. There was a metallic clang, then silence. In a very little while the dust cloud cleared. One figure struggled insanely. Upon him descended, from an oil drum of cylinder oil stored above the rafters, a tranquil, glistening rod of opalescent cylinder oil. His last bullet had punctured the drum. Oil turned the bone black upon him into a thick, sticky goo, which instantly gathered more bone black to become thicker, stickier, and gooier. He fought it while his unconscious companion lay with his head in a crumpled cardboard container of more black stuff. The despairing, struggling Hood managed to get off one more shot, as if defying even fate and chance. This bullet likewise found a target. It burst a container of powdered dye stuff, also stored overhead. The container practically exploded, and its contents descended in a widespread shower which coated all the interior of the garage with a lovely layer of bright heliotrope. Maybe the struggling Hood saw it. If so, it broke him utterly. What had happened was starkly impossible. The only sane explanation was that he had died and was in hell. He accepted that explanation and broke into sobs. Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald had witnessed every instant of the happening, but he did not believe it. Nevertheless, he said in a strange voice, "I'll phone for the paddy wagon. It'll do for an ambulance in case of need." He put away his unused service revolver. Thinking strange, dizzy thoughts of twitching eyelids and plastic scraps and starkly incredible happenings, he managed to call for the police patrol. When he hung up, he gazed blankly at the wall. He gazed, in fact, at a spot where a peculiar small machine with no visible function reposed, somewhat dusty, on a shelf. Brink stepped over briskly and closed the door between the scene of catastrophe and the immaculate shop. Somehow none of the mess had spilled back through the doorway. Then he came in, frowning a little. "The fight's out of them," he said cheerfully. "One's got a bad cut on his head. The other's completely unnerved. I hate to have such things happen." Sergeant Fitzgerald shook himself, as if trying to come back to a normal and reasonable world. "Look," he said in a hoarse voice. "I saw it, and I still don't believe it. Things like this don't happen. I thought you might be lucky. It ain't that. I thought I might be crazy. It ain't that. What has been going on?" Brink sat down. His air was one of wry contemplation. "I told you I had a special kind of luck you couldn't believe. Did your eyelids twitch any time today?" Fitzgerald swallowed. "They did. And I stopped short, and something that should have knocked my cranium down my windpipe missed me by inches. And again. But no matter. Yes." "Maybe you can believe it, then," said Brink. "Did you ever hear of a man named Hieronymus?" "No," said Fitzgerald in a numbed voice. "Who's he?" "He got a patent once," said Brink matter-of-factly, "on a machine he believed detected something he called eloptic radiation. He thought it was a kind of radiation nobody had noticed before. He was wrong. It worked by something called psi." Sergeant Fitzgerald shook his head. It still needed clearing. "Psi isn't fully understood," explained Brink, "but it will do a lot of things. For instance, it can change probability as magnetism can change temperature. You can establish a psi field in a suitable material, just as you can establish a magnetic field in steel or alnico. Now, if you spin a copper disk in a magnetic field, you get eddy currents. Keep it up and the disk gets hot. If you're obstinate about it, you can melt the copper. It isn't the magnet as such that does the melting. It's the energy of the spinning disk that is changed into heat. The magnetic field simply sets up the conditions for the change of motion into heat. In the same way... Am I boring you?" "Confusing me," said Fitzgerald. "Maybe, but keep on. Maybe I'll catch a glimmer presently." "In the same way," said Brink, "you can try to perform violent actions in a strong psi field, a field made especially to act on violence. When you first try it, you get something like eddy currents, warnings. It can be arranged that such psi eddy currents make your eyelids twitch. Keep it up, and probability changes to shift the most likely consequences of the violence. This is like a spinning copper disk getting hot. Then, if you're obstinate about it, you get the equivalent of the copper disk melting. Probability gets so drastically changed that the violent thing you're trying to do becomes something that can't happen. You can't spin a copper disk in a magnetic field when it melts. You can't commit a murder in a certain kind of psi field when probability goes hog wild. Any other thing can happen to anybody else. To you, for example. But no violence can happen to the thing or person you're trying to do something violent to. The psi field has melted down ordinary probabilities. The violence you intend has become the most improbable of all conceivable things. You see?" "I'm beginning," said Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald dizzily. "I'm beginning to get a toehold on what you mean. I'd hate to have to testify about it in court, but I'm receptive." "So my special kind of luck," said Brink, "comes from an anti-violence psi field set up in psi units of suitable material. They don't use up energy any more than a magnet does, but they transfer it like a magnet does. My brother-in-law thought he had to lose his business because Big Jake threatened violent things. I offered to take it over and protect it with psi units. So far I have. When Four Hoods intended to shoot up the place and moved to do it, they were warned. Psi eddy currents made their eyelids twitch. They went ahead. Probability changed. Quite unlikely things became more likely than not. They were obstinate about it, and what they intended became perhaps the only thing in the world that simply couldn't happen. So they crashed into a telephone pole. That wasn't violence. That was accident." The detective blinked and then nodded, somehow painfully. "I see," he said uncertainly. "Somebody set a bomb in my delivery truck," added Brink. "I'm sure his eyelids twitched, but he didn't stop. So probability changed. The explosion of that bomb in my truck became the most unlikely of all possible things. In fact, it became impossible. So some electric connection went bad and it didn't go off. Again, When Jacaro intended to plant a time firebomb to set the plant on fire, why, his eyelids must have twitched, but he didn't give up the intention. So the psi unit naturally made the burning of the plant impossible. For it to be impossible, the firebomb had to go off where it would do next to no harm. Jacaro lost his pants." He stopped. Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald swallowed carefully. "I don't question it," he said dizzily, "even if I don't believe it. Will you now tell me that what just happened was a psi something keeping violent things from happening?" "That's it," agreed Brink. "The psi unit made the dryer door fly off and knock a pistol out of a man's hand. If they'd dropped the idea of violence, that would have ended the matter. They didn't." "I accept it," said Fitzgerald. He gulped. "Because I saw it. The court wouldn't believe it, though, Mr. Brink." "Well?" "I've been trying for months," said Fitzgerald in sudden depression, "to find a way to stop what Big Jake's doing. But he's tricky. He's organized. He's got smart lawyers, Mr. Brink. If the cops could use what you've got—" Then he stopped. "It'd never be authorized," he said bitterly. "They'd never let a cop try it." "No," agreed Brink. "Until it's believed in, it can only be used privately for private purposes. Like I've used it. Or, do you fish or bowl or play golf, Sergeant? I could give you a psi unit that'd help you quite a bit in such a private purpose." Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald shook his head. "Dry fly fishin's my specialty," he said bitterly. "But no thank you. When I'm pitting myself against a trout, it's my private purpose to be a better fisherman than he's a fish. Usin' what you've got would be like dynamitin' a stream. No sport in that. No. But this Big Jake, he doesn't act sporting with the public. I'd give a lot to stop him." "You'd get no credit for it," said Brink. "No credit at all." "I'd get the job done," said Fitzgerald indignantly. "A man likes credit, but he likes a lot better to get a good job done." Brink grinned suddenly. "Good man," he said approvingly. "I'll buy your idea, Sergeant. If you'll play fair with a trout, you'll play fair with a crook, and an Irishman, anyhow, has a sort of inheritance. I'll give you what help I can, and you'll do things your grandfather would swear was the work of the little people. And for a first lesson—" "What?" "Big Jake discourages me," said Brink. "So I'll call him up and say I'm coming to see him. I'll say if he wants this business, I'll sell it to him at a fair price. But I'll say otherwise. I'll tell the newspapers about his threats, and the 4 of his hoods in the hospital, and the 2 others on the way there. Want to come along?" Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald reached his hand to where his service revolver reposed in its holster. Then he drew it away. "He's a very violent man," he said hopefully. "I wouldn't wonder he tried to get pretty rough, him and the characters he has on his payroll, if they'd have to be stopped from being violent by, what is it, psi units? Sure, I'll come along. It ought to be most edifying to watch." There was a clanging outside. Brink and Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald delayed while the 2 unnerved, helpless, and formerly immaculate gunmen were loaded into the paddy wagon and carried away to the hospital that already held 4 of their ilk. Then Brink called Big Jake on the telephone. Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald listened with increasing appreciation as Brink made his proposition and explained matter-of-factly what had happened to Big Jake's minions who should have wrecked the elite cleaners and dyers. When Brink hung up, Fitzgerald had a look of zestful anticipation on his face. "He said to come right over," said Brink, "but he was grinding his teeth." "Ah," said Fitzgerald pleasurably. "I'm thinking of the cab drivers and truck drivers that have been beat up. I'm thinking of property smashed and honest people scared. Do you know, I'm terrible afraid Big Jake's too much in the habit of violence to stop even if his eyelids twitch. It's deplorable, but on a strictly personal basis, I think I'll enjoy seeing Big Jake and his hoods discouraged by, what is it, psi units? Yes." And he did. Big Jake's eyelids undoubtedly did twitch while he was preparing a reception for Brink and Detective Sergeant Fitzgerald, but he did not heed the warning. He did not even think of the legal aspect of violent things attempted against his visitors. So he tried violence, he and his associates. They started out with fists and clubs, regardless of discretion. They tried to beat up Brink and Fitzgerald. From that, they went on to sawed-off shotguns. Their efforts were still unsuccessful. Then they went to extremes. Fitzgerald wore an expression of pious joy as Big Jake Connors and his aides, obstinately attempting violent actions, were prevented by psi units. When it was all over, the ambulance had to make 2 trips. End of The Ambulance Made 2 Trips by Murray Leinster.
By Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winston Tharp. Ask a Foolish Question by Robert Sheckley. Anserer was built to last as long as was necessary, which was quite long, as some races judge time, and not long at all, according to others. But to Anserer it was just long enough. As to size, Anserer was large to some and small to others. He could be viewed as complex, although some believed he was really very simple. Anserer knew that he was as he should be. Above and beyond all else, he was the Anserer. He knew. Of the race that built him, the less said the better. They also knew, and never said whether they found the knowledge pleasant. They built Anserer as a service to less sophisticated races, and departed in a unique manner. Where they went, only Anserer knows, because Anserer knows everything. Upon his planet, circling his sun, Anserer sat. Duration continued, long as some judge duration, short as others judge it, but as it should be to Anserer. Within him there were answers. He knew the nature of things, and why things are as they are, and what they are, and what it all means. Anserer could answer anything, provided it was a legitimate question, and he wanted to. He was eager to. How else should an Anserer be? What else should an Anserer do? So he waited for creatures to come and ask. "How do you feel, sir?" Moran asked, floating gently over to the old man. "Better," Lingman said, trying to smile. No weight was a vast relief. Even though Moran had expended an enormous amount of fuel getting into space under minimum acceleration, Lingman's feeble heart hadn't liked it. Lingman's heart had balked and sulked, pounded angrily against the brittle rib cage, hesitated and sped up. It seemed for a time as though Lingman's heart was going to stop out of sheer pique. But no weight was a relief, and the feeble heart was going again. Moran had no such problems. His strong body was built for strain and stress. He wouldn't experience them on this trip, not if he expected old Lingman to live. "I'm going to live," Lingman muttered in answer to the unspoken question, "long enough to find out." Moran touched the controls, and the ship slipped into subspace like an eel into oil. "We'll find out," Moran murmured. He helped the old man unstrap himself. "We're going to find the Anserer." Lingman nodded at his young partner. Originally, it had been Lingman's project. Then Moran, graduating from Caltech, had joined him. Together, they had traced the rumors across the solar system, the legends of an ancient humanoid race who had known the answer to all things and who had built Anserer and departed. A physicist, Moran had many questions to ask Anserer. The expanding universe, the binding force of atomic nuclei, novae and supernovae, planetary formation, redshift, relativity, and 1,000 others. "Yes," Lingman said. He pulled himself to the vision plate and looked out on a bleak prairie of the illusory subspace. He was a biologist and an old man. He had 2 questions. What is life? What is death? After a particularly long period of hunting Purple, Lek and his friends gathered to talk. Purple always ran thin in the neighborhood of multiple cluster stars. Why, no one knew, so talk was definitely in order. "Do you know," Lek said, "I think I'll hunt up this Anserer." Lek spoke the Olgarat language now, the language of imminent decision. "Why?" Ilm asked him in the Vest tongue of light banter. Isn't the job of gathering purple enough for you? No, Lek said, still speaking the language of imminent decision, it is not. The great job of Lek and his kind was the gathering of purple. They found purple embedded in many parts of the fabric of space, minute quantities of it. Slowly they were building a huge mound of it. What the mound was for, no one knew. I suppose you'll ask him what purple is, Ilm asked, pushing a star out of his way and lying down. I will, Lek said. We have continued in ignorance too long. We must know the true nature of purple and its meaning in the scheme of things. We must know why it governs our lives. For this speech, Lek switched to Ilgret, the language of incipient knowledge. Ilm and others didn't try to argue, even in the tongue of arguments. They knew that the knowledge was important. Ever since the dawn of time, Lek, Ilm, and the others had gathered purple. Now it was time to know the ultimate answers to the universe, what purple was and what the mound was for. And of course there was the Answerer to tell them. Everyone had heard of the Answerer, built by a race not unlike themselves, now long departed. Will you ask him anything else? Ilm asked Lek. I don't know, Lek said. Perhaps I'll ask about the stars. There's really nothing else important. Since Lek and his brothers had lived since the dawn of time, they didn't consider death. And since their numbers were always the same, they didn't consider the question of life. But purple and the mound? I go, Lek shouted in the vernacular of decision to fact. Good fortune, his brothers shouted back in the jargon of greatest friendship. Lek strode off, leaping from star to star. Alone on his little planet, Answerer sat, waiting for the questioners. Occasionally he mumbled the answers to himself. This was his privilege, he knew. But he waited, and the time was neither too long nor too short for any of the creatures of space to come and ask. There were 18 of them gathered in one place. I invoke the rule of 18, cried one, and another appeared who had never before been, born by the rule of 18. We must go to the Answerer, one cried. Our lives are governed by the rule of 18. Where there are 18, there will be 19. Why is this so? No one could answer. Where am I? Asked the newborn 19th. One took him aside for instruction. That left 17, a stable number. And we must find out, cried another, why all places are different, although there is no distance. That was the problem. One is here, then one is there. Just like that. No movement, no reason, and yet without moving, one is in another place. The stars are cold, one cried. Why? We must go to the Answerer. For they had heard the legends, knew the tales. Once there was a race a good deal like us, and they knew, and they told Answerer. Then they departed to where there is no place, but much distance. How do we get there? The newborn 19th cried, filled now with knowledge. We go! And 18 of them vanished. One was left. Moodily he stared at the tremendous spread of an icy star. Then he, too, vanished. These old legends are true, Moran gasped. There it is. They had come out of subspace at the place the legends told of, and before them was a star unlike any other star. Moran invented a classification for it, but it didn't matter. There was no other like it. Swinging around the star was a planet, and this too was unlike any other planet. Moran invented reasons, but they didn't matter. This planet was the only one. Strap yourself in, sir, Moran said. I'll land as gently as I can. Lek came to Answerer, striding swiftly from star to star. He lifted Answerer in his hand and looked at him. So you are Answerer, he said. Yes, Answerer said. Then tell me, Lek said, setting himself comfortably in a gap between the stars. Tell me what I am. A partiality, Answerer said, an indication. Come now, Lek muttered, his pride hurt. You can do better than that. Now then, the purpose of my kind is to gather purple and to build a mound of it. Can you tell me the real meaning of this? Your question is without meaning, Answerer said. He knew what purple actually was and what the mound was for, but the explanation was concealed in a greater explanation. Without this, Lek's question was inexplicable, and Lek had failed to ask the real question. Lek asked other questions, and Answerer was unable to answer them. Lek viewed things through his specialized eyes, extracted a part of the truth, and refused to see more. How to tell a blind man the sensation of green? Answerer didn't try. He wasn't supposed to. Finally, Lek emitted a scornful laugh. One of his little stepping stones flared at the sound, then faded back into its usual intensity. Lek departed, striding swiftly across the stars. Answerer knew, but he had to be asked the proper questions first. He pondered this limitation, gazing at stars which were neither large nor small, but exactly the right size. The proper questions. The race which built Answerer should have taken that into account, Answerer thought. They should have made some allowance for semantic nonsense, allowed him to attempt an unraveling. Answerer contented himself with muttering the answers to himself. 18 creatures came to Answerer, neither walking nor flying, but simply appearing. Shivering in the cold glare of the stars, they gazed up at the massiveness of Answerer. "If there is no distance," one asked, "then how can things be in other places?" Answerer knew what distance was and what places were, but he couldn't answer the question. There was distance, but not as these creatures saw it, and there were places, but in a different fashion from that which the creatures expected. "Rephrase the question," Answerer said hopefully. "Why are we short here?" one asked, "and long over there? Why are we fat over there and short here? Why are the stars cold?" Answerer knew all things. He knew why the stars were cold, but he couldn't explain it in terms of stars or coldness. "Why," another asked, "is there a rule of 18? Why, when 18 gather, is another produced?" But of course the answer was part of another, greater question which hadn't been asked. Another was produced by the rule of 18, and the 19 creatures vanished. Answerer mumbled the right questions to himself and answered them. "We made it," Moran said. "Well, well." He patted Lingman on the shoulder, lightly, because Lingman might fall apart. The old biologist was tired. His face was sunken, yellow, lined. Already the mark of the skull was showing in his prominent yellow teeth, his small, flat nose, his exposed cheekbones. The matrix was showing through. "Let's get on," Lingman said. He didn't want to waste any time. He didn't have any time to waste. Helmeted, they walked along the little path. "Not so fast," Lingman murmured. "Right," Moran said. They walked together along the dark path of the planet that was different from all other planets, soaring alone around a sun different from all other suns. "Up here," Moran said. The legends were explicit. A path leading to stone steps to a courtyard, and then the Answerer. To them, Answerer looked like a white screen set in a wall. To their eyes, Answerer was very simple. Lingman clasped his shaking hands together. This was the culmination of a lifetime's work, financing, arguing, ferreting bits of legend, ending here, now. "Remember," he said to Moran, "we will be shocked. The truth will be like nothing we have imagined." "I'm ready," Moran said, his eyes rapturous. "Very well. Answerer," Lingman said in his thin little voice, "what is life?" A voice spoke in their heads. The question has no meaning. By life, the questioner is referring to a partial phenomenon, inexplicable except in terms of its whole. "Of what is life a part?" Lingman asked. This question in its present form admits of no answer. Questioner is still considering life from his personal limited bias. "Answer it in your own terms, then," Moran said. The Answerer can only answer questions. Answerer thought again of the sad limitation imposed by his builders. Silence. "Is the universe expanding?" Moran asked confidently. Expansion is a term inapplicable to the situation. Universe, as the questioner views it, is an illusory concept. "Can you tell us anything?" Moran asked. "I can answer any valid question concerning the nature of things." The two men looked at each other. "I think I know what he means," Lingman said sadly. Our basic assumptions are wrong. All of them. They can't be, Moran said. Physics, biology, partial truths, Lingman said, with a great weariness in his voice. At least we've determined that much. We've found out that our inferences concerning observed phenomena are wrong. But the rule of the simple hypothesis, it's only a theory, Lingman said. But life, he certainly could answer what life is. Look at it this way, Lingman said. Suppose you were to ask, why was I born under the constellation Scorpio in conjunction with Saturn? I would be unable to answer your question in terms of the zodiac, because the zodiac has nothing to do with it. I see, Moran said slowly. He can't answer questions in terms of our assumptions. That seems to be the case, and he can't alter our assumptions. He is limited to valid questions, which imply, it would seem, a knowledge we just don't have. We can't even ask a valid question, Moran asked. I don't believe that. We must know some basics. He turned to Answerer. What is death? I cannot explain an anthropomorphism. Death an anthropomorphism? Moran said, and Lingman turned quickly. Now we're getting somewhere. Are anthropomorphisms unreal? He asked. Anthropomorphisms may be classified tentatively as A, false truths, or B, partial truths in terms of a partial situation. Which is applicable here? Both. That was the closest they got. Moran was unable to draw any more from Answerer. For hours the two men tried, but truth was slipping farther and farther away. It's maddening, Moran said after a while. This thing has the answer to the whole universe, and he can't tell us unless we ask the right question. But how are we supposed to know the right question? Lingman sat down on the ground, leaning against a stone wall. He closed his eyes. Savages, that's what we are, Moran said, pacing up and down in front of Answerer. Imagine a bushman walking up to a physicist and asking him why he can't shoot his arrow into the sun. The scientist can explain it only in his own terms. What would happen? The scientist wouldn't even attempt it, Lingman said in a dim voice. He would know the limitations of the questioner. It's fine, Moran said angrily. How do you explain the Earth's rotation to a bushman? Or better, how do you explain relativity to him, maintaining scientific rigor in your explanation at all times, of course? Lingman, eyes closed, didn't answer. We're bushmen. But the gap is much greater here. Worm and Superman, perhaps. The worm desires to know the nature of dirt and why there's so much of it. Oh, well. Shall we go, sir? Moran asked. Lingman's eyes remained closed. His taloned fingers were clenched, his cheeks sunk further in. The skull was emerging. Sir! Sir! And Answerer knew that that was not the answer. Alone on his planet, which is neither large nor small, but exactly the right size, Answerer waits. He cannot help the people who come to him, for even Answerer has restrictions. He can only answer valid questions. Universe? Life? Death? Purple? 18? Partial truths, half-truths, little bits of the great question. But Answerer alone mumbles the questions to himself, the true questions, which no one can understand. How could they understand the true answers? The questions will never be asked, and Answerer remembers something his builders knew and forgot. In order to ask a question, you must already know most of the answer. End of Ask a Foolish Question by Robert Sheckley.
By George H. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. Benefactor by George H. Smith. They're crazy. They're insane. That mob outside is made up of madmen, Jacob Clark told his young assistant, Bill Towney. They'll be battering at the door any minute now, sir, Towney said nervously. But why? Why are they doing it? My inventions have advanced the world 100 years. I've always been a benefactor of man, not a destroyer. It's the robots. People are in a rage because they say the robots cause unemployment by replacing workers. It's utter nonsense, you know, Clark said impatiently. Why can't they see that my intelligent, self-controlled robots are the greatest boon the human race has ever received from one man? I don't know, sir, but they don't. Towney paused as the shouting and pounding outside became more intense. They demanded that you take the robots out of the labor market and order your factories to stop making them. This is the result of your refusal. Down with Clark. Down with the Tin Men. Death to the robots. The furious mob was battering at the door now. Really, sir, Towney said, you should leave here. They'll kill you if you don't. Leave here? I should say not. I'll defy the fools. I'll tell them what I've done for them and make them understand. He glanced nervously at the door. Besides, there's only one door. I couldn't get away now. There's the time machine, sir. But isn't there some other way? Perhaps if you went out and talked to them. You know there's no other way. Those people believe you brought disaster to the human race and they mean to kill you. And if you don't hurry, they will, Towney said urgently. The time machine is set for 20 years in the future. Please hurry, sir. The door was beginning to give. Clark looked around unhappily and then walked to the time machine. All right, I'll go. In the future, I know the results of my work will be appreciated. I'll be a hero and a benefactor of mankind. Towney heard the door crash and roughly pushed his employer into the time machine as the mob burst through. Push the starting button! Push the starting button! Quick! He screamed as the first of the mob reached him. Clark's hand leaped to the control lever just as a brick crashed into his head. His hand completed its motion with more force than he had intended as he sank unconscious to the floor, and the machine was set for 1,000 years in the future instead of 20. The year 3000 had been a brilliant one for the robots, in fact. The most brilliant since the last human being had died some 500 years before. They had reached Venus and Mars and were now planning a trip to Jupiter. And this very day, a huge statue of Jacob Clark, the creator and benefactor, was to be dedicated on the site of what once had been his laboratory. It seemed a shame that most of the records concerning him and his time had been lost in one of the great wars that had helped to extinguish the humans. The statue, though, was good, for surely he looked like a robot. One of the few human books still in existence said that the Creator had created in his own image. It was right at the foot of his own statue that the guardians of the shrine found Jacob Clark. They picked up his unconscious, bleeding body and laid it tenderly on a nearby bench. They bent over him with all the gentleness and solicitude that had been installed in his very first models and had been handed down from generation to generation of robots. They wanted to help him, but they were very puzzled. Perhaps it came from a far part of the earth, one of them said. Or maybe a mistake was made at one of the birth factories, said another. See, it is losing oil at a great rate. Perhaps, mused the elder, it is a new model. At any rate, it is a robot and has been damaged. As our great Creator taught us, he must be aided. We will take it to the central repair factory in the city. But, the first robot protested, it's awfully bulky to be carried so far. Being creatures of logic, they thought about it for a moment, and then the elder came to a decision that was both effective and reasonable. Since he is so bulky, we will disassemble him for transportation purposes, he said as he leaned over and gently twisted off Clark's right arm. Rather primitive and messy construction, I'd say, said the second robot, as he tenderly unscrewed Jacob Clark's head from his body. The End. End of Benefactor by George H. Smith. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida. Waters by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. Beside Still Waters by Robert Sheckley. Mark Rogers was a prospector, and he went to the asteroid belt looking for radioactives and rare metals. He searched for years, never finding much, hopping from fragment to fragment. After a time he settled on a slab of rock half a mile thick. Rogers had been born old, and he didn't age much past the point. His face was white with the pallor of space, and his hands shook a little. He called his slab of rock Martha, after no girl he had ever known. He made a little strike, enough to equip Martha with an air pump and a shack, a few tons of dirt, and some water tanks, and a robot. Then he settled back and watched the stars. The robot he bought was a standard model all-around worker, with built-in memory and a 30-word vocabulary. Mark added to that bit by bit. He was something of a tinkerer, and he enjoyed adapting his environment to himself. At first, all the robot could say was, "Yes, sir," and "No, sir." He could state simple problems. "The air pump is laboring, sir." "The corn is budding, sir." He could perform a satisfactory salutation. "Good morning, sir." Mark changed that. He eliminated the sirs from the robot's vocabulary. Equality was the rule on Mark's hunk of rock. Then he dubbed the robot Charles, after a father he had never known. As the years passed, the air pump began to labor a little as it converted the oxygen in the planetoid's rock into a breathable atmosphere. The air seeped into space, and the pump worked a little harder, supplying more. The crops continued to grow on the tamed black dirt of the planetoid. Looking up, Mark could see the sheer blackness of the river of space, the floating points of the stars. Around him, under him, overhead, masses of rock drifted, and sometimes the starlight glinted from their black sides. Occasionally Mark caught a glimpse of Mars or Jupiter. Once he thought he saw Earth. Mark began to tape new responses into Charles. He added simple responses to cue words. When he said, "How does it look?" Charles would answer, "Oh, pretty good, I guess." At first the answers were what Mark had been answering himself in the long dialogue held over the years. But slowly he began to build a new personality into Charles. Mark had always been suspicious and scornful of women, but for some reason he didn't tape the same suspicion into Charles. Charles's outlook was quite different. "What do you think of girls?" Mark would ask, sitting on a packing case outside the shack after the chores were done. "Oh, I don't know. You have to find the right one," a robot would reply dutifully, repeating what had been put on its tape. "I never saw a good one yet," Mark would say. "Well, that's not fair. Perhaps you didn't look long enough. There's a girl in the world for every man." "You're a romantic," Mark would say scornfully. The robot would pause, a built-in pause, and chuckle, a carefully constructed chuckle. "I dreamed of a girl named Martha once," Charles would say. "Maybe if I would have looked, I would have found her." And then it would be bedtime. Or perhaps Mark would want some more conversation. "What do you think of girls?" he would ask again, and the discussion would follow its same course. Charles grew old, his limbs lost their flexibility, and some of his wiring started to corrode. Mark would spend hours keeping the robot in repair. "You're getting rusty," he would cackle. "You're not so young yourself," Charles would reply. He had an answer for almost everything. Nothing involved, but an answer. It was always night on Martha, but Mark broke up his time into mornings, afternoons, and evenings. Their life followed a simple routine. Breakfast from vegetables and Mark's canned store. Then the robot would work in the fields and the plants grew used to his touch. Mark would repair the pump, check the water supply, and straighten up the immaculate shack. Lunch and the robot's chores were usually finished. The two would sit on the packing case and watch the stars. They would talk until supper, and sometimes late into the endless night. In time, Mark built more complicated conversations into Charles. He couldn't give the robot free choice, of course, but he managed a pretty close approximation of it. Slowly, Charles's personality emerged, but it was strikingly different from Mark's. Where Mark was querulous, Charles was calm. Mark was sardonic, Charles was naive. Mark was a cynic, Charles was an idealist. Mark was often sad, Charles was forever content. And in time, Mark forgot he had built the answers into Charles. He accepted the robot as a friend of about his own age, a friend of long years' standing. "The thing I don't understand," Mark would say, "is why a man like you wants to live here. I mean, it's all right for me. No one cares about me, and I never gave much of a damn about anyone. But why you?" "Here I have a whole world," Charles would reply, "where on Earth I had to share with billions. I have the stars, bigger and brighter than on Earth. I have all space around me, close like still waters. And I have you, Mark. Now don't go getting sentimental on me." "I'm not. Friendship counts. Love was lost long ago, Mark. The love of a girl named Martha, whom neither of us ever met. And that's a pity. But friendship remains, and the eternal night." "You're a bloody poet," Mark would say, half admiringly. "A poor poet." Time passed unnoticed by the stars, and the air pump hissed and clanked and leaked. Mark was fixing it constantly, but the air of Martha became increasingly rare. Although Charles labored in the fields, the crops, deprived of sufficient air, died. Mark was tired now, and barely able to crawl around, even without the grip of gravity. He stayed in his bunk most of the time. Charles fed him as best he could, moving on rusty, creaking limbs. "What do you think of girls?" "I never saw a good one yet." "Well, that's not fair." Mark was too tired to see the end coming, and Charles wasn't interested. But the end was on its way. The air pump threatened to give out momentarily. There hadn't been any food for days. "But why you?" gasping in the escaping air, strangling. "Here I have a whole world." "Don't get sentimental." "And the love of a girl named Martha." From his bunk, Mark saw the stars for the last time. Bigger than ever, endlessly floating in the still waters of space. "The stars," Mark said. "Yes?" "The sun." "Shall shine as now." "A bloody poet." "A poor poet." "And girls?" "I dreamed of a girl named Martha once. Maybe if... What do you think of girls and stars and Earth?" And it was bedtime, this time forever. Charles stood beside the body of his friend. He felt for a pulse once and allowed the withered hand to fall. He walked to a corner of the shack and turned off the tired air pump. The tape that Mark had prepared had a few cracked inches left to run. "I hope he finds his Martha," the robot croaked, and then the tape broke. His rusted limbs would not bend, and he stood frozen, staring back at the naked stars. Then he bowed his head. "The Lord is my shepherd," Charles said. "I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me." End of Beside Still Waters by Robert Sheckley. Recording by Frank Malanga Pembroke Pines, Florida. Item by Robert F. Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. Collector's Item by Robert F. Young. The condensation of the histories of 10,000 races into a text concise enough to fit into a single volume had been a task of unprecedented proportions. There had been times when the galactic historian had doubted whether even his renowned abilities were up to the assignment that the Galactic Board of Education has so lightly tossed his way. Times when he had thrown up his hands, all 5 of them, in despair. But at last the completed manuscript lay before him on his desk, with nothing but the final reading remaining between it and publication. The galactic historian repeatedly wiped his brows as he turned the pages. It was a warm night even for Mix 7. Now and then a tired breeze struggled down from the hills and limped across the lowlands to the Galactic University buildings. It crept into the galactic historian's study via the open door and out again via the open windows, fingering the manuscript each time it passed, but doing nothing whatsoever about the temperature. The manuscript was something more than a hammered-down history of galactic achievement. It was the ultimate document. The 270,000 jarring texts that it summarized had been systematically destroyed, one by one, after the galactic historian had stripped them of their objective information. If an historical event was not included in the manuscript, it failed as an event. It ceased to have reality. The responsibility was the galactic historian's alone, and he did not take it lightly. But he had a lot on his minds, and of late he hadn't been sleeping well. He was overworked and overtired and over-anxious. He hadn't seen his wives for 2 mixed months, and he was worried about them, all 50 of them. He never should have let them take the Hub cruise in the first place, but they'd been so enthusiastic and so eager that he simply hadn't had the hearts to let them down. Now, despite his better judgments, he was beginning to wonder if they might not be on the make for another coordinator. Wives' trouble, on top of all his chronological trouble, was too much. The galactic historian could hardly be blamed for wanting to see the last of the manuscript, for wanting to transmit it to his publishers, potential hiatuses and all, and take the next warp for the Hub. But he was an historian, the historian, in fact, and he persisted heroically in his task, rereading stale paragraphs and checking dreary dates, going over battles and conquest and invasions and interregnums. Despite his mood and despite the heat, the manuscript probably would have arrived at his publishers chronologically complete. So complete, in fact, that school teachers all over the galaxy would have gotten the textbook they had always wanted, a concise chronicle of everything that had ever happened since the explosion of the primeval atom. A history textbook that no other history textbook could contradict, for the simple reason that there were no other history textbooks. As it was, they got the textbook, but it did not contain everything that had ever happened. Not quite. 2 factors were responsible for the omission. The first was an oversight on the part of the galactic historian. With so much on his minds, he had forgotten to number the pages of the manuscript. The second factor was the breeze. The breeze was the ultimate archfiend, and there can be no question as to its motivation. Nothing short of sheer malice could have caused it suddenly to remember its function after neglecting that function all evening. All evening it had been tiptoeing down the hillsides and across the lowlands, as though it was afraid of disturbing a single blade of grass or a single drooping leaf. And then, at the crucial moment, it huffed and puffed itself up into a little hurricane, charged down upon the Galactic University buildings, and whooshed through the galactic historian's study like a band of interstellar dervishes. Unfortunately, the galactic historian had begun to wipe his brows at the very moment of the breeze's entry. While the act was not a complicated one, it did consume time and monopolize attention. It is not surprising, therefore, that he failed to witness the theft. Neither is it surprising that he failed to notice afterwards that the page he had been checking was gone. He was, as previously stated, overworked, overtired, and overanxious, and in such a state even a galactic historian can skip a whole series of words and dates and never know the difference. A hiatus of 20,000 years is hardly noticeable anyway. Galactically speaking, 20,000 years is a mere wink in time. The breeze didn't carry the page very far. It simply whisked it through a convenient window, deposited it beneath a XX tree, and then returned to the hills to rest. But the choice of a XX tree is highly significant and substantiates the malicious nature of the breeze's act. If it had chosen a moo or a buck's tree instead, the galactic historian might have found the page in the morning when he took his constitutional to the university grounds. However, since an XX tree was selected, no doubt whatever can remain as to the breeze's basic motivation. Articles of a valuable nature just aren't left beneath XX trees. Everyone knows that squixes live in XX trees, and everyone knows that squixes are collectors. They collect all sorts of things, buttons and pins and twigs and pebbles, anything at all, in fact, that isn't too big for them to pick up and carry into their XX tree houses. They have been called less kind things than collectors. Thieves, for example, and scavengers. But collectors are what they really are. Collecting fulfills a basic need in their mammalian makeup. The possession of articles gives them a feeling of security. They love to surround their little furry bodies with all sorts of odds and ends, and their little arboreal houses are stuffed with everything you can think of. And they simply adore paper. They adore it because it has a practical as well as a cultural value. Specifically, they adore it because it is wonderful to make hammocks out of. When the two squixes in the XX tree saw the page drift to the ground, they could hardly believe their eyes. They chittered excitedly as they skittered down the trunk. The page had hardly stopped fluttering before it was whisked aloft again, clutched in tiny squix fingers. The squixes wasted no time. It had been a long while since the most cherished of all collector's items had come their way, and they needed a new hammock badly. First they tore the page into strips. Then they began to weave the strips together. 1456, Gutenberg Bible printed. 1492, America discovered. 1945, atomic bomb exploded at Alamogordo. 1971, moon reached. They wove. 2004, Sirius reached. 2005 and 6, Sirius Earth War. 2042, Betelgeuse reached. 2043 and 4, Betelgeuse Earth War. They wove and wove and wove. 15,000, Earth Empire collapsed. 15,038, Earth destroyed, end of Earth history. It was a fine hammock, the best the two squixes had ever wove. But they didn't sleep well that night. They twisted and turned and tossed, and they dreamed the most fantastic dreams. Which isn't particularly surprising, considering what they were sleeping on. Sleeping on the history of Earth would be enough to give anybody nightmares. Even squixes. End of collector's item by Robert F. Young. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida. By Richard R. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. Compatible by Richard R. Smith. George stood by the fireplace, his features twisted into a grimace. "It's hell, I tell you, a living hell." I sipped my drink and tried to think of a subtle way to change the subject. I didn't like to hear a person's personal problems, and every time I visited George, he invariably complained about Helen. If it had been anyone else, I might have thought it wasn't entirely Helen's fault. But George and I had been roommates in college, and I knew him like a brother. He was a person who got along with almost everyone, intelligent, easygoing, and likable. He lifted his glass and glared at me as if I were the guilty party. "She's a worrywart," he continued, "a hypochondriac, a neurotic, an escapist, and a communist." He studied the ceiling thoughtfully. "And sometimes I think she's a little crazy." I tried to calm him. "Don't worry about it. If things get worse, get a divorce." "Divorce? Ha! She wouldn't give me a divorce if—" The door opened. Helen smiled half-heartedly, her pale face quickly resuming its unhappy expression, as if it tired her facial muscles when she smiled. "Hello, Ed. Nice to see you again." "Hello, Helen." I glanced at George and noticed he had closed his eyes, as if the sight of his wife was unbearable. His lower lip was white where he gripped it with his teeth, and I silently hoped he wouldn't draw blood. Helen sank into a chair and raised her skirt to reveal her right leg. "Did George tell you about my legs?" she inquired. She stroked the leg affectionately. "Arthritis. George grafted a new one on for me. Feels 10 times better." My face blanched. The idea of replacing body parts from banks didn't nauseate me. If a man is in an automobile accident and loses an arm, and that arm can be replaced, I think that's marvelous. What sickened me were the people who actually enjoyed having a part of their body replaced with a part from a criminal or corpse. "No." I sat down. My knees were weak. I felt short of breath. "George didn't tell me. She interrupted with details of the operation. The details and list of her other ailments lasted half an hour, during which George drank steadily, and I waited for a lull so I could glance at my watch and say something about being late for an appointment. I saw George several times during the next few weeks, never at his house. I didn't visit him on my own initiative, because Helen, as I had seen during my last visit, had passed from the stage of being unpleasant and reached the stage of being unbearable. I didn't want to be around her or listen to her, and George must have realized my feelings because he didn't invite me to his house for some time. But both of us had a habit of stopping at a club on the outskirts of town, and we met there often. Each time we met, George complained. Each time he seemed to drink more and complain more. I worried about his job. He was a surgeon, one of the best, and a surgeon needs good nerves and steady hands when he performs delicate operations. I urged him to get a divorce, but he said he didn't want one. "I love Helen," he said one time. "Well, I don't exactly love Helen, but I love her body. It's like the old saying about marrying a girl because she's pretty. It's like picking a rose by looking at the stem. We're all different, you know, and we all have different tastes. When I first saw Helen, well, she's just right for me. To me, she looks as good as Marilyn Monroe looks to the average man. I like having her around. I'd be lost without her, but at the same time, she's changed so damned much it makes me sick." And there it was. He still wanted Helen, but she had changed into a personality that he hated. Over a period of years, she had changed into a morbid hypochondriac, an unpleasant woman who enjoyed, more than anything else, such things as having one of her legs replaced and sampling the latest pills and drugs. George said he had tried to get her to see a psychiatrist, but she refused. And you can't have a person committed to a mental institution because they have an unpleasant personality. It seemed as if there was no solution to his problem. Then late one evening, I received a phone call from George. "Come over and have a few drinks," he said. "We'll have a party. Helen's changed. You should see her." I was interested in his problem, so I went. Helen greeted me at the door, and I had the surprise of my life. At one time, she had been beautiful, but she had faded during the past few years. By staying indoors, she had grown pale, listless. As her personality changed, it had also changed her features, and her eyes had developed a sleepy, lifeless look, and deep lines had formed on her face. But the Helen who greeted me that night was not like that. Her face had a healthy flush, her eyes sparkled, and she seemed vibrant, bubbling, just like the Helen I had known so long ago. George and I had a good time that night. He laughed and joked for the first time in months. We drank, talked, played chess, and then drank and talked some more. Every now and then Helen would float by, a gorgeous creature, laughing at George's jokes, mixing our drinks, and smiling at George as if he were the most wonderful man in the world. When I couldn't bear it any longer, I whispered, "What happened?" George drained his glass and shouted across the room, "Come here, Helen." She came. George said, "Promise not to tell anyone? It's very important." I couldn't imagine his reason for asking me that, but I said, "I promise." "Well," George explained, "I can't take all the credit. I'm a fairly good surgeon, but Lucas had the hardest job. We did it together." "Do you know Lucas? He's an electrical engineer. A genius. He designed that electric calculator at—" "Show him!" Helen interrupted. "Show him!" She was giggling, laughing, almost jumping up and down with joy. I thought, she's her old self again, cheerful, bubbling over. George said, "I finally realized what she needed more than anything else." He raised Helen's soft brown hair and opened a small panel in the back of her head. In the recess was a maze of tubes and electrical wiring. She needed a new head, George said. End of Compatible by Richard R. Smith. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
The Delegate from Venus by Henry Slezar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Let me put it this way, Connors said paternally. We expect a certain amount of decorum from our Washington news correspondents, and that's all I'm asking for. Jerry Bridges, sitting in the chair opposite his employer's desk, chewed on his knuckles and said nothing. One part of his mind wanted him to play it cagey, to behave the way the newspaper wanted him to behave, to protect the cozy Washington assignment he had waited 4 years to get. But another part of him, a rebel part, wanted him to stay on the trail of the story he felt sure was about to break. "I didn't mean to make trouble, Mr. Connors," he said casually. "It just seems strange, all these exchanges of couriers in the past 2 days. I couldn't help thinking something was up. Even if that's true, we'll hear about it through the usual channels." Connors frowned. "But getting a senator's secretary drunk to obtain information, well, that's not only indiscreet, Bridges, it's downright dirty." Jerry grinned. "I didn't take that kind of advantage, Mr. Connors. Not that she wasn't a toothsome little dish. Just thank your lucky stars that it didn't go any further. And from now on," he waggled a finger at him, "watch your step." Jerry got up and ambled to the door, but he turned before leaving and said, "By the way, what do you think's going on? Well, I haven't the faintest idea. Don't kid me, Mr. Connors. Think it's war?" "That'll be all, Bridges." The reporter closed the door behind him, and then strolled out of the building into the sunlight. He met Rushkin, the fat little AP correspondent, in front of the Pan American Building on Constitution Avenue. Ruskin was holding the newspaper that contained the gossip column item which had started the whole affair, and he seemed more interested in the romantic rather than political implications. As he walked beside him, he said, "So, what really happened, pal? That Greta bear really let down her hair? Where's your decorum?" Jerry growled. Ruskin giggled. "Boy, she's quite a dame, all right. I think they ought to get the Secret Service to guard her. She really fills out a size 10, don't she?" "Ruskin," Jerry said, you have a low mind. For a week, this town has been acting like the 39 Steps, and all you can think about is dames. What's the matter with you? Where will you be when the big mushroom cloud comes? With Greta, I hope, Ruskin sighed. What a way to get radioactive. They split off a few blocks later, and Jerry walked until he came to the Red Tape Bar and Grill, a favourite hangout of the local journalists. There were 3 other newsmen at the bar, and they gave him sniggering greetings. He took a small table in the rear and ate his meal in sullen silence. It wasn't the newsmen's jibes that bothered him. It was the certainty that something of major importance was happening in the capital. There had been hourly conferences at the White House, flying visits by State Department officials, mysterious conferences involving members of the Science Commission. So far, the byword had been secrecy. They knew that Senator Spocker, chairman of the Congressional Science Committee, had been involved in every meeting, but Senator Spocker was unavailable. His secretary, however, was a little more obliging. Jerry looked up from his coffee and blinked when he saw who was coming through the door of the bar and grill. So did every other patron, but for different reasons. Greta Johnson had that effect upon men. Even the confining effect of a mannishly tailored suit didn't hide her outrageously feminine qualities. She walked straight to his table, and he stood up. "They told you might be here," she said, breathing hard. "I just wanted to thank you for last night." "Look, Greta." Wham! Her hand, small and delicate, felt like a slab of lead when it slammed into his cheek. She left a bruise 5 fingers wide, and then turned and stalked out. He ran after her, the restaurant proprietor shouting about the unpaid bill. It took a rapid dog trot to reach her side. Greta, listen, he panted. You don't understand about last night. It wasn't the way that lousy columnist said. She stopped in her tracks. I wouldn't have minded so much if you'd gotten me drunk. But to use me? Just to get a story? But I'm a reporter, damn it! It's my job. I'd do it again if I thought you knew anything. She is pouting now. Well, how do you suppose I feel, knowing you're only interested in me because of the senator? Anyway, I'll probably lose my job, and then you won't have any use for me. Goodbye, Greta, Jerry said sadly. What? Goodbye. I suppose you won't want to see me anymore. Did I say that? Just won't be any use. We'll always have this thing between us. She looked at him for a moment, and then touched his bruised cheek with a tender, motherly gesture. Your poor face, she murmured, and then sighed. Oh well, I guess there's no use fighting it. Maybe if I did tell you what I know, we could act human again. Greta. But if you print one word of it, Jerry Bridges, I will never speak to you again. Honest, Jerry said, taking her arm. You can trust me like a brother. That's not the idea, Greta said stiffly. In a secluded booth at the rear of the restaurant unfrequented by newsmen, Greta leaned forward and said, At first, they thought it was another Sputnik. Who did? The State Department, silly. They got reports from the observatories about another Sputnik being launched by the Russians. Only the Russians denied it. Then there were joint meetings, and no one could figure out what the damn thing was. Oh, wait a minute, Jerry said dizzily. You mean to tell me there's another of those metal moons up there? But it's not a moon. That's the big point. It's a spaceship. A what? A spaceship, Greta said coolly, sipping lemonade. They've been in contact with it now for about 3 days, and they're thinking of calling a planetary session of the UN just to figure out what to do about it. The only hitch is, Russia doesn't want to wait that long, and is asking for a hurry-up summit meeting to make a decision. A decision about what? About the Venusians, of course. Greta, Jerry said mildly, I think you're still a little woozy from last night. Don't be silly. The spaceship's from Venus. They've already established that. And the people on it, I guess they're people, want to know if they can lead their delegate. Their what? Their delegate. They came here for some kind of conference, I guess. They know about the UN and everything, and they want to take part. They say that with all the satellites being launched, that our affairs are their affairs too. It's kind of confusing, but that's what they say. Well, you mean these Venusians speak English? And Russian, and French, and German, and everything, I guess. They've been having radio talks in practically every country for the past 3 days. Well, like I said, they want to establish diplomatic relations or something. The senator thinks that if we don't agree, they might do something drastic, like blow us all up. It's kind of scary. She shivered delicately. You're taking it mighty calm, he said ironically. Well, how else can I take it? I'm not even supposed to know about it. Except that the senator is so careless about... She put her fingers to her lips. Oh dear. Now you really think I'm terrible. Terrible? I think you're wonderful. And you promise not to print it? Didn't I say I wouldn't? Yes, but... You know, you're a liar sometimes, Jerry. I've noticed that about you. The press secretary's secretary, a massive woman with grey hair and impervious to charm, guarded the portals of his office with all the indomitable will of the U.S. Marines. But Jerry Bridges tried. You don't understand, Lana, he said. I don't want to see Mr. Howes. I just want you to give him something. My name's not Lana, and I can't deliver any messages. But this is something he wants to see. He handed her an envelope stamped urgent. Do it for me, Hetty, and I'll buy you the flashiest pair of diamond earrings in Washington. Well, the woman said, thawing slightly, I could deliver it with his next batch of mail. When will that be? In an hour. He's in a terribly important meeting right now. You've got some mail right there. Earrings and a bracelet to match. She looked at him with exasperation, and then gathered up a stack of memorandums and letters, his own envelope atop it. She came out of the press secretary's office 2 minutes later with Howes himself, and Howes said, You there, Bridges. Come on in here. Yes, sir, Jerry said, breezing by the waiting reporters with a grin of triumph. There were 6 men in the room, 3 in military uniform. Howes poked the envelope towards Jerry and snapped, This is none of yours. Just what do you think it means? Well, you know better than I do, Mr. Howes. I'm just doing my job. I think the public has a right to know about this spaceship that's flying around. His words brought an exclamation from the others. Howes sighed and said, Mr. Bridges, you don't make it easy for us. It's our opinion that secrecy is essential. That leakage of the story might cause panic. Since you're the only unauthorized person who knows of it, we have 2 choices. One of them is to lock you up. Jerry swallowed hard. The other is perhaps more practical, Howes said. You'll be taken into our confidence and allowed to accompany those officials who will be admitted to the landing site, but you will not be allowed to relay the story to the press until such a time as all correspondents are informed. That won't give you a scoop, if that's what you call it, but you'll be an eyewitness. That should be worth something. It's worth a lot, Jerry said eagerly. Thanks, Mr. Howes. Don't thank me. I'm not doing you any personal favor. Now, about the landing tonight. You mean the spaceship's coming down? Yes. A special foreign ministers' conference was held this morning, and a decision was reached to accept the delegate. Landing instructions have been given at Los Alamos, and the ship will presumably land around midnight tonight. There will be a jet leaving Washington Airport at 9, and you'll be on it. Meanwhile, consider yourself in custody. The USAF jet transport wasn't the only secrecy-shrouded aircraft that took off that evening from Washington Airport, but Jerry Bridges, sitting in the rear seat flanked by 2 Sphinx-like Secret Service men, knew that he was the only passenger with non-official status aboard. It was only a few minutes past 10 when they arrived at the airbase at Los Alamos. The desert sky was cloudy and starless, and powerful searchlights probed the thick cumulus. There were sleek, purring, black autos waiting to rush their air passengers to some unnamed destination. They drove for 20 minutes across a flat ribbon of desert road, until Jerry sighted what appeared to be a circle of newly erected lights in the middle of nowhere. On the perimeter, official vehicles were parked in orderly rows, and 4 USAF trailer trucks were in evidence, their radar scopes turning slowly. There was activity everywhere, but it was well ordered and unhurried. They had done a good job of keeping the excitement contained. He was allowed to leave the car and stroll unescorted. He tried to talk to some of the scurrying officials, but no avail. Finally, he contented himself by sitting on the sand, his back against the grille of a staff car, smoking one cigarette after another. As the minutes ticked off, the activity became more frantic around him. Then the pace slowed, and he knew the appointed moment was approaching. Stillness returned to the desert, and tension was a tangible substance in the night air. The radar scope spun slowly. The searchlights converged in an intricate pattern. Then the clouds seemed to part. "Here she comes!" a voice shouted, and in a moment the calm was shattered. At first he saw nothing. A faint roar was startling the heavens, and it became a growl that increased in volume until even the shouting voices could no longer be heard. Then the criss-crossing light struck metal, glancing off the gleaming body of a descending object. Larger and larger the object grew, till it assumed the definable shape of a squat silver funnel, falling in a perfect straight line towards the centre of the light-ringed area. When it hit, a dust cloud obscured it from sight. A loudspeaker blared out an unintelligible order, but its message was clear. No one moved from their position. Finally, a three-man team, asbestos-clad, lead-shielded, stepped out from the ring of spectators. They carried Geiger counters on long poles before them. Jerry held his breath as they approached the object. Only when they were yards away did he appreciate its size. It wasn't large, not more than 15 feet in total circumference. One of the three men waved a gloved hand. "It's okay," a voice breathed behind him. "No radiation." Slowly the ring of spectators closed tighter. They were 20 yards from the ship when the voice spoke to them. "Greetings from Venus," it said, and then repeated the phrase in 6 languages. "The ship you see is a Venusian Class 7 interplanetary rocket built for 1 passenger. It is clear of all radiation and is perfectly safe to approach. There is a hatch which may be opened by an automatic lever in the side. Please open this hatch and remove the passenger." An Air Force general, whom Jerry couldn't identify, stepped forward. He circled the ship warily and then said something to the others. They came closer, and he touched a small lever on the silvery surface of the funnel. A door slid open. "It's a box," someone said. "A crate. Carligan, Moore, Schaefer, lend a hand here." A trio came forward and hoisted the crate out of the ship. Then the voice spoke again. Jerry deduced that it must have been activated by the decreased load of the ship. "Please open the crate. You will find our delegate within. We trust you'll treat him with the courtesy of an official emissary." They set to work on the crate, its grey plastic material giving in readily to the application of their tools. But when it was opened, they stood aside in amazement and consternation. There were a variety of metal pieces packed within, protected by a flimsy packing material. "Wait a minute," the general said. "Here's a book." He picked up a grey-bound volume and opened its cover. "Instructions for assembling a delegate," he read aloud. "First, remove all parts and arrange them in the following order. A1, central nervous system housing. A2, he looked up. "It's an instruction book," he whispered. "We're supposed to build the damn thing." The delegate, a handsomely constructed robot about 8 feet tall, was pieced together some 3 hours later by a team of scientists and engineers who seemed to find the Venusian instructions as elementary as a blueprint in an erector set. But, simple as the job was, they were obviously impressed by the mechanism they had assembled. It stood impassive until they obeyed the final instruction. "Press button K." They found button K and pressed it. The robot bowed. "Thank you, gentlemen," it said in sweet, unmetallic accents. "Now, if you will please escort me to the meeting place." It wasn't until 3 days after the landing that Jerry Bridges saw the delegate again. Along with a dozen assorted government officials, army officers, and scientists, he was quartered in a Quonset hut in Fort Dix, New Jersey. Then, after 72 frustrating hours, he was escorted by Marine Guard into New York City. No one told him his destination, and it wasn't until he saw the bright strips of light across the fate of the United Nations building that he knew where the meeting was to be held. But the greater surprise was yet to come. The vast auditorium which housed the General Assembly was filled to its capacity, but there were new faces behind the plaques which designated the member nations. He couldn't believe his eyes at first, but as the meeting got underway, he knew that it was true. The highest echelons of the world's government were represented. Even Jerry gulped at the realization. Nikita Khrushchev himself. It was a summit meeting such as he had never dreamed possible. A summit meeting without benefit of long foreign ministers' debate. And the cause of it all, a placid, highly polished metal robot, was seated blithely at a desk which bore the designation Venus. The robot delegate stood up. "Gentlemen," it said into the microphone, and the great men at the council table strained to hear the translator's version through their headphones. "Gentlemen, I thank you for your prompt attention. I come as a delegate from a great neighbor planet in the interests of peace and progress for all the solar system. I come in the belief that peace is the responsibility of individuals, of nations, and now of worlds, and that each is dependent upon the other. I speak to you now through the electronic instrumentation which has been created for me, and I come to offer your planet not merely a threat, a promise, or an easy solution, but a challenge." The council room stirred. "Your Earth satellites have been viewed with interest by the astronomers of our world, and we foresee the day when contact between our planets will become commonplace. As for ourselves, we have hitherto had little desire to explore beyond our realm, being far too occupied with internal matters. But our isolation cannot last in the face of your progress, so we believe that we must take part in your affairs. Here then is our challenge. Continue your struggle of ideas, compete with each other for the minds of men. Fight your bloodless battles if you know no other means to attain progress, but do all this without unleashing the terrible forces of power now at your command. Once unleashed, these forces may or may not destroy all that you have gained. But we, the scientists of Venus, promise you this, that on the very day your conflict deteriorates into heedless violence, we will not stand by and let the ugly contagion spread. On that day, we of Venus will act swiftly, mercilessly, and relentlessly to destroy your world completely." Again the meeting room exploded in a babble of languages. "The vessel which brought me here came as a messenger of peace, but envision it, men of Earth, as a messenger of war. Unstoppable, inexorable, it may return bearing a different delegate from Venus, a delegate of death, who speaks not in words, but in the explosion of atoms. Think of thousands of such delegates fired from a vantage point far beyond the realm of your retaliation. This is the promise and the challenge that will hang in your night sky from this moment forward. Look at the planet Venus, men of Earth, and see a goddess of vengeance, poised to wreak its wrath upon those who betray the peace." The delegate sat down. 4 days later, a mysterious explosion rocked the quiet sands of Los Alamos, and the Venus spacecraft was no more. 2 hours after that, the robot delegate, his message delivered, his mission fulfilled, requested to be locked inside a bomb-proof chamber. When the door was opened, the delegate was an exploded ruin. The news flashed with lightning speed over the world, and Jerry Bridges' eyewitness account of the incredible event was syndicated throughout the nation. But his sudden celebrity left him vaguely unsatisfied. He tried to explain his feelings to Greta on his first night back in Washington. They were in his apartment, and it was the first time Greta had consented to pay him the visit. "Well, what's bothering you?" Greta pouted. "You've had the biggest story of the year under your byline. I should think you'd be tickled pink." "It's not that," Jerry said moodily. "But ever since I heard the delegate speak, something's been nagging me." "But don't you think he's done good? Don't you think they'll be impressed by what he said?" "I'm not worried about that. I think that damn robot did more for peace than anything that's ever come along in this cockeyed world. But still." Greta snuggled up to him on the sofa. "You worry too much. Don't you ever think of anything else? You should learn to relax. It can be fun." She started to prove it to him, and Jerry responded the way a normal, healthy man usually does. But in the minute of an embrace, he cried out, "Wait a minute! What's the matter? Well, I just thought of something. Now, where the hell did I put my old notebooks? He got out from the sofa and went scurrying to a closet. From a debris of cardboard boxes, he found a worn old leather briefcase and cackled with delight when he found the yellow notebooks inside. What are they? Greta said. My old school notebooks. Greta, you'll have to excuse me, but there's something I've got to do. Right away. That's all right with me, Greta said haughtily. I know when I'm not wanted. She took her hat and coat from the hall closet, gave him one last chance to change his mind, and then left. 5 minutes later, Jerry Bridges was calling the airlines. It had been 11 years since Jerry had walked across the campus of Clifton University, heading for the ivy-choked main building. It was remarkable how little had changed, but the student seemed incredibly young. He was winded by the time he asked the pretty girl at the desk where Professor Martin Coltz could be located. Professor Coltz, she stuck a pencil to her mouth. Well, I guess he'd be in the Holland Laboratory about now. Holland Laboratory? What's that? Oh, I guess that was after your time, wasn't it? Jerry felt decrepit, but managed to say, it must be something new since I was here. Where is this place? He followed her directions and located a fresh painted building 300 yards from the man's dorm. He met a student at the door. He told him that Professor Coltz would be found in the physics department. The room was empty when Jerry entered, except for the single stooped figure vigorously erasing a blackboard. He turned when the door opened. If the students looked younger, Professor Coltz was far older than Jerry remembered. He was a tall man, with an unruly confusion of straight grey hair. He blinked when Jerry said, Hello, Professor. You remember me? Jerry Bridges? Of course, I thought of you only yesterday when I saw your name in the papers. They sat at facing student desks and chatted about old times, but Jerry was impatient to get to the point of his visit, and he blurted out, Professor Coltz, something's been bothering me. It bothered me from the moment I heard the delegate speak. I didn't know what it was until last night, when I dug out my old college notebooks. Thank God I kept them. Coltz's eyes were suddenly hooded. What do you mean, Jerry? There was something about the robot's speech that sounded familiar. I could have sworn I'd heard some of the words before. I couldn't prove anything until I checked my old notes, and here's what I found. He dug into his coat pocket and produced a sheet of paper. He unfolded it and read aloud. It's my belief that peace is the responsibility of individuals, of nations, and someday even of worlds. Sound familiar, Professor? Coltz shifted uncomfortably. I don't recall every silly thing I've said, Jerry. But it's an interesting coincidence, isn't it, Professor? Those very words were spoken by the delegate from Venus. Coincidence? Is it? But I also remember your interest in robotics. I'll never forget that mechanical homing pigeon you constructed. And you've probably learned much more these past 11 years. What are you driving at, Jerry? Just this, Professor. I had a little daydream recently, and I want you to hear it. I dreamed about a group of teachers, scientists, engineers, a group who was suddenly struck by an exciting, incredible idea, a group that worked in the quiet and secrecy of a university on a fantastic scheme to force the idea of peace into the minds of the world's big shots. Does my dream interest you, Professor? Go on. Well, I dreamt that this group would secretly launch an Earth satellite of their own and arrange for the nose cone to come down safely at a certain time and place. They would install a marvelous electronic robot within the cone, ready to be assembled. They would beam a radio message to Earth from the cone, seemingly as if it originated from their spaceship. Then, when the robot was assembled, they would speak through it to demand peace for all mankind. Jerry, if you do this, you don't have to say it, Professor. I know what you're thinking. I'm a reporter, and my business is to tell the world everything I know. But if I did it, there might not be a world for me to write about, would there? No thanks, Professor. As far as I'm concerned, what I told you is nothing more than a daydream. Jerry braked the convertible to a halt, and put his arm around Greta's shoulder. She looked up at the star-filled night and sighed romantically. Jerry pointed. That one. Greta shivered closer to him. And to think what that terrible planet can do to us. Oh, I don't know. Venus is also the goddess of love. He swung his other arm around her, and Venus winked approvingly. The End of The Delegate from Venus by Henry Slezar. Recorded by Adam Wybray.
Mook by H.B. Hickey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Karina Schultz. The Eye of Wilbur Mook by H.B. Hickey. "Wilbur," his mother called. "Better get up or you'll be late for work." Slowly but surely Wilbur Mook came out of his beautiful dream. And what a dream it was! He had Peter Bellows down and was busily punching his head. What a dream! Then his mother's voice pulled him away from Pete Bellows and dragged him back to reality. Wilbur opened one eye and looked at the clock on his bedside table. Its hand said 8 o'clock. Wilbur flung off the covers and slid his bare feet into lamb's wool bedroom slippers. If he didn't hurry, Wilbur thought, he'd be late to work. At the thought of facing Pete Bellows' angry stare, Wilbur shuddered. It was all right to dream, but real life was quite another thing. Quickly he ran water into the washbowl and washed his hands and face. No time to shower or shave. Running his hand over his chin, Wilbur found he didn't need a shave anyway. By skipping that operation, he could get to the office early. He took a moment to survey himself in the long mirror on the back of the bathroom door. "Every day, in every way, I am getting better and better," Wilbur muttered. Then he heard his mother's footsteps outside in the hall, and he hurried to put on his robe. Just in time he got his head out of the way as the door swung inward. "You look nice this morning," Mrs. Mook said. "Now hurry before your breakfast gets cold." He did look pretty good, Wilbur admitted to himself as he looked again into the mirror. At 25, his skin was firm and healthy looking, his body straight and neither too thin nor too fat. His reddish-brown hair was free of dandruff, his blue eyes clear. Only one thing wrong with the picture. He had the soul of a rabbit. He was a coward. There was a tinge of desperation in his voice as he spoke again to his image in the mirror. "Every day, in every way, I am getting braver and braver." Unfortunately, it was not true, and Wilbur Mook knew it. And the only reason he was not growing more timid, Wilbur reflected miserably, was that such a thing lay outside the realm of possibility. What was even worse was the fact that everyone else knew it too. It could not have been more evident had Wilbur carried a sign. The only thing he could say was that his mother loved him anyway. Small consolation. "Read the paper on the streetcar," she said as she helped him into his coat. "And don't run. You know it upsets your stomach when you've just eaten breakfast." His breakfast had consisted, as always, of orange juice, 1 poached egg on toast, and warm milk. Anything stronger than warm milk, Mrs. Mook had discovered, disturbed Wilbur no end. As he walked to the car, Wilbur's mind went back over the dream. That was the stuff. And one of these days he was going to make that dream come true. Pete Bellows was going to find out a thing or two. "Why'n't you look where you're going?" a shrill voice demanded. Wilbur stopped abruptly. In his trance-like state he had stepped on the heel of a 12-year-old boy bound for school. The boy was glaring at him fiercely, and Wilbur cringed. I'm dreadfully sorry," he said, knowing that his face was losing color. "Yeah," the boy snarled. "Look where you're going and you won't have to be sorry." For a moment Wilbur feared the boy was going to hit him. Then a call came from down the street as another school-bound lad hove into sight, and the first one promptly forgot about Wilbur. Heaving a sigh of relief, Wilbur crossed gingerly to the safety island and waited for his car. When it came, he found that all the seats were occupied, but he discovered a vacant corner at the front and huddled there. Unfolding his paper carefully, he scanned the world news and found it depressing. It always was, Wilbur thought. He turned to the sport pages for solace. That, too, was depressing, for it featured the doings of those public heroes who battered each other to a pulp for profit and applause. Not that Wilbur would have been unwilling to attend a prize fight. No, indeed. He would have enjoyed it immensely, except that he could not stand the sight of men beating each other. And the blood! Even the thought of blood made him slightly ill. He turned quickly to the want ads. Those were always safe, sometimes even exciting. Today there was a man who needed a bodyguard. Wilbur reflected wistfully that he would have made a fine bodyguard, if only things were different. Actually, he was a writer of greeting card poetry, and as he swung off the car his mind was already busy on a poem for Mother's Day. All he needed was a good last line. So far it went: "To the mother so loving and tender, on this day that is yours alone, homage I willingly render, ta 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 tum ta ta." The last line would come to him, Wilbur knew. It always did. In the meantime he nodded shyly to the elevator starter and found himself a place at the back of the car. It rose swiftly and his heart pounded. What if it should stop suddenly between floors? There was a beautiful girl standing next to Wilbur, and he thought how fear would flood her face. That was the time when a cool and confident voice could avert panic, but Wilbur was aware that there was more chance that the voice would be the girl's rather than his. His mind went back to the last line of the ditty he had been composing. He almost had it, then it was gone. He bit down on his tongue in concentration, unaware that he was staring at the girl next to him. "My devotion you'll always own," Wilbur murmured. "On such short acquaintance?" The girl smiled. Wilbur turned pink, then red. He wanted to tell her he hadn't meant it that way, and he found himself wishing he had. She was the kind of girl he sometimes dreamed about, tall and not too thin, with golden hair and gray eyes in which flecks of color danced. "I meant my mother," Wilbur managed at last. "How sweet! Now would you mind getting out of my way?" Wilbur looked down and found that he had somehow managed to walk from the elevator to his office without knowing it. He had his hand on the doorknob. "I beg your pardon," he mumbled, and flung the door open in what he hoped was a gallant gesture. There was a crash as the door swung inward for a few feet and stopped. The crash was immediately followed by a howl of pain. A moment later Pete Bellows' flushed and furious face came around the side of the door. He was rubbing his head. "Mook, you idiot!" Bellows roared. "I ought to punch your nose for this." "He didn't know your head was in the way," the girl said. "Huh?" Bellows grunted. He took a good look at the girl and the anger drained from his face. Without thinking he straightened his tie and slicked back his oily black hair. "You must be Miss Burnett, the girl the agency said they were sending," Bellows murmured in his most dulcet tones. "Well, well, Wilbur. This is my new secretary." "But how do you know I'll do?" Miss Burnett said, startled. "Oh, you'll do. I just know you will," Bellows told her. "You and I are going to get along just dandy." "My shorthand is a little rusty," the girl said. "What's a little thing like that?" Bellows laughed, ignoring the fact that he had fired his last secretary because she had misspelled an 8-syllable word. But the last secretary had worn thick glasses, Wilbur recalled. That would make a difference to Pete Bellows. He was suddenly aware that Bellows was frowning at him. "Get to work, Mook," Bellows said cheerfully. "Mother's Day is coming, you know." With what he pretended was a gentle pat on the back, Bellows flung Wilbur toward the tiny cubicle he occupied at the rear of the large office. Once Bellows had played tackle on a football team, and although he was beefier now, he was still very strong. Wilbur almost went through the thin partition. He bounced off and recovered his balance, then went into his cubicle through the door. It was a windowless hole, lit by a single small bulb. Wilbur worked at an old table which was neatly stacked with sheets of blank paper. He furnished his own pen. There was a small window in Wilbur's door, but contrary to what a visitor might have expected, it had not been placed there for Wilbur's convenience. The window was the means by which Bellows could watch his poet and be certain that he was working every minute of the time. Today Wilbur found himself at a loss for rhymes. By mid-morning he had completed only 15 poems in praise of Mother. He still had some 50 to go, but instead of writing he too often caught himself listening to what was going on in the outer office. "Mr. Bellows," the new girl started to say. "Call me Pete," Wilbur heard Bellows tell her. "I'll call you Jean.
Just one happy family, you know, you and I and Wilbur." "Does Mr. Mook write all the poetry?" Miss Burnett wanted to know. She sounded quite impressed, and Wilbur glowed with a new-found pride. "Just a knack. Doesn't take any brains," Bellows deprecated. "Any fool could do it." "I'd like to see you try," Wilbur thought. "You're one fool who couldn't." He thought that was pretty good repartee, even if it was only mental. Wilbur wished he had the nerve to say the words to Bellows' face. But he didn't. His newspaper, still folded to the classified ads, reposed in Wilbur's wastebasket, and his eyes chanced to fall upon it. Something stirred in Wilbur. There had been one advertisement in particular, just below the request for a bodyguard. He wondered if he had read it right. Keeping one eye on the window to make sure Bellows did not observe him, Wilbur retrieved his newspaper. Quickly his eye sped down the column. There it was. "Are you timid? Do you lack confidence? I can help you. A. J. Merlin, 136 West Erie Street." Wilbur shook his head and dropped the newspaper into the wastebasket. He was rather inclined to think A. J. Merlin was overestimating his powers. Probably a fake anyway. Most of those fellows were. Looking out of his window, Wilbur saw Bellows patting Jean on the shoulder as he explained something to her. He was a fast worker, was Pete Bellows. By the time Wilbur got the next line of poetry written, Bellows was asking Jean if he could take her to lunch. Before answering, she turned her head toward Wilbur, and he could see that she was none too happy about the offer. She seemed to be trying to think of a good reason for not accepting. "Well?" Pete asked. Jean looked back at him. I guess so," Wilbur heard her say. Bellows patted her on the shoulder again. "I wonder," Wilbur thought, "what she would say if I asked her sometime." That looked like a question which would never find an answer. It would take more nerve than he had to ask. But the very thought of him inviting a girl like Jean to lunch sent a pleasant tingle down Wilbur's back. He even allowed himself to think that she might prefer a smoother type of man than Pete Bellows. Smoother, Wilbur reminded himself miserably. Not mushier. Just before noon, Pete Bellows came in to get the copy Wilbur had turned out through the morning. At the sight of the tiny stack which had accumulated, Bellows' mouth turned down. "Loafing," he accused, "just because I've been too busy to keep my eyes on you." It occurred to Wilbur that the only thing he'd seen Pete do that morning was pat Jean's shoulder, and that hardly seemed like hard work. But he didn't say anything. "Probably reading the paper while my back was turned," Pete went on. He reached down and got the paper and put it in his pocket. "Now listen to me, Mook. You'd better have some work done when Jean and I get back from lunch." Wilbur nodded without looking up at him. He was always afraid to look at Bellows when the burly man was angry. Pete could get a vicious glint in his eye. After Pete had left the cubicle, Wilbur sneaked a look after him. He saw that Jean had heard the whole thing. And at sight of the distaste on her face, he flushed. Why couldn't he have told Pete off? Wilbur started to dream about what he should have said. Then he stopped. It was all right to daydream, but Pete had sounded sore when he had said he wanted to see some work done. Wilbur put his head down and started writing. Within the hour he had completed 6 odes to Mother. One of them, Wilbur knew, he could sell to a magazine for 20 times what Bellows would pay. For a moment he was tempted, even going so far as to pick up the sheet of paper preparatory to putting it in his pocket. Then he thought what Pete Bellows might do if he found out. Wilbur set the paper back on the pile. He was just in time. There were footsteps out in the hall, and then the door swung open. Bellows and Jean came in. The girl was laughing now, and as Pete helped her off with her coat, he was practically breathing down her neck. It looked as though he had made some progress. "Is it all right if I go to lunch now?" Wilbur asked timidly. He had to wait until Pete had checked over his work. Then he got permission to go. Until he was outside, Wilbur felt hungry. For an hour his stomach had been reminding him that it was time to eat. But suddenly the pangs of hunger were gone. The thought of food was even unpleasant. Maybe a short walk would give him fresh appetite, Wilbur thought. The day was pleasant and sunny. If he spent a half-hour walking, he would still have 20 minutes in which to gulp a sandwich. Pete Bellows had decreed that 50 minutes constituted a lunch hour for Wilbur. It was with no conscious motive that Wilbur headed south. He found himself walking at a gait much faster than his usual one, but attributed that to the fine weather which he assured himself was exhilarating. Before he realized how fast he was going, he had covered a dozen blocks. The neighborhood had changed. Behind him lay the business district with its skyscrapers. All about him were the sagging and unsightly houses of a once fine residential neighborhood which had deteriorated into a slum area. The only places which seemed at all cared for were the rooming houses. A poem of protest rose in Wilbur's breast and was stilled as he became aware that he was on Erie Street. The street had some meaning for him, but it took several minutes before he realized why. Then he gasped. Only 2 doors from where he stood was 136 West Erie Street. For a long time Wilbur stood looking at the house. It was an old red brick structure, 3 stories high. The upper 2 floors appeared untenanted. If they were not, the occupants must have liked fresh air, for there were no windows. Wilbur directed his attention to the first floor. The windows there were too dusty to see through, but at least there were windows. A fat gray cat sunned itself on the window ledge and regarded Wilbur with unblinking eyes. He shuddered and had to summon all his courage to climb the stairs and look at the card nailed to the front door. A. J. Merlin, the card said, in an unusual script that Wilbur had trouble deciphering. He raised his hand to knock, then changed his mind, but as he was turning away he heard the door open. "Looking for me, bub?" a creaking voice said. Wilbur turned around. He found himself face to face with an old gentleman wrapped in what appeared to be a blue dressing gown with white stars all over it. The old man had a wisp of a beard and white eyebrows that slanted way up at the outside corners. He was wearing on his head a blue dunce cap, which also had white stars on it. "Are you, Mr. A. J. Merlin?" Wilbur stammered. "I mean the Mr. Merlin who gives people confidence?" "I might be," the old man said cagily. He stared down at Wilbur, and for the first time Wilbur noticed the old man had eyes as black and mysterious as a pool on a dark night. Those eyes regarded Wilbur, noting his size, weight, and general construction. "Bah!" the old man snorted. "You won't do. Not timid enough." "Yes, sir," Wilbur chattered. He started backward down the stairs and almost fell. "Wait a minute," the creaky voice ordered. Wilbur halted in mid-step. The black eyes regarded him. A hand, tipped by long curving fingernails, stroked the wisp of a beard. "On the other hand," the old man said, "you might be more timid than you look. Come on in." Wilbur trailed after him down a long dark hallway that was musty with age. At the end of the hall was an equally musty room, sparsely furnished with sagging and broken odds and ends. It was not the furniture which engaged Wilbur's attention, but the other features of the place. On an ancient stand a sundial reposed, and next to it a large and milk-white glass ball. Near the stand a tripod stood over a sheet of metal on which a small fire blazed, and from the tripod a kettle was suspended. Something bubbled in the kettle. Something that gave off a strange and noxious odor. Around the room jugs were scattered, and as Wilbur caught sight of the labels, a chill ran up his back. There were such unusual items as essence of dried toad, basilisk oil, chimera's breath distilled. "Sit down," A.J. Merlin said suddenly. Wilbur sat down with such abruptness that he almost went through an ancient sofa to the floor. Merlin's eyes lit up. "You really are timid," he said. "Yes, sir," Wilbur agreed hastily. "Do you think you can help me?" "Depends. It isn't my regular line. I came here looking for a special kind of person. If you're that person, you can help me. In return, I'll do the same for you. All depends on how cowardly you are." "I've never been brave about anything in my life," Wilbur said truthfully. He went on in detail. In a short history of his life he made it clear that he was a complete and abject coward. He was afraid of anything that walked or swam or flew, no matter how small. He was afraid of dark rooms. A dirty look made him tremble. "Perfect," Merlin breathed. He rubbed his taloned hands together. "Not a shred of courage in you." "Is that good?" Wilbur gasped. Merlin smiled, and with his smile his eyebrows slanted more than ever. His ears were suddenly elongated. "Ordinarily not," he said. Wilbur had a hunch that this time there would be nothing extraordinary to alter the case. "I've tried everything," he told Merlin. "I've gone to psychologists, read books, even tried yoga. Nothing helps." "Naturally," Merlin said. "I'll tell you why. Everyone is a mixture of traits handed down from his ancestors. Somewhere in every man's ancestry is a brave person. Even if that bravery is hidden, it's still there. And it can be brought out." "What happened to me?" Wilbur wanted to know. "You got cheated," Merlin said as though he were immensely pleased. "You got only half the traits, and they were the cowardly ones. That's why you couldn't be cured. There was no bravery in you to be brought out." "Oh," Wilbur gulped. "I guess I'd better be going." He started to rise. "Sit down," Merlin said. Wilbur plunked back into the sofa. He watched Merlin walk to the stand and lift the glass ball. The old man peered into the ball and its color changed to rose, then purple. Something was going on inside it, but Wilbur couldn't see what. "Who's this fellow Pete Bellows?" Merlin wanted to know. Wilbur was astonished. He hadn't mentioned Pete's name. When he told the old man who Pete was, Merlin chuckled. "Thinks he's quite a man with the ladies, doesn't he? I'll fix him." Merlin made a pass over the glass ball and muttered a few words which Wilbur didn't catch. There was a sudden thump, clearly audible to Wilbur, and Merlin chuckled gleefully. "What happened?" Wilbur asked. "The door opened just as he was going by and he walked into the edge of it. He's got a black eye." "Goodbye," Wilbur said. The hair on the back of his neck was standing on end as he moved toward the door of the room. "Come back here," Merlin commanded. "You want me to make you brave, don't you?" Wilbur's mind whirled. He had fallen into the hands of this old madman and now he didn't know how to get away. Who knew what might happen to him? He had to think of something. "What do you charge?" he asked. No matter what Merlin said, Wilbur was prepared to say he didn't have that much. In no way was he prepared for Merlin's words. "Your right eye." A cold sweat formed on Wilbur Mook's brow. His teeth chattered. Down at his little toe a tremor started and worked its way up along his spine. The roof of his mouth turned dry as dust and his throat was parched. "I haven't got it," he choked. Because he had been ready to say that, he had said it automatically. Too late, he realized it was the wrong answer. "Don't be a fool," Merlin told him sternly. "Wouldn't you rather be a one-eyed hero than a two-eyed coward?" "No," Wilbur said. Merlin glared at him balefully and Wilbur quailed and cringed. What sort of nightmare had he wandered into? He would gladly have given everything he owned to be back in the office. Even Pete Bellows was better than this maniac. "Could I please go, Mr. Merlin?" Wilbur begged. "I'll be late if I don't. Pete will be sore." "Tell you what I'll do," Merlin said, in the manner of one offering an added incentive. "You let me have your right eye and I'll see to it that Bellows falls down the stairs and breaks his neck." He picked up the glass ball again and Wilbur felt himself grow faint. Now he was certain that this old man was not only a maniac, but a homicidal maniac. "Wouldn't anything but my right eye do?" he asked plaintively. "I don't think so, but I'll look it up," Merlin said. Out of the folds of his white starred gown he drew a book. Wetting his index finger, Merlin turned pages until he came to the one he wanted. "Elixir of Caution," Merlin read aloud. 1 part fawn's breath, 1 part dove's heart dried, 1 part tears of despair, and right eye of complete coward. Simmer for 1 hour with proper incantations." "But I'm cautious enough already," Wilbur protested. He got to his feet hopefully. Well, I guess this has been a mistake. I'd better be running along." Merlin regarded him with a steady eye, and Wilbur wished he could divine what was going on behind those black and glittering orbs. Maybe Merlin was going to let him go. From the way Merlin was nodding his head, it seemed that way. "Very well," the old man said. "But we must have a drink together." "Oh, I never drink," Wilbur assured him virtuously. Merlin waved aside the protest. "Nothing stronger than tea," he said. He went to a far corner of the room and lifted a small vial which was made of some material that shimmered iridescently. Wilbur watched fascinated as Merlin poured a small amount of a smoky liquid from the vial into a pair of tiny cups. "Are you sure this isn't strong?" Wilbur asked as Merlin handed him one of the cups. Inside the cup the strange liquid bubbled, and from its surface a fine vapor rose. "No." That was all. Then Merlin went to the sundial on the stand and turned it around several times. When he had adjusted it to his satisfaction, he turned back to Wilbur and lifted his cup. "Here's how," Merlin said. Wilbur lifted his cup to his lips and drank. Merlin was right. The liquid seemed no stronger than tea. In fact, it tasted much like tea except that it had a smoky flavor, not at all unpleasant. "Thank you," he said politely and started for the door. But he had no more than started than he turned back and sat down again. It was a strange feeling which assailed Wilbur Mook. His legs seemed weak, yet through the rest of him a strength flowed which was like liquid fire. Then there came a giddiness. His head was feather light. Merlin receded, not walking, but floating back and back. And as his figure drifted away from Wilbur, it grew strangely taller. The eyebrows were more slanted than ever, and the ears were longer and more pointed. And as Merlin's figure grew larger, it began to dissolve. Now Wilbur's entire body seemed as light as air to him. It felt as though he too could float if he tried. He saw, as through a haze and at a great distance, Merlin bending over the kettle which hung from the tripod. From inside his flowing gown Merlin produced a wand and a packet. Out of the packet drifted a fine white powder into the kettle. There was a wave of the wand, and out of the kettle poured a thick black smoke which filled the room until there was nothing but blackness. Wilbur's ears were filled with a roaring. He felt himself lifted and whirled. Around and around he whirled, and faster. He was being sucked into a vortex, pulled down into a black tunnel that was endless. Somewhere nearby there was a crowd of people. Wilbur knew that because he could hear the murmur of many voices. But when he opened his eyes he found himself in a forest glade. The sun was bright overhead, and on a limb above him a bird sang. He shook himself and looked around. He was not alone. Only a few feet away stood Merlin, still wearing his blue robe and his conical hat. He nodded when he saw that Wilbur was awake. "How do you feel?" the old man asked. "Fine, thank you," Wilbur answered without thinking. It was when he looked down at his body that he sucked in his breath. Not only was he no longer in that musty room, but he no longer wore his own clothes. His body was encased in a gown of brown monk's cloth. "Your clothes would have been out of place here," Merlin told him, guessing what Wilbur thought. "But where am I?" "Near Camelot," Merlin said. "Better get up now. We haven't much time." Wilbur got to his feet slowly, his eyes darting about. If he saw a chance he would make a run for it, but Merlin's hand was like a claw on the sleeve of Wilbur's robe. "You try to run and I'll put a curse on you that will fix you permanently," the old man whispered hoarsely. Wilbur followed him like a lamb to the slaughter. They took a path that led out of the glade and to a road only a few yards away. 10 yards or so down the road they came on the crowd whose voices Wilbur had heard. His hair stood on end. They were before the doors of an ancient church, and in the cleared space before those doors milled a strange throng. Men on foot wore robes of the plain monk's cloth and carried wooden staves. Towering above them were mounted men dressed in hauberks and doublets of chainmail. All of them had their eyes fixed on something in the center of the crowd. Then someone caught sight of Merlin and his name was whispered. As by magic, the people parted to let him and Wilbur through. For the first time, Wilbur saw what they had been staring at. It was a rough block of stone, and buried to the hilt in the stone was a sword. "Merlin," a voice said, a voice that was heavy and assured. Wilbur looked up and shrank away from the armored giant on horseback who towered over him and the old man. The giant raised the visor of his helmet, and Wilbur beheld a face that was as cruel as a hawk's. Dark eyes gleamed from beneath black and bristling brows. "What mummery is this?" the dark man asked. "No mummery, but the good bishop's prayer answered," Merlin said calmly. "Is not the stone inscribed, Sir Kay?" "Inscribed," Sir Kay echoed. "And its message is that he who withdraws the sword shall be king of England." His scowl made Wilbur's knees weaken. But Merlin remained unaffected. In fact, the old man seemed quite cheerful. "Excalibur it is called," Merlin said. "He who wrenches it free shall rule." "Hear me," Sir Kay grated. "If this be one of your tricks, know this: none but a son of Uther Pendragon will reign." For a moment Wilbur forgot the two. He had caught sight of the inscription of the stone and was reading it. Apparently it was meant to be a poem, but it did not rhyme. On the spot Wilbur produced what he thought was a better one. He tried it out, not realizing he spoke aloud. "Who from this stone Excalibur draws shall be England's king and make her laws." Sir Kay frowned blackly, and his hand hovered near a dagger at his side. "What have you to do with this, varlet?" he demanded. "He is but a troubadour," Merlin interjected quickly. "A bard who will sing your praises after the tourney." "I had forgotten the tourney," Sir Kay grunted. "But see you forget not my warning." He reined away, knocking people aside like tenpins. Behind him the other knights followed, and after them went the common people. In a few minutes Wilbur and Merlin found themselves alone. In the distance, and in the direction the crowd had vanished, Wilbur saw the towers of a medieval castle. "Camelot," Merlin told him. "I don't like this," Wilbur said. "That fellow looked as though he wanted to slit my throat." "Yours wouldn't be the first one he slit," Merlin said. "But you stay close to me and you'll be safe enough. Although I must admit that Kay has become quite a problem since his father died." "Is he a son of Uther Pendragon?" "Why do you think he insists that none but Uther's sons may rule?" Merlin snarled. "But with a king like him we'd have nothing but corpses around. That's why I needed you." Wilbur was bewildered, but not completely baffled. It had become painfully clear to him that Merlin had found him, not vice versa. The advertisement in the paper had been a trick to lure a timid man, but there was still a little clearing up to be done. "Would you please explain what I have to do with all this?" Wilbur asked plaintively. Merlin clawed gently at his beard and shrugged. "I suppose it would be only fair, after abducting you from the 20th century and dragging you back here. The point is this. After Uther died, there was a squabble over who should be king. We couldn't stand a civil war, so the bishop of this church prayed for a sign, and the next day this stone and sword were found here. So far, nobody has been able to pull it out." "You didn't have anything to do with that, did you?" Wilbur asked naively. "I'm not saying. Anyway, Sir Kay is the logical man for the job, except that he's too quick with his blade. That left only one other, and he's got his fault too." Wilbur was thinking about his right eye. A little flattery might go a long way. "I should think you would make a good king, Mr. Merlin." "My father was an incubus," Merlin said, as though that explained everything. He peered down the road as the sound of hoofs reached them. Wilbur followed Merlin's gaze and saw a young man on horseback coming toward them from the direction of Camelot. The young fellow wore a shirt of mail, but no helmet, and his horse was not armored. Merlin held up his hand and the mounted man drew rein. Wilbur got a good look at him. He was almost as big as Sir Kay, but with a fair complexion and light hair. He could not have been much over 15, despite his size. His manner was easy, giving the suggestion of enormous strength and reserve, yet with a hint of gentleness. but it was his eyes which were his outstanding feature. They were a clear brown, wide, and with an expression of complete fearlessness. "Where to, Arthur?" Merlin asked. "My brother Kay has broken his sword. I must get him another." "Tarry a moment," Merlin said. "I have a question which troubles me. The enemies of our land march against us, and they outnumber us 5 to 1. Were you king, what would you do?" Arthur laughed, a clear, ringing laugh that showed rows of white teeth. His brown eyes glowed with an inward fire. "Do? I would take the field against them, of course, even though they outnumber us 50 to 1." Wilbur thrilled to the words, but Merlin shuddered slightly, and Wilbur heard a faint groan of distress come from his lips. "Got here in the nick of time," the old man muttered. He looked up at Arthur and said aloud, "You may have your chance, but first you must make me a promise. You must come to my castle this very night and drink the draught I shall prepare for you." "I promise," Arthur said unthinkingly. "And now I'll be getting that sword for Kay." "This looks like a good one," Merlin said. He pointed to the sword in the stone. "It does indeed," Arthur agreed. Without a second look he bent and seized the hilt and wrenched it free. He raised the sword in a salute to Merlin and Wilbur, laughed his ringing carefree laugh, and was gone in a cloud of dust. Merlin's castle was not overly large, and as far as Wilbur could see after he got inside, most of it was underground. He and the old man were in a great damp chamber, the walls of which were solid rock. The room was filled with Merlin's jugs, with tripods from which boiling kettles hung, and with great black cats which prowled everywhere. The door was of solid oak and immovable, Wilbur knew. He had tried it once when Merlin had gone out. At the moment Merlin and he were sitting facing each other on a pair of stone couches. They had been sitting so for some hours, and the silence was wearing Wilbur down. "So Arthur is going to be king," he said at last, in an effort to start a conversation. "He looks like a fine boy." "He is," Merlin agreed. "Chivalrous and all that. It was foreordained. That's why I had to get back. I knew he was going to be along that road today, and I knew he was going to pull out that sword." "I thought you said he had a fault." "What a fault," Merlin sighed. "He's got your trouble, but in reverse. He was born without fear. It's a bad thing for a king to be like that. He'd lead his people into sure death. You heard what he said this afternoon. Even odds of 50 to 1 mean nothing to him." For the first time Wilbur saw the whole thing. Until now he had entertained a faint hope that Merlin might not really want his eye, but this was the clincher, the elixir of caution. Desperately he cast about for a means of escape. There was none, and Merlin was watching him with an eagle eye. "Maybe," Wilbur offered weakly, "a few drops of my blood would do the trick. You don't want Arthur to get too timid." "Nice of you to think of it," Merlin said, "but I really couldn't fool with that recipe." Wilbur wished with all his heart that he had the courage to put up some kind of fight. Merlin was an old and feeble man, but he knew his genetics. Wilbur had been born without a gene of courage. Wilbur rubbed his right eye, the one he would soon be without, and felt tears well up. His last glimmer of hope was born on a sigh. "Maybe he won't come." "He'll come all right. Arthur never breaks a promise. That's one of his best points. What I'm trying to do is see to it that he isn't so rash about making them in the first place." It seemed that Merlin was right, for just then there came to their ears the sound of iron-shod hoofs in the courtyard above their heads. The ceiling trembled slightly and a drop of water fell on Wilbur's head. Then footsteps clattered down a long flight of stairs and the door swung open. It was Arthur, and from his appearance it was plain he had been in a fight. From a cut alongside his temple blood dripped. His shirt of mail had been pierced at the left shoulder and blood glistened redly there. Some had trickled down and lay in beads like rubies on the gleaming mail. His face was streaked with sweat and dirt and his hair lay in wet clumps, and he was breathing hard. "What happened?" Merlin asked quickly. Arthur let out a laugh and his eyes glowed fierce. "A band of varlets tried to ambush me on my way here. Had I not been in so great a hurry to keep my appointment with you, I'd have brought you some heads on Excalibur's point." He held up the great sword, and Wilbur turned faint at the sight of the gore along its blade. He put his hand over his mouth, and his eyes rolled upward. "Wipe that blade before this one perishes of fright," Merlin said quickly. Then he became solicitous. "Are you sore wounded?" "There were only 10, Arthur laughed. "They were too busy defending their lives to do me much harm. Now, where is that drink you invited me here for?" "It will take a while to prepare," Merlin said. He busied himself with a kettle and some jugs and powders. Wilbur was turning a pale green from fright. He had to think of something. Suddenly he turned to Arthur. "You won't like this drink," he whispered urgently. "It may even poison you." Arthur stared down at him. "Even so, I needs must drink it. I have given my word. A promise may not be broken." Merlin was coming toward them now, and Wilbur saw that the old man held in his hand an instrument which looked like a surgeon's scalpel. He let out a shriek of terror and would have run had his legs not been paralyzed. "What is this womanly fright?" Arthur asked, wrinkling his nose. "I need his right eye to make the elixir of caution," Merlin explained. He laid a claw on Wilbur's shoulder, and it was like the hand of doom. "Yow!" Wilbur howled. He began to babble. "You lied to me. You said you'd make me brave. False pretenses." He stopped abruptly. Merlin's hand had fallen from his shoulder. There was a sudden silence that grew thick and ominous. Looking up fearfully, Wilbur saw that Arthur had fixed Merlin with a hostile glare. "Did you so promise?" Arthur demanded. He stood straight and regal. "Answer me, and forget not I am your king." Merlin's hands made feeble and apologetic gestures. "What could I do?" he pleaded. "One like him is born seldom. I had searched the centuries, and there was no more time." He turned to Wilbur, and his face betrayed an apprehension that made Wilbur's hopes rise. Arthur did not act like he would stand for any promise breaking among his subjects. "Tell you what I could do," Merlin said. "I could put your eye back when I'm through with it. In fact, that's a promise." "Will that make him brave?" Arthur demanded. "Well..." Merlin hesitated. Arthur's fingers slid suggestively along the blade of his sword. "I'll look it up," the old man finished hurriedly. His hand dipped beneath his robe and came out with the ancient book. A long nailed finger ran through the pages. There was a pause, and then Merlin began to mumble. "Elixir of fortitude. 1 part eagle's heart, dried. 1 part lion's breath, distilled. 1 part essence of steel. His voice trailed off in a hum, then picked up again. "Simmer for 1 hour. Caution, must be finished before midnight." "Well?" Arthur said. "I've got everything except the last ingredient," Merlin said unhappily. Suddenly his face lit up. "We'd better hurry. There is only an hour and a half left." He scurried to a bottle which hung on the wall and brought it back to Wilbur. "Drink some quickly. You will feel no pain." When Wilbur had gulped some down, Merlin took the bottle and handed it to Arthur. "You too." Above their heads there was a rumbling and the pounding of hoofs in the courtyard. Quickly Merlin ran to the oak door and slammed it shut. He seemed to be expecting trouble. It turned out he was right again. More than one pair of feet was on the stone stairway. Loud voices shouted, "Open up!" Wilbur recognized one of the voices, and he groaned. Then bodies were hurled against the door. It held against the first assault, and against the second. The third time there was a splintering of wood. Wilbur held his breath. A hinge had torn loose. Once more there was the crash of armored bodies against the oak, and the door flew inward. Sir Kay was inside in a flash, and behind him came 5 more. The dark man's eyes lit on Wilbur. "So, varlet!" Kay bellowed hoarsely. "My suspicion was right. You are in the plot against me." Without waiting for a denial, he flung himself at Wilbur, and his sword swished through the air. How he managed it, Wilbur never knew, but he ducked in time. The flat of Kay's sword caught him a glancing blow on the head and knocked him off the stone bench. Then the great room was filled with the clash of steel as Arthur went into action. Out of eyes that were glassy, Wilbur saw him decapitate 2 men with a single stroke. Another fell dead before he could raise his shield. The other 2 fled with Kay's curses following them. Only Arthur's brother was left. "Yield," Arthur warned grimly. Kay's reply turned Wilbur's ears red. The 2 went at it. For a few minutes it was an even battle, and then suddenly both swords came together with a force that drew sparks. Kay was left with only a hilt in his hand. What happened next, Wilbur hardly knew. There was a clang as something bounced on the stone floor, and a great round object that looked like a helmet rolled past him. "Quickly now," Wilbur heard Merlin say. "There's barely the hour left to us." Wilbur could hear, but he could see nothing. There was a black veil over his eyes. Powerful arms lifted him and laid him on the stone bench. Then there was the sound of bottles being emptied into kettles. Wilbur heard feet approach him, but he was too sleepy to care. Something touched his eye, but he felt no pain. In his dazed state, time passed quickly for him. There was always the scuffling of Merlin's feet, and now and again the old man's creaky voice rose in weird incantations. Then something hot was pressed against Wilbur's lips. "Drink," Merlin said. Wilbur opened his mouth and felt a hot liquid gush down his throat. "I want my eye," Wilbur mumbled. "Don't worry," Merlin told him. "I'm getting it." He was taking his time about it, Wilbur thought. He could hear a great stirring going on. There were muffled curses and he heard something bouncing on the floor. "Darn stuff is so thick I can't tell them apart," Merlin was muttering. "Hurry," Arthur called. "The cock crows midnight." "I'm doing my best," Merlin said. He was breathing hard as he bent over Wilbur. There was a quick pressure against Wilbur's eye socket and Merlin grunted triumphantly. "There," the old man said. "I've kept my promise. Now I'm going to send you back where I found you, and good riddance. You've been nothing but trouble." Again something hot was poured down Wilbur's throat. It had a familiar taste, a sort of smoky flavor. Liquid fire coursed through his veins. He felt his body grow light and buoyant. He was floating. Then he was being sucked down into a black vortex and through a Stygian passage. The passage seemed endless, but it was not, and at the end was a tiny hole of light which grew steadily larger. Wilbur found himself on a sagging porch before a door that leaned on sprung hinges. His head ached, and raising his hand he ran it along his scalp until he found a large bump. He rolled his eyes upward as though to see where he had been hurt. All he saw was a jagged hole in the porch roof. At his feet was a chunk of plaster. It took a minute for the realization to filter through that he was standing on the porch of 136 West Erie Street. Wilbur recalled walking up the stairs. After that, everything was a blur. He scrutinized the door. There was no card bearing the name of A.J. Merlin. In fact, there was no card at all. "Hey, mister!" a boy's voice called. Wilbur turned around and saw a tattered urchin regarding him gravely. "Ain't nobody lived in that house for years," the boy said. "It's haunted." Wilbur shuddered, and at the same instant became aware of a peculiar phenomenon. He seemed to be seeing the boy through only one eye. The other was strangely blurred. Wilbur pulled out his handkerchief and wiped his right eye. His vision improved, but as he moved toward the head of the stairs he swayed slightly. "You get hurt or something?" the boy asked as Wilbur came toward him. Wilbur rubbed his head. "I'm all right," Wilbur told him. He said it partly to reassure himself. He looked at his wristwatch and found he had only 20 minutes to get back to work. That was puzzling. There was a lapse of time. Being a man of imagination, Wilbur reflected that if he had actually been in the past, he would not have used up any time in the present. On the other hand, it was more probable that he had been hit on the head by falling plaster and had incurred a slight lapse of consciousness, memory, or both. He was inclined to accept that explanation. At any rate, he was going to be late if he didn't hurry, and Pete Bellows would be mad as a hornet. Wilbur speeded up his pace. Then he slowed down again. If anyone should be angry, it was himself. He had missed his lunch. Riding up in the elevator, Wilbur checked his watch again and found he was only 5 minutes late. In his working life, that represented 2 lines of doggerel. It didn't seem like much to get excited about. But Pete Bellows didn't see it that way. "Mook!" he roared as Wilbur came through the door. "You're late!" If he had expected Wilbur to fall into his usual fit of trembling, he was disappointed. Wilbur was staring at him. "Your eye!" Wilbur gasped. Pete's left eye was swollen half shut and had a blue ring around it. "He walked into the door," Miss Burnett said. "Honest." Wilbur smiled at her. She was a very pretty girl. Too pretty to be working for a wolf like Pete Bellows. Wilbur had a notion to tell her so. "I said you're late, Mook," Pete told him ominously. "So what?" Wilbur asked quietly. "If you don't like it, you can fire me. In fact, considering that you find so much fault with my work, I'm surprised you haven't discharged me long ago. But I'll save you the trouble. I quit." Pete was staring at him as though Wilbur had gone mad. Maybe he had, Wilbur thought. Maybe Pete was going to get sore and punch him in the nose. It didn't seem to matter. "Not only that," Wilbur added, "I'm going into business for myself. How would you like to work for me, Miss Burnett?" "I think I'd like that just fine," she said. She took her purse out of a drawer in her desk and got her coat and put it on. Pete Bellows was a stricken man. For once he had nothing to say. His mouth dropped open and he leaned against his desk. Wait a minute, Wilbur, old pal," he managed to gasp finally. "Goodbye," was all Wilbur had to say. He held the door open carefully for Miss Burnett, then shut it behind them as carefully. Wilbur knew that he was outwardly calm. Inside he was filled with amazement at himself. Never had he thought to see the day when he would stand up to Pete Bellows. Now he had not only done it, he had got away with it. He took Miss Burnett's elbow. She was looking at him rather queerly, he thought. "What's the matter?" "I just noticed the strangest thing about you," she said. "You're the first person I've ever seen who had different colored eyes." Wilbur gasped. His knees felt weak, and out of the past he heard a creaky voice say, "I can't tell them apart." Now he understood that Arthur's right eye had been the last ingredient in the elixir of fortitude. Wilbur smiled. There was nothing to be angry about. He certainly hadn't got the worst of the bargain. His shoulders were squared as he helped Miss Burnett into the elevator car. "Let's go, Jean," Wilbur said.
End of The Eye of Wilbur Mook by H.B. Hickey. Recording by Karina Schultz.
By Catherine MacLean. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winston Tharp. Games by Catherine MacLean. Ronnie was playing by himself, which meant he was two tribes of Indians having a war. "Bang!" he muttered, firing an imaginary rifle. He decided that it was a time in history before the white people had sold the Indians any guns, and changed the rifle into a bow. "H'thunk!" he substituted, mimicking from an Indian film on TV the graphic sound of an arrow striking flesh. "Oof!" He folded down onto the grass, moaning, "Ooh!" and relaxing into defeat and death. "Want some chocolate milk, Ronnie?" asked his mother's voice from the kitchen. "No, thanks," he called back, climbing to his feet to be another man. "H'thunk! H'thunk!" he added to the flight of arrows as the best archer in the tribe. "Last arrow!" "Whiss!" he said, missing one enemy for realism. He addressed another battling brave. "Who has more arrows? They are coming too close. No time. I'll have to use my knife." He drew the imaginary knife, ducking an arrow as it shot close. Then he was the tribal chief standing somewhere else, and he saw that the warriors left alive were outnumbered. "We must retreat. We cannot leave our tribe without warriors to protect the women." Ronnie decided that the chief was heroically wounded, his voice wavering from weakness. He had been propping himself against a tree to appear unharmed, but now he moved so that his braves could see he was pinned to the trunk by an arrow and could not walk. They cried out. He said, "Leave me and escape, but remember—" No words came, just the feeling of being what he was, a dying old eagle, a chief of warriors, speaking to young warriors who would need advice of seasoned humor and moderation to carry them through their young battles. He had to finish the sentence, tell them something wise. Ronnie tried harder, pulling the feeling around him like a cloak of resignation and pride, leaning indifferently against the tree where the arrow had pinned him, hearing dimly in anticipation the sound of his aged voice, conquering weakness to speak wisely of what they needed to be told. They had many battles ahead of them, and the battles would be against odds, with so many dead already. They must watch and wait, be flexible and tenacious, determined and persistent, but not too rash, subtle and indirect, not cowardly, and above all, be patient with the triumph of the enemy and not maddened into suicidal direct attack. His stomach hurt with the arrow wound, and his braves waited to hear his words. He had to sum a part of his life's experience in words. Ronnie tried harder to build the scene realistically. Then suddenly it was real. He was the man. He was an old man, guide and adviser in an oblique battle against great odds. He was dying of something, and his stomach hurt with a knotted ache like hunger, and he was thirsty. He had refused to let the young men make the sacrifice of trying to rescue him. He was hostage in the jail and dying, because he would not surrender to the enemy nor cease to fight them. He smiled and said, "Remember to live like other men, but remember to remember." And then he was saying things that could not be put into words, complex feelings that were ways of taking bad situations that made them easier to smile at, and then sentences that were not sentences, but single alphabet letters pushing each other with signs, with a feeling of being connected like two halves of a swing, one side moving up when the other moved down, or like swings, or like cogs and pendulums inside a clock, only without the cogs, just with a push. It wasn't adding or multiplication, and it used letters instead of numbers, but Ronnie knew it was some kind of arithmetic. And he wasn't Ronnie. He was an old man, teaching young men, and the old man did not know about Ronnie. He thought, sadly, how little he would be able to convey to the young men, and he remembered more, trying to sum long memories and much living into a few direct thoughts. And Ronnie was the old man and himself, both at once. It was too intense. Part of Ronnie wanted to escape and be alone, and that part withdrew and wanted to play something. Ronnie sat in the grass and played with his toes like a much younger child. Part of Ronnie that was Dr. Revert Purcell sat on the edge of a prison cot, concentrating on secret, unpublished equations of biogenic stability, which he wanted to pass on to the responsible hands of young researchers in the concealed research chain. He was using the way of thinking which they had told him was the telepathic sending of ideas to anyone ready to receive. It was odd that he himself could never tell when he was sending. Probably a matter of age. They had started trying to teach him when he was already too old for anything so different. The water tap 4 feet away was dripping steadily, and it was hard for Purcell to concentrate, so intense was his thirst. He wondered if he could gather strength to walk that far. He was sitting up, and that was good, but the struggle to raise himself that far had left him dizzy and trembling. If he tried to stand, the effort would surely interrupt his transmitting of equations and all the data he had not sent yet. Would the man with the keys, who looked in the door twice a day, care whether Purcell died with dignity? He was the only audience, and his expression never changed when Purcell asked him to point out to the authorities that he was not being given anything to eat. It was funny to Purcell to find that he wanted the respect of any audience to his dying, even of a man without response who treated him as if he were already a corpse. Perhaps the man would respond if Purcell said, "I have changed my mind. I will tell." But if he said that, he would lose his own respect. At the biochemists' and the biophysicists' convention, the reporter had asked him if any of his researches could be applied to warfare. He had answered with no feeling of danger, knowing that what he did was common practice among research men, sure that it was an unchallengeable right. "Some of them can, but those I keep to myself." The reporter remained deadpan. "For instance?" "Well, I have to choose something that won't reveal how it's done now. But, for example, a way of cheaply mass-producing specific antitoxins against any germ. It sounds harmless if you don't think about it, but actually it would make germ warfare the most deadly and inexpensive weapon yet developed, for it would make it impossible to prevent the backspread of contagion into a country's own troops without much expense. There would be hell to pay if anyone ever let that out." Then he had added, trying to get the reporter to understand enough to change his cynical, unimpressed expression, "You understand, germs are cheap. There would be a new plague to spread every time some pipsqueak biologist mutated a new germ. It isn't even expensive or difficult, as atom bombs are." The headline was, "Scientist Refuses to Give Secretive Weapon to Government." Government men came and asked him if this was correct, and on having it confirmed, pointed out that he had an obligation. The research foundations where he had worked were subsidized by government money. He had been deferred from military service during his early years of study and work so he could become a scientist instead of having to fight or die on the battlefield. "This might be so," he had said. "I am making an attempt to serve mankind by doing as much good and as little damage as possible. If you don't mind, I'd rather use my own judgment about what constitutes service." The statement seemed too blunt the minute he had said it, and he recognized that it had implications that his judgment was superior to that of the government. It probably was the most antagonizing thing that could have been said, but he could see no other possible statement, for it represented precisely what he thought. There were bigger headlines about that interview, and when he stepped outside his building for lunch the next day, several small gangs of patriots arrived with a proclaimed purpose of persuading him to tell. They fought each other for the privilege. The police had rescued him after he had lost several front teeth and had one eye badly gouged. They then left him to the care of the prison doctor in protective custody. 2 days later, after having been questioned several times on his attitude toward revealing the parts of his research he had kept secret, he was transferred to a place that looked like a military jail and left alone. He was not told what his status was. When someone came and asked him questions about his attitude, Purcell felt quite sure that what they were doing to him was illegal. He stated that he was going on a hunger strike until he was allowed to have visitors and see a lawyer. The next time the dinner hour arrived, they gave him nothing to eat. There had been no food in the cell since, and that was probably 2 weeks ago. He was not sure just how long, for during part of the second week his memory had become garbled. He dimly remembered something that might have been delirium, which could have lasted more than 1 day. Perhaps the military who wanted the antitoxins for germ warfare were waiting quietly for him either to talk or die. Ronnie got up from the grass and went into the kitchen, stumbling in his walk like a beginning toddler. "Choc milk?" he said to his mother. She poured him some and teased gently. "What's the matter, Ronnie? Back to baby talk?" He looked at her with big solemn eyes and drank slowly, not answering. In the cell, somewhere distant, Dr. Purcell, famous biochemist, began waveringly trying to rise to his feet, unable to remember hunger as anything separate from him that could ever be ended, but weakly wanting a glass of water. Ronnie could not feed him with the chocolate milk. Even though this was another himself, the body that was drinking was not the one that was thirsty. He wandered out into the backyard again, carrying the glass. "Bang," he said deceptively, pointing with his hand in case his mother was looking. "Bang." Everything had to seem usual, he was sure of that. This was too big a thing and too private to tell a grown-up. On the way back from the sink, Dr. Purcell slipped and fell and hit his head against the edge of the iron cot. Ronnie felt the edge gashing through skin and into bone, and then a relaxing blankness inside his head, like falling asleep suddenly when they are telling you a fairy story while you want to stay awake to find out what happened next. "Bang," said Ronnie vaguely, pointing at a tree. "Bang." He was ashamed because he had fallen down in the cell and hurt his head and become just Ronnie again before he had finished sending out his equations. He tried to make believe he was alive again, but it didn't work. You could never make believe anything to a real good finish. They never ended neatly. There was always something unfinished, and something that would go right on after the end. It would have been nice if the jailers had come in and he had been able to say something noble to them before dying to show that he was brave. Bang, he said randomly, pointing his finger at his head, and then jerked his hand away as if it had burned him. He had become the wrong person that time. The feel of a bullet jolting the side of his head was startling and unpleasant, even if not real, and the flash of someone's vindictive anger and self-pity while pulling a trigger. My wife will be sorry she ever... He didn't like that kind of make-believe. It felt unsafe to do it without making up a story first. Ronnie decided to be Indian braves again. They weren't very real, and when they were, they had simple, straightforward emotions about courage and skill and pride and friendship that he would like. A man was leaning his arms on the fence watching him. Nice day. What's the matter, kid? Are you an Esper? Hello. Ronnie stood on one foot and watched him. Just making believe. I only want to play. They make it too serious, having all these troubles. Good countryside. The man gestured at the backyards, all opened in together with tangled bushes here and there to crouch behind, when other kids were there to play hide-and-seek, and with trees to climb. It can be the universe if you pick and choose who to be, and don't let wrong choices make you shut off from it. You can make yourself learn from this if you're strong enough. Who have you been? Ronnie stood on the other foot and scratched the back of his leg with his toes. He didn't want to remember. He always forgot right away, but this grown-up was confident and young and strong-looking and meant something when he talked, not like most grown-ups. I was playing Indian. I was an old chief, captured by enemies, trying to pass on to other warriors the wisdom of my life before I died. He made believe he was the chief a little to show the young man what he was talking about. Purcell. The man drew in his breath between his teeth and his face paled. He pulled back from reaching Ronnie with his feelings like holding his breath in. Good game. You can learn from him. Don't leave him shut off, I beg you. You can let him influence you without being pulled off your own course. He was a good man. You were honored, and I envy the man you will be if you contacted him on resonant similarities. The grown-up looked frightened. But you are too young. You'll block him out and lose him. Kids have to grow and learn at their own speed. Then he looked less afraid, but uncertain, and his thoughts struggled against each other. Their own speed, but there should be someone alive with Purcell's pattern and memories. We loved him. Kids should grow at their own speed, but how strong are you, Ronnie? Can you move ahead of the normal growth pattern? Grown-ups always want you to do something. Ronnie stared back, clenching his hands and moving his feet uneasily. The thoughts were open to him. Do you want to be the old chief again, Ronnie? Be him often, so you can learn to know what he knew? And feel as he felt? It will be a stiff dose for a kid. It will be rich and exciting, full of memories and skills, but hard to chew. I'm doing this for Purcell, Ronnie, not for you. You have to make up your own mind. That was a good game. Are you going to play it any more? His mother would not like it. She would feel the difference in him, as much as if he had read one of the books she kept away from him, books that were supposed to be for adults only. The difference would hurt her. He was being bad, like eating between meals, but to know what grown-ups knew. He tightened his fists and looked down at the grass. I'll play it some more. The young man smiled, still pale, and holding half his feelings back behind a dam. Then mesh with me a moment. Let me in. He was in with the thought, feeling Ronnie's confused consent, reassuring him by not thinking or looking around inside while sending out a single call. Purcell, Doc, that found the combination key to Ronnie's guarded yesterdays and last nights and 10 minutes ago. Ronnie, I'll set that door. Purcell's memory's open for you. You can't close it, but feel like this about it. And he planted in a strong set, questioning, cool, open, a feeling of absorbing without words. It will give information when you need it, like a dictionary. The grown-up straightened away from the fence, preparing to walk off. Behind a dam pressed grief and anger for the death of the man he called Purcell. And any time you want to be the old chief, at any age he lived, just make believe you are him. Grief and anger pressed more strongly against the dam, and the man turned and left rapidly, letting his thoughts flicker and scatter through private memories that Ronnie did not share, that no one shared, breaking thought contact with everyone so that the man could be alone in his own mind, to have his feelings in private. Ronnie picked up the empty glass that had held his chocolate milk from the back steps where he had left it and went inside. As he stepped into the kitchen, he knew what another kitchen had looked like for a 5-year-old child who had been Purcell 90 years ago. There had been an iron sink and a brown and green spotted faucet, and the glass had been heavier and transparent, like real glass. Ronnie reached up and put the colored plastic tumbler down. "That was a nice young man, dear. What did he say to you?" Ronnie looked up at his mamma, comparing her with the remembered mamma of 50 years ago. He loved the other one, too. "He told me he's glad I play Indian." End of Games by Catherine MacLean.
You Tomorrow by Helen Huber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. I'll Kill You Tomorrow by Helen Huber. Here there was only the night quiet of maternity, the silence of noiseless rubber heels on the hospital corridor floor, the faint brush of starched white skirts brushing through doorways into darkened and semi-darkened rooms. But there was something wrong with the silence in the basket room of maternity, the glass-walled room containing row on row, the tiny hopes of tomorrow. The curtain was drawn across the window through which, during visiting hours, peered the proud fathers who did the hoping. The nightlight was dim. The silence should not have been there. Laurie Kane, standing in the doorway, looked out over the rows of silent baskets and felt her blonde hair tighten at the roots. The tightening came from instinct, even before her brain had a chance to function, from the instincts and training of a registered nurse. 30-odd babies grouped in one room, and complete silence? Not a single whimper? Not one tiny cry of protest against the annoying phenomenon of birth? 30 babies dead? That was the thought that flashed unbidden into Laurie's pretty head. The absurdity of it followed swiftly, and Laurie moved on rubber soles between a line of baskets. She bent down and explored with practiced fingers. A warm, living bundle in a white basket. The feeling of relief was genuine. Relief, even from an absurdity, is a welcome thing. Laurie smiled and bent closer. Staring up at Laurie from the basket were 2 clear blue eyes. 2 eyes, steady and fixed in a round baby face. An immobile pink baby face housing 2 blue eyes that stared up into Laurie's with a quiet concentration that was chilling. Laurie said, "What's the matter with you?" She spoke in a whisper and was addressing herself. She had gone short on sleep lately, the only way really to get a few hours with Pete. Pete was an intern at General Hospital, and the kind of homely, grinning carrot top a girl like Laurie could put into dreams as the center of a satisfactory future. But all this didn't justify a case of jitters in the basket room. Laurie said, "Hi, short stuff," and lifted Baby Newcomb, male, out of his crib for a cuddling. Baby Newcomb didn't object. The blue eyes came closer. The week-old eyes with the 100-year-old look. Laurie laid the bundle over her shoulder and smiled into the dimness. "You want to be president, Shorty?" Laurie felt the warmth of a new life, felt the little body wriggle in snug contentment. "I wouldn't advise it. Tough job." Baby Newcomb twisted in his blanket. Laurie stiffened. Snug contentment? Laurie felt 2 tiny hands clutch and dig into her throat. Not just pawing baby hands, little fingers that reached and explored for the windpipe. She uncuddled the soft bundle and held it out. There were the eyes. She chilled. No imagination here. No specter from lack of sleep. Ancient murder hatred glowing in newborn eyes. "Careful, you fool, you'll drop this body." A thin piping voice, a shrill symphony in malevolence. Fear weakened Laurie. She found a chair and sat down. She held the boy baby in her hands. Training would not allow her to drop baby Newcomb. Even if she had fainted, she would not have let go. The shrill voice, "It was stupid of me, very stupid." Laurie was cold, sick, mute. "Very stupid. These hands are too fragile. There are no muscles in the arms. I couldn't have killed you. Please, Dreaming? No, I'm surprised at your surprise. You have a trained mind. You should have learned long ago to trust your senses." "I don't understand." "Don't look at the doorway. Nobody's coming in. Look at me. Give me a little attention and I'll explain." "Explain?" Laurie pulled her eyes down to the cherubic little face as she parroted dully. "I'll begin by reminding you that there are more things in existence than your obscene medical books tell you about." "Who are you? What are you?" "One of those things." "You're not a baby." "Of course not. I'm—" The beastly, brittle voice drifted into silence as though halted by an intruding thought. Then the thought voiced with a yearning at once pathetic and terrible, "It would be nice to kill you. Someday I will. Someday I'll kill you if I can find you." "Why? Why?" Insane words in an insane world, but life had not stopped even though madness had taken over. "Why?" The voice was matter-of-fact again. No more time for pleasant daydreams. "I'm something your books didn't tell you about. Naturally, you're bewildered. Did you ever hear of a bodiless entity?" Laurie shuddered in silence. "You've heard of bodiless entities, of course, but you denied their existence in your smug world of precise, tidy detail. I'm a bodiless entity. I'm one of a swarm. We come from a dimension your mind wouldn't accept, even if I explained it, so I'll save words. We of the swarm seek unfoldment, fulfillment, even as you in your stupid blind world. Do you want to hear more?" You're a fool, but I enjoy practicing with these new vocal cords, just as I enjoyed flexing the fingers and muscles. That's why I revealed myself. We are basically, of course, parasites. In the dimension where we exist in profusion, evolution has provided for us. There we seek out and move into a dimensional entity far more intelligent than yourself. We destroy it in a way you wouldn't understand, and it is not important that you should. In fact, I can't see what importance there is in your existing at all. You plan to kill all these babies? Let me congratulate you. You finally managed to voice an intelligent question. The answer is no. We aren't strong enough to kill them. We dwelt in a far more delicate dimension than this one, and all was in proportion. That was our difficulty when we came here. We could find no entities weak enough to take possession of, until we came upon this room full of infants. Then if you're helpless, what do we plan to do? That's quite simple. These material entities will grow. We will remain attached, ingrained, so to speak. When the body's enlarged sufficiently... 30 potential assassins. Laurie spoke again to herself, then hurled the words back into her own mind as her sickness deepened. The shrill chirping. What do you mean, potential? The word expresses a doubt. Here there is none. The entity's chuckles sounded like a baby, content over a full bottle. 30 certain assassins. But why must you kill? Laurie was sure the tiny shoulders shrugged. Why? I don't know. I never thought to wonder. Why must you join with a man and propagate someday? Why do you feel sorry for what you term an unfortunate? Explain your instincts and I'll explain mine. Laurie felt herself rising. Stiffly, she put baby Newcomb back into his basket. As she did so, a ripple of shrill, jerky laughter crackled through the room. Lori put her hands to her ears. You know I can't say anything. You'd keep quiet. They'd call me mad. Precisely. Malicious laughter, like driven sleet, cut into her ears as she fled from the room. Peter Larchmont, M.D., was smoking a quick cigarette by an open fire escape door on the 3rd floor. He turned as Lori came down the corridor, flipped his cigarette down into the alley, and grinned. Women shouldn't float on rubber heels, he said. A man should have warning. Lori came close. Kiss me hard. Pete kissed her, then held her away. You're trembling. Anticipation, pet? He looked into her face and the grin faded. Lori, what is it? Pete, I'm crazy. I've gone mad. Hold me. He could have laughed, but he had looked closely into her eyes, and he was a doctor. He didn't laugh. Tell me, just stand there. I'll hang on to you, and you tell me. The babies, they've gone mad. She clung to him. Not exactly that. Something's taken them over. Something terrible. Oh, Pete, nobody would believe me. I believe the end result, he said quietly. That's what I'm for, Angel. When you shake like this, I'll always believe. But I'll have to know more, and I'll hunt for an answer. There isn't any answer, Pete. I know. We'll still look. Tell me more first. There isn't any more. Her eyes widened as she stared into his with the shock of a new thought. Oh, Lord, one of them talked to me, but maybe he or it won't talk to you. Then you'll never know for sure. You'll think I'm... Stop it. Quit predicting what I'll do. Let's go to the nursery. They went to the nursery and stayed there for 3/4 of an hour. They left with the tinny laughter filling their minds, and the last words of the monstrous entity. We'll say no more, of course. Perhaps even this incident has been indiscreet, but it's in the form of a celebration. Never before has a whole swarm gotten through. Only a single entity on rare occasions. Pete leaned against the corridor wall and wiped his face with the sleeve of his jacket. We're the only ones who know, he said. Or will ever know. Lori pushed back a lock of his curly hair. She wanted to kiss him, but this didn't seem to be the place or the time. We can never tell anyone. We'd look foolish. We've got a horror on our hands and we can't pass it on. What are we going to do? Lori asked. I don't know. Let's recap a little. Got a cigarette? They went to the fire door and dragged long and deep on 2 from Lori's pack. They'll be quiet from now on. No more talking, just baby squalls. And 30 little assassins will go into 30 homes, Lori said. All dressed in soft pink and blue, all filled with hatred, waiting, biding their time, growing more clever. She shuddered. The electric chair will get them all eventually. But how many will they get in the meantime? Pete put his arms around her and drew her close and whispered into her ear. There's nothing we can do. Nothing. We've got to do something. Lori heard again the thin, brittle laughter following her, taunting her. It was a bad dream. It didn't happen. We'll just have to sleep it off. She put her cheek against his. The rising stubble of his beard scratched her face. She was grateful for the rough touch of solid reality. Pete said, The shock will wear out of our minds. Time will pass. After a while, we won't believe it ourselves. That's what I'm afraid of. It's got to be that way. We've got to do something. Pete lowered his arm wearily. Yeah, we've got to do something where there's nothing that can be done. What are we, miracle workers? We've got to do something. Sure, finish out the watch and then get some sleep. Lori awoke with the lowering sun in her window. It was a blood-red sun. She picked up the phone by her bedside. Room 307, residence extension. Pete answered drowsily. Lori said, Tell me, did I dream or did it really happen? I was going to ask you the same thing. I guess it happened. What are you doing? Lying in bed. So am I, but 2 different beds. Things are done all wrong. Want to take a chance and sneak over? I've got an illegal coffee pot. Leave the door unlocked. Laurie put on the coffee. She showered and got into her slip. She was brushing her hair when Pete came in. He looked at her and extended beckoning, clutching fingers. To hell with phantoms. Come here. After a couple of minutes, Laurie pulled away and poured the coffee. She reached for her uniform. Pete said, "Don't put it on yet. Too dangerous leaving it off." He eyed her dreamily. "I'll dredge up willpower. I'll also get scads of fat, rich clients. Then we'll get married so I can assault you legally." Laurie studied him. "You're not even listening to yourself. What is it, Pete? What have you dreamed up?" "Okay, I've got an idea. You said something would have to be done. What?" "A drastic cure for a drastic case, with maybe disaster as the end product." "Tell me." "I'll tell you a little, but not too much." "Why not all?" "Because if we ever land in court, I want you to be able to say under oath, 'He didn't tell me what he planned to do.'" "I don't like that." "I don't care if you like it or not. Tell me, what's the one basic thing that stands out in your mind about these entities? That they're fragile?" "Yes, fragile. Give me some more coffee." Laurie demanded to know what was in Pete's mind. All she got was kissed, and did not see Pete again until 11 o'clock that night. He found her in the corridor in maternity and motioned her toward the nursery. He carried a tray under a white towel. He said, "You watch the door. I'm going inside. I'll be about half an hour." "What are you going to do?" "You stay out here and mind your business. Your business will be to steer any nosy party away. If you can't, make noise coming in." Doc Pete turned away and entered the nursery. Laurie stood at the doorway, in the silence, under the brooding nightlight, and prayed. 25 minutes later, Pete came out. His face was white and drawn. He looked like a man who had lately had a preview of hell's inverted pleasures. His hands trembled. The towel still covered the tray. He said, "Watch them close. Don't move 10 steps from here." He started away, turned back. "All hell is scheduled to break loose in this hospital shortly. Let's hope God remains in charge." Laurie saw the sick dread of his heart underneath his words. It could have been a major scandal. An epidemic of measles on the maternity floor of a modern hospital indicates the unforgivable medical sin, carelessness. It was hushed up as much as possible, pending the time when the top people could shake off the shock and recover their wits. The ultimate recovery of 30 babies was a tribute to everyone concerned. Wan, done in, Doc Pete drank coffee in Laurie's room. Laurie gave him 3 lumps of sugar and said, "But are you sure the sickness killed the entities?" "Quite sure. Somehow they knew when I made the injections. They screamed. They knew they were done for." "It took courage. Tell me, why are you so strong, so brave? Why are you so wonderful?" "Cut it out. I was scared stiff. If one baby had died, I'd have gone through life weighing the cure against the end. It isn't easy to risk doing murder, however urgent the need." She leaned across and kissed him. "And you were all alone. You wouldn't let me help. Was that fair?" He grinned, then sobered. "But I can't help remembering what that invisible monster said. Never before has a whole swarm gotten through, only a single entity on rare occasions. I can't help wondering what happens to those single entities. I think of the newspaper headlines I've seen. Child kills parents in sleep. Youth slays father. I'll probably always wonder, and I'll always remember." Laurie got up and crossed to him and put her arms around him. "Not always," she whispered. "There will be times when I'll make you forget. For a little while, anyhow." End of I'll Kill You Tomorrow by Helen Huber. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
By Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Leech by Robert Sheckley. A visitor should be fed, but this one could eat you out of house and home, literally. The leech was waiting for food. For millennia it had been drifting across the vast emptiness of space. Without consciousness, it had spent the countless centuries in the void between the stars. It was unaware when it finally reached a sun. Life-giving radiation flared around the hard, dry spore. Gravitation tugged at it. A planet claimed it, with other stellar debris, and the leech fell, still dead-seeming within its tough spore case. One speck of dust among many, the winds blew it around the earth, played with it, and let it fall. On the ground it began to stir. Nourishment soaked in, permeating the spore case. It grew and fed. Frank Connors came up on the porch and coughed twice. "Say, pardon me, Professor," he said. The long, pale man didn't stir from the sagging couch. His horn-rimmed glasses were perched on his forehead, and he was snoring very gently. "I'm awful sorry to disturb you," Connors said, pushing back his battered felt hat. I know it's your restin' week and all, but there's something damned funny in the ditch." The pale man's left eyebrow twitched, but he showed no other sign of having heard. Frank Connors coughed again, holding his spade in one purple-veined hand. "Did you hear me, Professor?" "Of course I heard you," Micheals said in a muffled voice, his eyes still closed. "You found a pixie." A what?" Connors asked, squinting at Micheals. "A little man in a green suit. Feed him milk, Connors." No, sir. I think it's a rock." Micheals opened one eye and focused it in Connors' general direction. "I'm awfully sorry about it," Connors said. Professor Micheals' resting week was a 10-year-old custom, and his only eccentricity. All winter Micheals taught anthropology, worked on half a dozen committees, dabbled in physics and chemistry, and still found time to write a book a year. When summer came, he was tired. Arriving at his worked-out New York State farm, it was his invariable rule to do absolutely nothing for a week. He hired Frank Connors to cook for that week, and generally made himself useful while Professor Micheals slept. During the second week, Micheals would wander around, look at the trees and fish. By the third week, he would be getting a tan, reading, repairing the sheds, and climbing mountains. At the end of 4 weeks, he could hardly wait to get back to the city. But the resting week was sacred. "I really wouldn't bother you for anything small," Connors said apologetically. "But that damned rock melted 2 inches off my spade." Micheals opened both eyes and sat up. Connors held out the spade. The rounded end was sheared cleanly off. Micheals swung himself off the couch and slipped his feet into battered moccasins. "Let's see this wonder," he said. The object was lying in the ditch at the end of the front lawn, 3 feet from the main road. It was round, about the size of a truck tire, and solid through. It was about an inch thick, as far as he could tell, grayish black, and intricately veined. "Don't touch it," Connors warned. "I'm not going to. Let me have your spade." Micheals took the spade and prodded the object experimentally. It was completely unyielding. He held the spade to the surface for a moment, then withdrew it. Another inch was gone. Micheals frowned and pushed his glasses tighter against his nose. He held the spade against the rock with one hand, the other held close to the surface. More spade disappeared. "Doesn't seem to be generating heat," he said to Connors. "Did you notice any the first time?" Connors shook his head. Micheals picked up a clod of dirt and tossed it on the object. The dirt dissolved quickly, leaving no trace on the gray-black surface. A large stone followed the dirt and disappeared in the same way. "Isn't that just about the damnedest thing you ever saw, Professor?" Connors asked. "Yes," Micheals agreed, standing up again. "It just about is." He hefted the spade and brought it down smartly on the object. When it hit, he almost dropped the spade. He had been gripping the handle rigidly, braced for recoil, but the spade struck that unyielding surface and stayed. There was no perceptible give, but absolutely no recoil. "Whatcha think it is?" Connors asked. "It's no stone," Micheals said. He stepped back. "A leech drinks blood. This thing seems to be drinking dirt. And spades." He struck it a few more times experimentally. The two men looked at each other. On the road, half a dozen army trucks rolled past. "I'm going to phone the college and ask a physics man about it," Micheals said. "Or a biologist. I'd like to get rid of that thing before it spoils my lawn." They walked back to the house. Everything fed the leech. The wind added its modicum of kinetic energy, ruffling across the gray-black surface. Rain fell, and the force of each individual drop added to its store. The water was sucked in by the all-absorbing surface. The sunlight above it was absorbed and converted into mass for its body. Beneath it, the soil was consumed, dirt, stones, and branches broken down by the leech's complex cells and changed into energy. Energy was converted back into mass, and the leech grew. Slowly, the first flickers of consciousness began to return. Its first realization was of the impossible smallness of its body. It grew. When Micheals looked the next day, the leech was 8 feet across, sticking out into the road and up the side of the lawn. The following day it was almost 18 feet in diameter, shaped to fit the contour of the ditch, and covering most of the road. That day the sheriff drove up in his Model A, followed by half the town. "Is that your leech thing, Professor Micheals?" Sheriff Flynn asked. "That's it," Micheals said. He had spent the past days looking unsuccessfully for an acid that would dissolve the leech. "We gotta get it out of the road," Flynn said, walking truculently up to the leech. "Something like this, you can't let it block the road, Professor. The Army's gotta use this road." "I'm terribly sorry," Micheals said with a straight face. "Go right ahead, Sheriff, but be careful. It's hot." The leech wasn't hot, but it seemed the simplest explanation under the circumstances. Micheals watched with interest as the sheriff tried to shove a crowbar under it. He smiled to himself when it was removed with half a foot of its length gone. The sheriff wasn't so easily discouraged. He had come prepared for a stubborn piece of rock. He went to the rumble seat of his car and took out a blowtorch and a sledgehammer, ignited the torch, and focused it on one edge of the leech. After 5 minutes there was no change. The gray didn't turn red or even seem to heat up. Sheriff Flynn continued to bake it for 15 minutes. Then he called to one of the men. "Hit that spot with the sledge, Jerry." Jerry picked up the sledgehammer, motioned the sheriff back, and swung it over his head. He let out a howl as the hammer struck unyieldingly. There was a fraction of recoil. In the distance they heard the roar of an army convoy. "Now we'll get some action," Flynn said. Micheals wasn't so sure. He walked around the periphery of the leech, asking himself what kind of substance would react that way. The answer was easy. No substance. No known substance. The driver in the lead jeep held up his hand, and the long convoy ground to a halt. A hard, efficient-looking officer stepped out of the jeep. From the star on either shoulder, Micheals knew he was a brigadier general. "You can't block this road," the general said. He was a tall, spare man in suntans, with a sunburned face and cold eyes. "Please clear that thing away." "We can't move it," Micheals said. He told the general what had happened in the past few days. "It must be moved," the general said. This convoy must go through. He walked closer and looked at the leech. You say it can't be jacked up by a crowbar? A torch won't burn it? That's right, Michaels said, smiling faintly. Driver, the general said over his shoulder. Ride over it. Michaels started to protest, but stopped himself. The military mind would have to find out in its own way. The driver put his jeep in gear and shot forward, jumping the leech's 4-inch edge. The jeep got to the center of the leech and stopped. I didn't tell you to stop, the general bellowed. I didn't, sir, the driver protested. The jeep had been yanked to a stop and had stalled. The driver started it again, shifted to 4-wheel drive, and tried to ram forward. The jeep was fixed immovably, as though set in concrete. Pardon me, Michaels said. If you look, you can see that the tires are melting down. The general started, his hand creeping automatically toward his pistol belt. Then he shouted, Jump, driver! Don't touch that gray stuff! White-faced, the driver climbed to the hood of his jeep, looked around him, and jumped clear. There was complete silence as everyone watched the jeep. First its tires melted down, and then the rims. The body, resting on the gray surface, melted too. The aerial was the last to go. The general began to swear softly under his breath. He turned to the driver. Go back and have some men bring up hand grenades and dynamite. The driver ran back to the convoy. I don't know what you've got here, the general said, but it's not going to stop a U.S. Army convoy. Michaels wasn't so sure. The leech was nearly awake now, and its body was calling for more and more food. It dissolved the soil under it at a furious rate, filling it in with its own body flowing outward. A large object landed on it, and that became food also. Then, suddenly, a burst of energy against its surface, and then another, and another. It consumed them gratefully, converting them into mass. Little metal pellets struck it, and their kinetic energy was absorbed, their mass converted. More explosions took place, helping to fill the starving cells. It began to sense things, controlled combustion around it, vibrations of wind, mass movements. There was another greater explosion, a taste of real food. Greedily it ate, growing faster. It waited anxiously for more explosions, while its cells screamed for food. But no more came. It continued to feed on the soil and on the sun's energy. Night came, noticeable for its lesser energy possibilities, and then more days and nights. Vibrating objects continued to move around it. It ate and grew and flowed. Michael stood on a little hill, watching the dissolution of his house. The leech was several hundred yards across now, lapping at his front porch. Goodbye, home, Michaels thought, remembering the 10 summers he had spent there. The porch collapsed into the body of the leech. Bit by bit, the house crumpled. The leech looked like a field of lava now, a blasted spot on the green earth. Pardon me, sir, a soldier said, coming up behind him. General O'Donnell would like to see you. Right, Michaels said, and took his last look at the house. He followed the soldier through the barbed wire that had been set up in a half-mile circle around the leech. A company of soldiers was on guard around it, keeping back the reporters and the hundreds of curious people who had flocked to the scene. Michaels wondered why he was still allowed inside. Probably, he decided, because most of this was taking place on his land. The soldier brought him to a tent. Michaels stooped and went in. General O'Donnell, still in suntans, was seated at a small desk. He motioned Michaels to a chair. I've been put in charge of getting rid of this leech, he said to Michaels. Michaels nodded, not commenting on the advisability of giving a soldier a scientist's job. You're a professor, aren't you? Yes, anthropology. Good. Smoke? The general lighted Michaels' cigarette. I'd like you to stay around here in an advisory capacity. You were one of the first to see this leech. I'd appreciate your observations on," he smiled, "the enemy." "I'd be glad to," Michaels said. "However, I think this is more in the line of a physicist or a biochemist." "I don't want this place cluttered with scientists," General O'Donnell said, frowning at the tip of his cigarette. "Don't get me wrong. I have the greatest appreciation for science. I am, if I do say so, a scientific soldier. I'm always interested in the latest weapons. You can't fight any kind of a war anymore without science." O'Donnell's sunburned face grew firm. "But I can't have a team of longhairs poking around this thing for the next month holding me up. My job is to destroy it by any means in my power, and at once. I'm going to do just that." "I don't think you'll find it that easy," Michaels said. "That's what I want you for," O'Donnell said. "Tell me why, and I'll figure out a way of doing it." "Well, as far as I can figure out, the leech is an organic mass energy converter, and a frighteningly efficient one. I would guess that it has a double cycle. First, it converts mass into energy, then back into mass for its body. Second, energy is converted directly into the body mass. How this takes place, I do not know. The leech is not protoplasmic. It may not even be cellular." "So we need something big against it," O'Donnell interrupted. "Well, that's all right. I've got some big stuff here." "I don't think you understand me," Michaels said. "Perhaps I'm not phrasing this very well. The leech eats energy. It can consume the strength of any energy weapon you use against it." "What happens," O'Donnell asked, "if it keeps on eating?" "I have no idea what its growth limits are," Michaels said. "Its growth may be limited only by its food source." "You mean it could continue to grow, probably forever?" "It could possibly grow as long as it had something to feed on." "This is really a challenge," O'Donnell said. "That leech can't be totally impervious to force." "It seems to be. I suggest you get some physicists in here, some biologists, too. Have them figure out a way of nullifying it." The general put out his cigarette. "Professor, I cannot wait while scientists wrangle. There is an axiom of mine which I am going to tell you." He paused impressively. "Nothing is impervious to force. Muster enough force, and anything will give. Anything." "Professor," the general continued in a friendlier tone, "you shouldn't sell short the science you represent. We have massed under North Hill the greatest accumulation of energy and radioactive weapons ever assembled in one spot. Do you think your leech can stand the full force of them?" "I suppose it's possible to overload the thing," Michaels said doubtfully. He realized now why the general wanted him around. He supplied the trappings of science without the authority to override O'Donnell. "Come with me," General O'Donnell said cheerfully, getting up and holding back a flap of the tent. "We're going to crack that leech in half." After a long wait, rich food started to come in again, piped into one side of it. First there was only a little, and then more and more. Radiations, vibrations, explosions, solids, liquids, an amazing variety of edibles. It accepted them all. But the food was coming too slowly for the starving cells, for new cells were constantly adding their demands to the rest. The ever-hungry body screamed for more food, faster. Now that it had reached a fairly efficient size, it was fully awake. It puzzled over the energy impressions around it, locating the source of the new food massed in one spot. Effortlessly, it pushed itself into the air, flew a little way, and dropped on the food. Its super-efficient cells eagerly gulped the rich radioactive substances, but it did not ignore the lesser potentials of metal and clumps of carbohydrates. "The damned fools!" General O'Donnell said. "Why did they have to panic? You'd think they'd never been trained." He paced the ground outside his tent, now in a new location 3 miles back. The leech had grown to 2 miles in diameter. 3 farming communities had been evacuated. Michaels, standing beside the general, was still stupefied by the memory. The leech had accepted the massed power of the weapons for a while, and then its entire bulk had lifted in the air. The sun had been blotted out as it flew leisurely over North Hill and dropped. There should have been time for evacuation, but the frightened soldiers had been blind with fear. 67 men were lost in Operation Leech, and General O'Donnell asked permission to use atomic bombs. Washington sent a group of scientists to investigate the situation. "Haven't those experts decided yet?" O'Donnell asked, halting angrily in front of the tent. "They've been talking long enough." "It's a hard decision," Michaels said. Since he wasn't an official member of the investigating team, he had given his information and left. The physicists consider it a biological matter, and the biologists seem to think the chemists should have the answer. No one's an expert on this because it's never happened before. We just don't have the data. "It's a military problem," O'Donnell said harshly. "I'm not interested in what the thing is. I want to know what can destroy it. They'd better give me permission to use the bomb." Michaels had made his own calculations on that. It was impossible to say for sure, but taking a flying guess at the leech's mass energy absorption rate, figuring in its size and apparent capacity for growth, an atomic bomb might overload it if used soon enough. He estimated 3 days as the limit of usefulness. The leech was growing at a geometric rate. It could cover the United States in a few months. "For a week I've been asking permission to use the bomb," O'Donnell grumbled. "And I'll get it, but not until after those jackasses end their damn talking." He stopped pacing and turned to Michaels. "I am going to destroy the leech. I'm going to smash it if that's the last thing I do. It's more than a matter of security now. It's personal pride." That attitude might make great generals, Michaels thought, but it wasn't the way to consider this problem. It was anthropomorphic of O'Donnell to see the leech as an enemy. Even the identification "leech" was a humanizing factor. O'Donnell was dealing with it as he would any physical obstacle, as though the leech were the simple equivalent of a large army. But the leech was not human, not even of this planet. Perhaps it should be dealt with in its own terms. "Here come the bright boys now," O'Donnell said. From a nearby tent, a group of weary men emerged, led by Allison, a government biologist. "Well?" the general asked. "Have you figured out what it is?" "Just a minute. I'll hack off a sample," Allison said, glaring through red-rimmed eyes. "Have you figured out some scientific way of killing it?" "Oh, that wasn't too difficult," Moriarty, an atomic physicist, said wryly. "Wrap it in a perfect vacuum. That'll do the trick. Or blow it off the Earth with anti-gravity. But failing that," Allison said, "we suggest you use your atomic bombs, and use them fast." "Is that the opinion of your entire group?" O'Donnell asked, his eyes glittering. "Yes." The general hurried away. Michaels joined the scientists. "He should have called us in at the very first," Allison complained. "There's no time to consider anything but force now." "Have you come to any conclusions about the nature of the leech?" Michaels asked. "Only general ones," Moriarty said, "and they're about the same as yours. The leech is probably extraterrestrial in origin. It seems to have been in a spore stage until it landed on Earth." He paused to light a pipe. "Incidentally, we should be damned glad it didn't drop in an ocean. We'd have had the Earth eaten out from under us before we knew what we were looking for." They walked in silence for a few minutes. "As you mentioned, it's a perfect converter. It can transform mass into energy and energy into mass." Moriarty grinned. "Naturally, that's impossible, and I have figures to prove it." "I'm going to get a drink," Allison said. "Anyone coming?" "Best idea of the week," Michaels said. "I wonder how long it'll take O'Donnell to get permission to use the bomb." "If I know politics," Moriarty said, "too long." The findings of the government scientists were checked by other government scientists. That took a few days. Then Washington wanted to know if there wasn't some alternative to exploding an atomic bomb in the middle of New York State. It took a little time to convince them of the necessity. After that, people had to be evacuated, which took more time. Then orders were made out, and 5 atomic bombs were checked out of a cache. A patrol rocket was assigned, given orders, and put under General O'Donnell's command. This took a day more. Finally, the stubby scout rocket was winging its way over New York. From the air, the grayish-black spot was easy to find. Like a festering wound, it stretched between Lake Placid and Elizabethtown, covering Keene and Keene Valley, and lapping at the edges of Jay. The first bomb was released. It had been a long wait after the first rich food. The greater radiation of day was followed by the lesser energy of night many times, as the leech ate away the earth beneath it, absorbed the air around it, and grew. Then one day, an amazing burst of energy. Everything was food for the leech, but there was always the possibility of choking. The energy poured over it, drenched it, battered it, and the leech grew frantically, trying to contain the titanic dose. Still small, it quickly reached its overload limit. The strained cells, filled to satiation, were given more and more food. The strangling body built new cells at lightning speed, and it held. The energy was controlled, stimulating further growth. More cells took over the load, sucking in the food. The next doses were wonderfully palatable, easily handled. The leech overflowed its bounds, growing, eating, and growing. That was a taste of real food. The leech was as near ecstasy as it had ever been. It waited hopefully for more, but no more came. It went back to feeding on the earth. The energy used to produce more cells was soon dissipated. Soon it was hungry again. It would always be hungry. O'Donnell retreated with his demoralized men. They camped 10 miles from the leech's southern edge, in the evacuated town of Schroon Lake. The leech was over 60 miles in diameter now, and still growing fast. It lay sprawled over the Adirondack Mountains, completely blanketing everything from Saranac Lake to Port Henry, with one edge of it over Westport in Lake Champlain. Everyone within 200 miles of the leech was evacuated. General O'Donnell was given permission to use hydrogen bombs, contingent on the approval of his scientists. What have the bright boys decided? O'Donnell wanted to know. He and Michaels were in the living room of an evacuated Schroon Lake house. O'Donnell had made it his new command post. Why are they hedging? O'Donnell demanded impatiently. The leech has to be blown up quick. What are they fooling around for? They're afraid of a chain reaction, Michaels told him. A concentration of hydrogen bombs might set one up in the Earth's crust or in the atmosphere. It might do any of half a dozen things. Perhaps they'd like me to order a bayonet attack, O'Donnell said contemptuously. Michaels sighed and sat down in an armchair. He was convinced that the whole method was wrong. The government scientists were being rushed into a single line of inquiry. The pressure on them was so great that they didn't have a chance to consider any other approach but force, and the leech thrived on that. Michaels was certain that there were times when fighting fire with fire was not applicable. Fire. Loki, god of fire, and of trickery. No, there was no answer there. But Michael's mind was in mythology now, retreating from the unbearable present. Allison came in, followed by 6 other men. Well, Allison said, there's a damned good chance of splitting the Earth wide open if you use the number of bombs our figures show you need. You have to take chances in war, O'Donnell replied bluntly. Shall I go ahead? Michaels saw suddenly that O'Donnell didn't care if he did crack the Earth. The red-faced general only knew that he was going to set off the greatest explosion ever produced by the hand of man. Not so fast, Allison said. I'll let the others speak for themselves. The general contained himself with difficulty. Remember, he said, according to your own figures, the leech is growing at a rate of 20 feet an hour. And speeding up, Allison added. But this isn't a decision to be made in haste. Michaels found his mind wandering again. To the lightning bolts of Zeus, that was what they needed. Or the strength of Hercules. Or... He sat up suddenly. Gentlemen, I believe I can offer you a possible alternative, although it's a very dim one. They stared at him. Have you ever heard of Antaeus? He asked. The more the leech ate, the faster it grew, and the hungrier it became. Although its birth was forgotten, it did remember a long way back. It had eaten a planet in that ancient past, grown tremendous, ravenous. It had made the journey to a nearby star and eaten that, replenishing the cells converted into energy for the trip. But then there was no more food, and the next star was an enormous distance away. It set out on the journey, but long before it reached the food, its energy ran out. Mass converted back to energy to make the trip was used up. It shrank. Finally, all the energy was gone. It was a spore, drifting aimlessly, lifelessly in space. That was the first time, or was it? It thought it could remember back to a distant, misty time when the universe was evenly covered with stars. It had eaten through them, cutting away whole sections, growing, swelling, and the stars had swung off in terror, forming galaxies and constellations. Or was that a dream? Methodically it fed on the Earth, wondering where the rich food was, and then it was back again, but this time above the leech. It waited, but the tantalizing food remained out of reach. It was able to sense how rich and pure the food was. Why didn't it fall? For a long time the leech waited, but the food stayed out of reach. At last it lifted and followed. The food retreated up from the surface of the planet. The leech went after as quickly as its bulk would allow. The rich food fled out into space, and the leech followed. Beyond it could sense an even richer source. The hot, wonderful food of a sun. O'Donnell served champagne for the scientists in the control room. Official dinners would follow, but this was the victory celebration. A toast, the general said, standing. The men raised their glasses. The only man not drinking was a lieutenant sitting in front of the control board that guided the drone spaceship. To Michaels, for thinking of... What was it again, Michaels? Antaeus. Michaels had been drinking champagne steadily, but he didn't feel elated. Antaeus, born of Ge, the earth, and Poseidon, the sea, the invincible wrestler. Each time Hercules threw him to the ground, he arose refreshed, until Hercules held him in the air. Moriarty was muttering to himself, figuring with slide rule, pencil, and paper. Allenson was drinking, but he didn't look too happy about it. Come on, you birds of evil omen, O'Donnell said, pouring more champagne. Figure it out later. Right now, drink. He turned to the operator. How's it going? Michael's analogy had been applied to a spaceship. The ship, operated by remote control, was filled with pure radioactives. It hovered over the leech until, rising to the bait, it had followed. Antaeus had left his mother, the Earth, and was losing his strength in the air. The operator was allowing the spaceship to run fast enough to keep out of the leech's grasp, but close enough to keep it coming. The spaceship and the leech were on a collision course with the sun. Fine, sir, the operator said. It's inside the orbit of Mercury now. Men, the general said, I swore to destroy that thing. This isn't exactly the way I wanted to do it. I figured on a more personal way, but the important thing is the destruction. You will all witness it. Destruction is at times a sacred mission. This is such a time. Men, I feel wonderful. Turn the spaceship. It was Moriarty who had spoken. His face was white. Turn the damn thing. He shoved his figures at them. They were easy to read. The growth rate of the leech, the energy consumption rate estimated, its speed in space a constant. The energy it would receive from the sun as it approached, an exponential curve. Its energy absorption rate, figured in terms of growth, expressed as a hyped-up discontinuous progression. The result? "It'll consume the sun," Moriarty said, very quietly. The control room turned into bedlam. 6 of them tried to explain it to O'Donnell at the same time. Then Moriarty tried, and finally Allison. "Its rate of growth is so great and its speed so slow, and it will get so much energy that the leech will be able to consume the sun by the time it gets there, or at least to live off it until it can consume it." O'Donnell didn't bother to understand. He turned to the operator. "Turn it," he said. They all hovered over the radar screen, waiting. The food turned out of the leech's path and streaked away. Ahead was a tremendous source, but still a long way off. The leech hesitated. Its cells, recklessly expending energy, shouted for a decision. The food slowed, tantalizingly near. The closer source, or the greater? The leech's body wanted food now. It started after it, away from the sun. The sun would come next. "Pull it out at right angles to the plane of the solar system," Allenson said. The operator touched the controls. On the radar screen, they saw a blob pursuing a dot. It had turned. Relief washed over them. It had been close. "In what portion of the sky would the leech be?" O'Donnell asked, his face expressionless. "Come outside. I believe I can show you," an astronomer said. They walked to the door. "Somewhere in that section," the astronomer said, pointing. "Fine. All right, soldier," O'Donnell told the operator. "Carry out your orders." The scientists gasped in unison. The operator manipulated the controls, and the blob began to overtake the dot. Michaels started across the room. "Stop," the general said, and his strong, commanding voice stopped Michaels. "I know what I'm doing. I had that ship especially built." The blob overtook the dot on the radar screen. "I told you this was a personal matter," O'Donnell said. "I swore to destroy that leech. We can never have any security while it lives." He smiled. "Shall we look at the sky?" The general strolled to the door, followed by the scientists. "Push the button, soldier." The operator did. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the sky lit up. A bright star hung in space. Its brilliance filled the night, grew, and started to fade. "What did you do?" Michaels gasped. "That rocket was built around a hydrogen bomb," O'Donnell said, his strong face triumphant. "I set it off at the contact moment." He called to the operator again. "Is there anything showing on the radar?" "Not a speck, sir." "Men," the general said, "I have met the enemy, and he is mine. Let's have some more champagne." But Michaels found that he was suddenly ill. It had been shrinking from the expenditure of energy when the great explosion came. No thought of containing it. The leech's cells held for the barest fraction of a second, and then spontaneously overloaded. The leech was smashed, broken up, destroyed. It was split into 1,000 particles, and the particles were split 1,000,000 times more. The particles were thrown out on the wave front of the explosion, and they split further, spontaneously, into spores. The spores closed into dry, hard, seemingly lifeless specks of dust. Billions of them. Scattered, drifting, unconscious. They floated in the emptiness of space. Billions of them, waiting to be fed. End of The Leech by Robert Sheckley.
By Charles A. Stearns. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. The Marooner by Charles A. Stearns. Steadily they smashed the Mensuret battlements, in blackness beyond night, and darkness without stars. Yet Mr. Wordsley, the engineer, who was slight, balding, and ingenious, was able to watch the firmament from his engine room as it drifted from bow to beam to Racas End. This was by virtue of banked rows of photon collectors which he had invented and installed in the nose of the ship. And Mr. Wordsley, at 3 minutes of the hour of 4, tuned in a white new star of eye-blinking magnitude and surpassing brilliance. Discovering new stars was a kind of perpetual game with Mr. Wordsley. Perhaps more than a game. "I wish I may, I wish I might," Mr. Wordsley said. The fiddly hatch clanged. DeCastros, that gross, terrifying clown of a man, clumped down the ladder from the bridge to defeat the enchantment of the moment. DeCastros held sway. He was captain. He did not want Mr. Wordsley to forget that he was captain. The worst of Captain DeCastros was that he had moods. Just now he was being a sly leprechaun, if one can imagine a double-chinned 300-pound leprechaun. He came over and dug his fingers into Mr. Wordsley's shoulder, a racking pain in the trapezius muscle. "The eartholators are plugged," he said gently. "The vilines are giving out a horrible stink." "I'll attend to it right away," Mr. Wordsley said, wincing a little as he wriggled free. "Tish, tish," DeCastros said. "Can anyone really be so asthenic as you seem, Mr. Wordsley?" "No, sir," Mr. Wordsley said, uncertain of his meaning. The captain winked. "Yet there was that ruffled shirt that I found in the laundromat last week. It was not my shirt. There are only 2 of us on board, Mr. Wordsley." "It was my shirt," Mr. Wordsley said, turning crimson. "I bought it on Vega 4. I didn't know. That is, they wear them like that on Vega 4. "Yes, they do," DeCastros said. Well, perhaps you are only a poet, Mr. Wordsley. But should you happen to be, well, maggoty, you positively do not have to tell me. No doubt we both have our secrets, naturally." "I haven't," Mr. Wordsley said desperately. "No? Then you certainly will not mind that I am recommending an ab test for you when we get home." Mr. Wordsley's heart stopped beating for several seconds. He searched Captain DeCastro's face for a sign that he might be fooling. He was not. He looked too pleasant. Mr. Wordsley had always managed to pass the aberrations test by the skin of his teeth, but he was sure that, like most spiritual geniuses, he was sensitively balanced, and that the power and seniority of a man like DeCastros must influence the Board of Examination. "You might be decommed, or even committed to an institution. We wouldn't want that to happen, would we, Mr. Wordsley?" "Why are you doing this to me?" Mr. Wordsley asked stricken. "To tell the truth, I do not propose to have any more of my voyages blighted with your moon-calfing, daydreaming, and letting the eartholators stink up the bridge. Besides," Captain DeCastros patted his shoulder almost affectionately, "besides, I can't stand you, Mr. Wordsley." Mr. Wordsley nodded. He went over to the screen that was like a window of blessed outer night and sank down on his knees before it. "Have the wish I wish tonight." "Aha!" Castro exclaimed with sudden ice frozen around the rim of his voice. "What have we here?" "A new nova," Mr. Wordsley answered sullenly. "It is common knowledge that no engineer can tell a nova from the DR blast of an Iphonian freighter. Let me see it." He shoved Mr. Wordsley out of the way and examined the screen intently. "You fool," he said at last. "That's a planet. It is Avis Solis." Now the name of Avis Solis tingled in Mr. Wordsley's unreliable memory, but it would not advance to be recognized. What planet so bright and yet so remote from any star by angular measurement? "Turn it off," DeCastros ordered. Mr. Wordsley turned on him in a sudden fury. "It's mine!" he cried. "I found it! Go back to your bridge!" Then, aghast at what he had said, he clapped his hand over his mouth. "Dear me," said Captain DeCastros silkily. Suddenly he seemed to go quite berserk. He snatched a pile bar from its rack and swung it at the screen. The outer panel shattered. The screen went dead. Mr. Wordsley grabbed at the bar and got hold of it at the expense of a broken finger. They strained and tugged. The slippery cadmium finally eluded both of them, bounded over the railing into the pit, struck a nom plate far below, and was witheringly consumed in a flash of blue flame. Then they were down and rolling over and over, clawing and gouging, until Captain DeCastros inevitably emerged up on top. Mr. Wordsley's eyes protruded from that unbearable weight, and he wished that there was no such thing as artificial gravity. He struggled vainly. A bit of broken glass crunched beneath his writhing heel. He went limp and began to sob. It was not a very manly thing to do, but Mr. Wordsley was exercising his poetic license. "Now then," said DeCastros, jouncing up and down a bit, "I trust that you have come to understand who is master of this ship, Mr. Wordsley?" His addressee continued to weep silently. After a while it occurred to Captain DeCastros that what he was doing was expressly forbidden in the Rules of the Way, Section 90-G, and might in fact get him into a peck of trouble. So he got up, helped Mr. Wordsley to his feet, and began to brush him off. In a kindly voice he said, "You must have heard of Avis Solis." "I don't seem to remember it," Mr. Wordsley said. "It's a solitaire. One of those planets which depend upon dark, dwarf satellite suns for heat, you know. It is almost always in eclipse, and I, for one, have always been glad of it." "Why is that?" said Mr. Wordsley, not really caring. His chest was giving him considerable pain. "Because it holds the darkest of memories for me. I lost a brother on Avis Solis. Perhaps you've heard of him? Malmsworth DeCastros? He was quite famous for certain geological discoveries on Titan at one time." "I don't think so." "You need not be sorry. The wretch was a murderer, and a bad sport as well. I need not append that my brother and I were as unlike as night and day, though there is no night and day proper upon Avis Solis, of course. I imagine you would like to hear the story. Then you will undoubtedly understand how it is that I was so upset a moment ago by the sight of Avis Solis, and forgive me." Mr. Wordsley nodded, a bird-like, snake-charmed nod. Avis Solis is a planet absolutely unique, at least in this galaxy. In addition to being a solitaire, its surface is almost solidly covered, to a depth of several meters, with light-gathering layers of crystal which give it the brilliant astral glow that you saw just now. Its satellite suns contribute hardly any light at all. It contains ample oxygen in its atmosphere, but hardly any water, and so is practically barren. An ill-advised mineralogical expedition brought us to Avis Solis. "Us?" Mr. Wordsley asked. "There were 6 of us, 5 men and a woman. A woman fine and loyal and beautiful, with the body of a consummate goddess and the face of a tolerant angel. I was astrological surveyor and party chief. I didn't know that you were once a surveyor. It was 17 years ago, and none of your business besides." "What happened then?" "Briefly, we were prospecting for ragnite, which was in demand at the time. We had already given up hopes of finding 1 gram of that mineral, but decided to make a last foray before blasting off. My brother, Malmsworth, stayed at our base camp. Poor Jenny, that was her name, remained behind to care for Malmsworth's lame ankle." Captain DeCastros was lost for several minutes in a bleak and desolate valley of introspection wherein Mr. Wordsley dared not intrude. There was a certain grandeur about his great dark visage, his falciform nose, and meaty jowls as he stood there. Mr. Wordsley began to fidget and clear his throat. DeCastros glared at him. "They were gone when we returned. Gone, I tell you. She to her death. Malmsworth, well, we found him 3 hours later, in the great rift which bisects the massive plateau that is the most outstanding feature of the regular surface of Avis Solis. At the end of this rift there is a natural cave that opens into the sheer wall of the plateau. Within it is a bottomless chasm. It was here that we found certain of Jenny's garments, but of Jenny, naturally, there was no trace. He had seen to that." "Terrible," Mr. Wordsley said. DeCastros smiled reminiscently. "He fled, but we caught him. He really had a lame ankle, you know." The mice of apprehension scampered up and down Mr. Wordsley's spine. "You killed him." It was a statement of certainty. "No, indeed. That would have been too easy. We left him there with one portable water maker and all of that unpalatable but nourishing fungus which thrives upon Avis Solis that he could eat. I have no doubt that he lived until madness reduced his ability to feed himself." That was drastic, Mr. Wordsley felt called upon to say. Perhaps it occurred to you later on that, in charity to your brother, the woman might not have been altogether blameless? For a moment he thought that Captain DeCastros was about to strike him again. He did not. Instead, he spat at Mr. Wordsley. He had the speed of a cobra. There was not time to get out of the way. Mr. Wordsley employed a handkerchief on his face. "She was my wife, you know, Mr. Wordsley," Captain DeCastros said pleasantly. At 19 over 4, the contamination buzzers sounded their dread warning. Mr. Wordsley got the alarm first. He had been furtively repairing the view screen and thinking dark thoughts the while. There was sick dread for him in the contemplation of the future, for after this last unfortunate blunder, DeCastros would be certain to keep his promise and have him examined. This might very well be his last voyage, and Mr. Wordsley had known for quite a long time that he could not live anywhere except out here in the void. Only in space, where the stars were like diamonds. Not in the light of swirling, angry red suns. Not upon the surface of any planet, so drab when you drew too near. Only in the sterile purity of remote space, where he could maintain and nourish the essential purity of his daydreams. But of course one could not explain this to the Board of Examiners. Least of all to Captain DeCastros. Moreover, he was afraid that Avis Solis, which he had been permitted to behold for only a few seconds, would be out of range before he got the scanner to working again. The aspect of this magnificent gem diminishing forever into the limitless night brought a lump to his throat. But then, at last, the screen came alive once more, and there it loomed, more brilliant than ever, now so huge that it filled the screen. And it had not become drab, neither gray, green, or brown. No, it was cake frosting, and icicles, and raindrops against the sun, and all of the bright, unattainable Christmas tree ornaments of his childhood. So rapt was he that he scarcely heard the alarm, yet he responded automatically to the sound that now sent him scrambling into his exposure suit. He fitted one barium-protected oxy-tank to his helmet and tucked another one under his arm for Captain DeCastros. This was superfluous, for DeCastros not only had donned his rig, he had managed to recall to memory a few dozen vile, degrading swear words gleaned from the sin pits of Meron to hurl at Mr. Wordsley. No one could have helped it, really. Ships under the drive are insulated from contamination clouds and everything else in normal space. The substance polluting the ventilation system, therefore, must have been trapped within their field since Vega. Now it had entered the ship through some infinitesimal opening in the hull. It was the engineer's job to find the break. It was not easy, especially with DeCastros breathing down one's neck. Mr. Wordsley began to perspire heavily, and the moisture ran down and puddled in his boots. An hour passed that was like an age. The prognosis became known and was not reassuring. This was one of the toxic space viruses, dormant at absolute zero, but active under shipboard conditions. A species, in fact, of the dread oxygen-eating Dryorus, which multiplies with explosive rapidity and kills upon penetration of the human respiratory system. Because of the leak in the hull, the decontaminators could not even hold their own. Mr. Wordsley shuddered to note that ominous, rust-colored cobwebs, countless trillions of Dryori, already festooned the stringers of the hull. Another precious hour was taken from them. Mr. Wordsley emerged wearily from the last inspection hole. "Well?" DeCastros snapped. "Well?" His face was greenish from the effects of the special contamination-resistant mixture that they were breathing. "I found the leak," Mr. Wordsley said. "Did you fix it?" It was one of the irmium alloy plugs in the outer hull beneath the pile. They were originally placed there, I believe, for the installation of a radiation tester. The plug is missing, and I'm sorry to say that we have no extras. Anything other than irmium would melt at once, of course. "We have less than 8 hours of pure air in the tanks," DeCastros said. "Have you thought of that, you rattlehead?" "Yes, sir," Mr. Wordsley said. "And if I might be allowed to speculate, Captain, I would say that we are finished. unless we can make a planet fall. Only then would I be able to remove the lower port tube, weld the cavity, seal the ship, and fumigate. We're 4 weeks from the nearest star, Fomalhaut. You know that as well as I do." "I was thinking," said Mr. Wordsley, with a sudden suffused glow in his cheeks, "of Avis Solis." Mr. Wordsley shut his eyes as they were going down, because he wanted to open them and surprise himself at the moment of landing. But the cold white glare was more intense than he had expected, and he had to shut them again and turn on the polarizer. He buckled on his tools and the carbo torch and went down the ladder. He dropped at once to his knees, not because of the gravity, which was not bad, but because of a compulsion to get his face as near to the surface of Avis Solis as possible. It was even lovelier than when seen from space. He trod upon a sea of diamonds. 1,000,000 tiny winkings and scintillations emanated from each crystal. 1,000,000 crystals lay beneath the sole of his boot. He would rather not have stepped on them, but it could not be helped. They were everywhere. Mr. Wordsley gloated. DeCastros dropped like a huge slug from the ladder behind him. "What are you doing?" he said. "Picnicking?" "I was tying my shoe," Mr. Wordsley said, and got to work with an alacrity that was wholly false. The dark sun satellites rose by 2s and 3s over the horizon, felt rather than clearly seen. There was a dry wind that blew from the glittering wasteland and whistled around the base of the rockets as Mr. Wordsley labored on and on. Captain DeCastros had withdrawn to a level outcropping of igneous rock and sat staring at the nothing where the greenish-black sky met the pale gray horizon. The tube was loosened on its shackles and presently fell with a tinkling sound upon the surface of Avis Solis. The opening was sealed and welded. Mr. Wordsley was practically finished, but he did not hurry. Instead, he went around to the opposite side of the ship on a pretense of inspection and sat down where DeCastros could not see him. For a while he stared at the many-faceted depths of the crystals. Then he leaned over and touched them with his lips. They were smooth and exciting. They cut his lip. But he had the distinct feeling that there was something wrong with this idol. It seemed to him that he was being spied upon. He sneaked a furtive glance behind him. DeCastros was still sitting where he had been, with his back to him. Mr. Wordsley slowly lifted his gaze to the plateau of shimmering glass that was before him. At its rim, 100 feet above him, a silent figure stood gazing down upon him. A man even 6 feet tall might easily have frightened Mr. Wordsley into a nervous breakdown by staring at him with that gaunt, hollow-eyed stare. But this creature, though manlike, was fully 50 feet tall, incredibly elongated, and stark naked. Its hair was long and matted, its cheeks sunken, its lips pulled back in an expression which might have been anything from a smile to a cannibalistic snarl. Mr. Wordsley cried out. Captain DeCastros heard and came running across the intervening distance with swiftness incredible in one of his bulk at this gravity. His Blizzer was out. It was one of the very latest models of Blizzers, very destructive. Mr. Wordsley had always been afraid to touch it. He fired, and part of the plateau beneath the Titan's feet fell away in a sparkling shower. The creature vanished. DeCastros was red-faced and wheezing. "That was Malmsworth," he said. "Now how the devil do you suppose he managed to stick it out all these years?" "If that was Malmsworth," Mr. Wordsley said, "he must be a very tall man. That was merely dimensional mirage. Come along. We'll have to hurry if we catch him." "Why do we want to catch him?" Mr. Wordsley said. Captain DeCastros made a sound of sober surprise, even of pious wonder. "Malmsworth is my only brother," he said. Mr. Wordsley wanted to say, "Yes, but you shot at him." He did not, because there was no time. He had to hurry to catch up with DeCastros, who was even now scrambling up the steep slope. From the rim they could see Malmsworth out there on the flat. He was making good time, but Captain DeCastros proceeded to demonstrate that he was no mean hiker himself. Mr. Wordsley's side began to hurt, and his breath came with difficulty. He might have died if he had not feared to incur DeCastros' anger. At times the naked man was a broad, flat monster upon that shimmering tableland. Again he seemed almost invisible, then gigantic and tenuous. Presently he disappeared altogether. "Oh ho!" DeCastros said. If I am not mistaken, old Malmsworth has holed up in that very same rift where he caught him at his dirty business 17 years ago. He's as mad as a Martian, you can lay to that. He'd have to be. The rift, when they arrived at its upper reaches, was cool and shadowy. In its depths nothing sparkled. It was ordinary limestone. The walls were covered with a dull yellow moss, except for great raw wounds where it had been torn off. That's Malmsworth's work, Captain DeCastro said. In 17 years, Mr. Wordsley, one will consume a lot of moss, I dare say. Shall we descend? The rift had reached its depth quite gradually, so that Mr. Wordsley scarcely realized they were going down until the surface glare was suddenly gone, and the green wall gloom surrounded them. It might have been a pleasant place, but Mr. Wordsley did not like it. Captain DeCastros was taking his time now, resting frequently. There was not the slightest chance of Malmsworth's getting away, for at the other end of the rift lay the cave and the abyss containing at least one ghost of Malmsworth's terrible past. But though it might seem drab after the plateau and the plain, the rift had its points of interest. Along the walls everywhere, as high as a tall man might reach, the moss had been torn or scraped from the surface. There was no second growth. Every quarter of a mile or so they came upon the former campsites of the castaway, each marked by a flat-topped cairn of small stones, 3 or 4 feet in height. DeCastros was at a loss to explain this. Mr. Wordsley supposed that it was one of the marks of a diseased mind. Not that he actually understood the workings of a diseased mind. Privately, he suspected that DeCastros was a little mad. Certainly he was subject to violent, unreasonable tempers which could not be explained. The unfortunate strain might have cropped up more strongly in his brother. Might not these walls have rung with lunatic screams after months and years of hollow-eyed watching for the ship that never came? It might have been different, of course, had Malmsworth been able to appreciate the aesthetic values of life, as Mr. Wordsley did. But doubtless these lovely miles and miles of crystalline oceans had been but a desert to the castaway. Eventually the rift widened a little, and they came to a dead end, beyond which lay the cave. It must have been formed ages ago by trickling waters before Avis Solis lost its clouds and rivers. Here they found the last of the cairns, and the answer to their construction. The water maker, which the expedition had left with Malmsworth 17 years ago, rested upon this neat platform, and below it a delicate basin, 18 inches or so in depth, had been constructed of stones and chinked with moss, fit monument for the god Machine. It was filled with water, and quite obviously a bathtub. Captain DeCastro sneered. This proved beyond doubt that Malmsworth was mad, for in the old days he had been the very last to care about his bath. In fact, DeCastro said, Malmsworth occasionally stank. This was probably not true, but it seemed curious nonetheless. Captain DeCastro set to work kicking the tub to pieces. He kicked so hard that one stone whistled past the head of Mr. Wordsley, who ducked handily. Soon the basin lay in rubble, and the water maker, its supports, collapsed, listed heavily to the right. He must be in the cave, Captain DeCastro said. He cupped his hands to his mouth. Come out, Malmsworth. We know you're in there. But there was no answer, and Malmsworth did not come out. So Captain DeCastros, blizzer in hand, went in, with Mr. Wordsley following at a cautious interval. Presently they stood upon the edge of something black and yawning, but there was still no sign of the exile, who seemed, like Elijah, to have been called directly to his Maker without residue. Beyond the gulf, however, Mr. Wordsley had glimpsed a ragged aperture filled with the purest light. It seemed inconceivable to him, attracted as he has always been by radiance, that this should be inaccessible. Accordingly, he lay down upon his belly and stretched his hand as far down as he could reach. His fingers brushed a level surface, which appeared to extend outwards for 2 or 3 feet. Gingerly he lowered himself to this ledge, and began to feel his way along the wall. Nor was he greatly surprised, for hardly anything surprised Mr. Wordsley any more, that it neatly circumnavigated the pit and deposited him safely upon the other side, where he quickly groped toward the mouth of the cavern and stood gazing out upon a scene that was breathtaking. From this vantage the easily accessible slope led to the foot of the plateau. Beyond lay the grandeur of Avis Solis. Captain DeCastros was soon beside him, "A very clever trick, that ledge," he said. "Malmsworth thinks to elude us, but he never shall, eh, Mr. Wordsley?" There were tears of frustration in his eyes. It embarrassed Mr. Wordsley, who could only point to the pall of gleaming dust where their ship had lain, and to the silver needle which glinted for a moment in the sky and was gone. "Malmsworth would not do that to me," Captain DeCastro said. But he had. "We may be here quite a long while," Mr. Wordsley said, and could not contrive to sound downhearted about it. But Captain DeCastros had already turned away and was feeling his way back along the ledge. Mr. Wordsley waited just a moment longer. Then he took from his pocket a heavy object and dropped it upon the slope, and it rolled over and over, down and down, until its metallic sheen was lost in that superior glare. It was a spare Irmium alloy plug. He made his way back to the water maker. They would have to take good care of it from now on. He was not concerned with the basin. However, in the soft, damp sand beside the basin, plainly imprinted there, as if someone's raiding party had interrupted someone's bathing party, there remained a single, small and dainty footprint. One could almost imagine that a faint breath of perfume still lingered upon the sheltered air of the rift. But, of course, only things which glittered interested Mr. Wordsley. End of The Marooner by Charles A. Stearns. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida. By T.D. Ham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. Native Son by T.D. Ham. Tommy Benton, on his first visit to Earth, found the long-anticipated wonders of 21st century New York thrilling the first week, boring and unhappy the second week, and at the end of the third he was definitely ready to go home. The never-ending racket of traffic was torture to his abnormally acute ears. Increased atmospheric pressure did funny things to his chest and stomach. And quick and sure-footed on Mars, he struggled constantly against the heavy gravity that made all his movements clumsy and uncoordinated. The endless canyons of towering buildings with their connecting skywalks oppressed and smothered him. Remembering the endless vistas of rabbara fields beside a canal that was like an inland sea, homesickness flooded over him. He hated the people who stared at him with either open or hidden amusement. His Aunt Bee, for instance, who looked him up and down with frank disapproval and said loudly, "For heaven's sakes, Helen, take him to a good tailor and get those bones covered up." Was it his fault he was 6 inches taller than Terran boys his age, and had long, thin arms and legs? Or that his chest was abnormally developed to compensate for an oxygen-thin atmosphere? "I'd like to see her," he thought fiercely, "out on the flatlands. She'd be gasping like a canal fish out of water." Even his parents, happily riding the social merry-go-round of Terra, after 11 years in the Martian flatlands, didn't seem to understand how he felt. "Don't you like Earth, Tommy?" queried his mother anxiously. "Oh, it's all right, I guess." "A nice place to visit," said his father sardonically. "But I wouldn't want to live here if they gave me the place," said his mother, and they both burst out laughing for no reason that Tommy could see. Of course, they did that lots of times at home, and Tommy laughed with them just for the warm, secure feeling of belonging. This time he didn't feel like laughing. "When are we going home?" he repeated stubbornly. His father pulled Tommy over in the crook of his arm and said gently, "Well, not right away, son. As a matter of fact, how would you like to stay here and go to school?" Tommy pulled away and looked at him incredulously. "I've been to school." "Well, yes," admitted his father, "but only to the colony schools. You don't want to grow up and be an ignorant Martian sandfoot all your life, do you?" "Yes, I do. I want to be a Martian sandfoot. And I want to go home where people don't look at me and say, 'So this is your little Martian.'" Benton Sr. put his arm around Tommy's stiffly resistant shoulders. "Look here, old man," he said persuasively. "I thought you wanted to be a space engineer. You can't do that without an education, you know. And your Aunt Bee will take good care of you." Tommy faced him stubbornly. "I don't want to be any old spaceman. I want to be a sandfoot like old Pete. And I want to go home." Helen bit back a smile at the two earnest, stubborn faces so ridiculously alike, and hastened to avert the gathering storm. "Now look, fellas, Tommy's career doesn't have to be decided in the next 5 minutes. After all, he's only 10. He can make up his mind later on if he wants to be an engineer or a rabbara farmer. Right now, he's going to stay here and go to school. And I'm staying with him." Resolutely avoiding both crestfallen faces, Helen, having shepherded Tommy to bed, returned to the living room acutely conscious of Big Tom's bleak, hurt gaze at her back. "Helen, you're going to make a sissy out of that boy," he said at last. "There isn't any reason why he can't stay here at home with Bee." Helen turned to face him. "Earth isn't home to Tommy. And your sister Bee told him he ought to be out playing football with the boys instead of hanging around the house." "But she knows the doctor said he'd have to take it easy for a year till he was accustomed to the change in gravity and air pressure," he answered incredulously. "Exactly. She also asked me," Helen went on grimly, "if I thought he'd be less of a freak as he got older." Tom Benton swore. "Bee always did have less sense than the average hen," he gritted. "My son a freak? Hell's bells." Tommy, arriving at the hall door in time to hear the tail end of the sentence, crept back to bed feeling numb and dazed. So even his father thought he was a freak. The last few days before parting was one of strain for all of them. If Tommy was unnaturally subdued, no one noticed it. His parents were not feeling any great impulse toward gaiety either. They all went dutifully sightseeing as before. They saw the zoo and went shopping on the skywalks, and on the last day wound up at the great showrooms of Androids, Inc. Tommy had hated them on sight. They were at once too human and too inhuman for comfort. The hotel was full of them, and most private homes had at least one. Now they saw the great incubating vats, and the processing, and finally the showroom where one of the finished products was on display as a maid, sweeping and dusting. "There's one that's a dead ringer for you, Helen. If you were a little better looking, that is." Tommy's dad pretended to compare them judiciously. Helen laughed, but Tommy looked at him with a resentfulness. Comparing his mother to an android. "They say for a little extra you can get an exact resemblance. Maybe I'd better have one fixed up like you to take back with me," Big Tom added teasingly. Then as Helen's face clouded over, "Oh, hon, you know I was only kidding. Let's get out of here. This place gives me the collywobbles. Besides, I've got to pick up my watch." But his mother's face was still unhappy, and Tommy glowered sullenly at his father's back all the way to the watch shop. It was a small shop, with an inconspicuous sign down in one corner of the window that said only, "Crumbine Watches," and was probably the most famous shop of its kind in the world. Every spaceman landing on Terra left his watch to be checked by the dusty little old man who was the genius of the place. Tommy ranged wide-eyed about the clock and chronometer-crammed interior. He stopped fascinated before the last case. In it was a watch, but what a watch! Beside the regulation Terran dial, it had a second, smaller dial that registered the corresponding time on Mars. Tommy's whole heart went out to it in an ecstasy of longing. He thought wistfully that if you could know what time it was there, you could imagine what everyone was doing, and it wouldn't seem so far away. Haltingly, he tried to explain. "Look, Mom," he said breathlessly, "it's almost 5 o'clock at home. Dowie will be coming up to the barn to be fed. Gosh, do you suppose old Pete will remember about her?" His mother smiled at him reassuringly. "Of course he will, silly. Don't forget, he was the one who caught and tamed her for you." Tommy gulped as he thought of Dowie. Scarcely as tall as himself, the big, rounded, mouse-like ears, and the flat, cloven pads that could carry her so swiftly over the sandy Martian flatlands. One of the last dwindling herds of native Martian Dowies, burden carriers of a vanished race. She had been Tommy's particular pride and joy for the last 3 years. Behind him, Tommy heard his mother murmur under her breath, "Tom, the watch. Could we?" And his dad regretfully, "It's a pretty expensive toy for a youngster, Helen, and even a Ribera Razor's bank account has limits." "Of course, dear, it was silly of me." Helen smiled a little ruefully. "And if Mr. Crumbine has your watch ready, we must go. Bee and some of her friends are coming over, and it's only a few hours till you leave." Big Tom squeezed her elbow gently, understandingly, as she blinked back quick tears. Trailing after them, Tommy saw the little byplay, and his heart ached. The guilt complex building up in him grew and deepened. He knew he had only to say, "Look, I don't mind staying. Aunt Bee and I will get along swell, and everything would be all right again." Then the terror of this new and complex world, as it would be without a familiar face, swept over him and kept him silent. His overwrought feelings expressed themselves in a nervously rebelling stomach, culminating in a disgraceful moment over the nearest gutter. The rest of the afternoon he spent in bed recuperating. In the living room, Aunt Bee spoke her mind in her usual high-pitched voice. "It's disgraceful, Helen. A boy his age? None of the Bentons ever had nerves." His mother's reply was inaudible, but on the heels of his father's deeper tones, Aunt Bee's voice rose in rasping indignation. "Well, I never! And from my own brother, too? From now on, don't come to me for help with your spoiled brat. Goodbye." The door slammed indignantly. His mother chuckled, and there was a spontaneous burst of laughter. Tommy relaxed and lay back happily. Anyway, that was the last of Aunt Bee. The next hour or two passed in a flurry of ringing phones, people coming and going, and last-minute words and reminders. Then suddenly it was time to leave. Dad burst in for a last quick hug and a promise to send him pictures of Dowie and her foal, due next month. Mother dropped a hasty kiss on his hair and promised to hurry back from the spaceport. Then Tommy was alone, with a large, painful lump where his heart ought to be. The only activity was the almost noiseless buzzing as the hotel android ran the cleaner over the living room. Presently even that ceased, and Tommy lay relaxed and inert, sleepily watching the curtains blow in and out at the open window. 30 stories above the street, the noises were pleasantly muffled and remote, and his senses drifted aimlessly to and fro on the tides of half-sleep. Drowsily his mind wandered from the hotel's android servants to the strictly utilitarian mechanical monstrosity at home, known affectionately as Old John, to the android showroom where they had seen the one that Dad said looked like Mother. He jolted suddenly, sickeningly awake. Suppose, his mind whispered treacherously, suppose that Dad had ordered one to take Mom's place. Not on Mars, but here, while she returned to Mars with him. Suppose that instead of Mom, he discovered one of those things. Or even worse, suppose he went on from day to day not even knowing. It was a bad 5 minutes. He was wet with perspiration when he lay back on his pillows, a shaky smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He had a secret defense against the terror. He giggled a little at the thought of what Aunt Bee would say if she knew. And what had brought him back from the edge of hysteria was the triumphant knowledge that with the abnormally acute hearing bred in the thin atmosphere of Mars, no robot ever created could hide from him the infinitesimal ticking of the electronic relays that gave it life. Secure at last, his overstrung nerves relaxed, and he slid gratefully over the edge of sleep. He woke abruptly, groping after some vaguely remembered sound. A soft clicking of heels down the hall. Of course, his mother back from the spaceport. Now she would be stopping at his door to see if he were asleep. He lay silently. Through his eyelashes he could see her outlined in the soft light from the hall. She was coming in to see if he was tucked in. In a moment he would jump up and startle her with a hug as she leaned over him. In a moment... Screaming desperately, he was out of bed, backing heedlessly across the room. He was still screaming as the low sill of the open window caught him behind the knees and toppled him 30 stories to the street. Alone in the silent room, Helen Benton stood dazed, staring blindly at the empty window. Tommy's parting gift from his father slid from her hand and lay on the carpet, still ticking gently. It was 9:23 on Mars. End of Native Son by T.D. Ham. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida. Place by Richard R. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. No Hiding Place by Richard R. Smith. The ship leaped toward the stars, its engines roaring with a desperate burst of energy and its bulkheads audibly protesting the tremendous pressures. In the control room, Emmett Corbin listened to the screech of tormented metal and shuddered. The heat was suffocating, and acrid fumes assailed his nostrils and burned his eyes until he almost cried out in pain. Despite the agony, his gaze did not waver from the video set across the room. In the screen, Earth was a rapidly diminishing orb, charred and mottled with glowing atomic fire. Everything, a far corner of his mind whispered, everything on Earth is dead. He was a carpenter, and luckily he had been working inside the barricades of an Army spaceport when the news came that the enemy had broken through the defense ring beyond Pluto. He continued nailing the cedar siding on the building, knowing that if he stopped his work and waited, he would start screaming. An MP running by the building several minutes later had shouted at him, urging him to board one of the ships on the landing field. In those last hours, they had loaded the few remaining spaceships as quickly as possible, ignoring the importance of the passengers. He reflected that many millionaires and influential politicians were now dead, simply because they hadn't been close enough to the spaceports when the unexpected news came. Watching the pilots as they sat tense before the controls, he felt overcome with helplessness. The passenger on his right was a girl, red-haired and undeniably attractive. He remembered her name. It was Gloria White, and she was the daughter of Colonel White, who had led the expedition to Venus. Her father had died months before, but his friends had used their influence to establish her as a secretary on the spaceport, where it was assumed she would be comparatively safe. He had seen her frequently, but almost always at a distance. She had been friendly enough, but she had never exchanged more than a few casual words with him. He had often paused in his work to admire her, but now, aboard one of the last ships to leave Earth, he evaluated her only as another passenger. The man on his left was dressed expensively. His general appearance radiated prestige, although his fleshy face was filled with disbelief as if he were witnessing a fantastic nightmare. Ring, ring. Corbin's thoughts were interrupted by a clamoring alarm bell, declaring by its volume and insistence that the danger was still acute. That bell will ring until the ship is destroyed, he thought wildly. It could very well mean that the ship will be destroyed. The pilots leaped away from the controls as if they had abruptly become white-hot. "Rocket!" one of them screamed. "Enemy rocket on our tail!" Corbin turned suddenly and ran across the room in sudden blind panic. "We can't shake it! Nobody can shake it!" Mumbling incoherently, he grabbed a spacesuit and began to don it. The room was suddenly a seething mass of confusion. The pilots distributed spacesuits and helped passengers into them, while the cabin continued to sway and lurch. Fear-crazed passengers ran aimlessly in circles. Some fainted, and others were shocked into immobility. Emmett had barely finished securing his helmet when the ship shook violently and he was knocked to the floor. The lights fluttered and then went out. When the trembling at last subsided, he struggled to his feet and looked about the room. His eyes gradually adjusted to the faint light from the luminous paint on the walls, and he was able to make out two shadowy figures moving hesitantly about the wreckage. He remained motionless as one of the two men approached him, reached out and adjusted the dials on his spacesuit controls. The earphones in his helmet blared with a familiar voice. "Are you all right?" "Yeah, just a little shaken." The man walked toward the third passenger, and presently Emmett heard a quick, sobbing breath through the earphones. "Are you hurt?" the man asked. "No." Even under the abnormal condition, Gloria White's calm voice came through clearly. They wandered aimlessly about the room, each engrossed in his private mental turmoil. Finally, the pilot broke the silence. "Since we're probably the last ones alive on the ship, we should know each other. My name is George Hartman. Emmett Corbin. Gloria White." The pilot said with grim urgency, "We've got to do something. There's no sense in just standing here waiting for the enemy to come." "Come?" Emmett inquired. "You mean the Agronians will actually board our ship?" "They always examine disabled ships. They are determined to learn as much as they can about us." "Well, let's get some weapons and be ready. I'm no hero, understand, but I agree with you that there's no sense in just waiting." The pilot said, "There are no hand weapons on the ship. Our only possible course of action would be to hide." His emphasis conveyed to the others how much he disliked the thought. "But where?" Gloria asked. "If they make a thorough search—" "We can't hide in the ship," George said, with absolute conviction. "Our reports indicate that they examine every square foot inside a bombed vessel. We'll have to conceal ourselves outside." "Outside?" "We can use the magnetic shoes on our spacesuits to walk on the ship's hull. If luck favors us, they may never even think of searching the forward section of the hull." Emmett shrugged his shoulders, not realizing that in the faint light no one could see the gesture. Gloria said, "It's better than making no attempt at all to save ourselves." George led the way from the control room and across a passenger compartment that was filled with the crumpled, lifeless forms of almost 100 men and women. "There were no spacesuits in this room," he explained simply. They operated the airlock by utilizing the emergency manual controls, and were soon standing on the hull of the ship. For several seconds they remained motionless and silent, grimly surveying their awesome surroundings. The billions of stars above were terrifyingly vivid against the dark emptiness of space. The ship's hull was fantastically twisted and pitted, and the enemy ship, it hovered a few miles distant, had been transformed into a brilliantly burning star by the reflected sunlight. "We've got to find cover," George said quickly. "If they're watching the ship with telescopes, we'll stand out like fireflies in a dark room." Cautiously sliding their feet across the hull, Gloria and Emmett followed the pilot. Presently he pointed to a spot where a large section of the hull had been twisted back upon itself, forming a deep pocket. "This should be good enough," he said. They followed his example as he knelt and crawled through the small opening. To Emmett it was like crawling into a sardine can. The space was barely large enough to accommodate the three of them, and through the spacesuit's tough fabric he could feel faint shifting pressures that indicated he was leaning against someone's back and sitting on someone's legs. They shuffled about in the total darkness until they reached a fairly comfortable position, and then crouched in silence until light flashed all about them. "Look," Gloria whispered. Emmett stared through a narrow gash in the metal near his head and saw a group of Agronians approaching the ship. The starlight glittering on their strange spacesuits transformed them into weird apparitions. Emmett closed his eyes and breathed a silent prayer. When he opened them again, he could see only the unwinking stars and the enemy ship, which was still hovering nearby like a huge glaring eye. "They're inside the ship, analyzing our navigational instruments," George said, as if he could somehow see through the solid metal. "They're a very thorough race. They probably know far more about us than we know about them." "What are we going to do?" Gloria asked. "We can't just sit here until breathing becomes a torment." "What can we do? There's no place to go." Emmett's heart had begun a furious pounding. His plight reminded him of how, in a recurrent nightmare, he had often found himself standing frozen before an oncoming truck, his legs immobile as he waited for death. He had always awakened with his heart beating furiously and his body bathed in a cold sweat, his mind filled with a sickening fear. And now it was as if the nightmare had become a reality. He was waiting for death, not in the form of a truck, but in the regular swish of air that tickled his ears as his oxygen supply was purified and replenished. Eventually, the sound would change its timbre as the purifying agents became less efficient. The faint sound was not as impressive as the sight of a truck, but he knew that in a short time it would be just as deadly. And, as in the nightmare, he was powerless. A long silence followed, broken only by the swish of Emmett's oxygen-rejuvenating machinery. He listened intently, and the swish grew in volume until it became a roar in his ears, a sound more thunderous than that of 1,000 trucks. "There is a place where we'd be completely safe," Gloria exclaimed, her voice suddenly loud in his ears. "I don't know how we could get there, but if a way could be found—" "Venus?" George inquired. "The colony your father started?" "Yes. There are only a few colonists there, not more than 25. The war with the Agronians started just after the settlement was established, and the government never had a chance to send out more colonists. Father showed me the approximate location." "The Agronians have probably destroyed the base by now," Emmett said, but his senses were tingling with new hope. Gloria shook her head. "I don't think so. The enemy has studied the remains of our warships, but there's a good chance that the information never fell into their hands." "How do we get there? We haven't got a ship. And we can't walk." "We haven't got a ship," George agreed, "but we can try to get one." Emmett felt suddenly cold when he realized what the pilot had in mind. "The enemy ship?" he asked. George nodded. "During the skirmish at Arcturus, we managed to capture one of their ships, and I was a member of a group that studied it. I'm sure I can fly one of their vessels, for the controls are far simpler than ours. Most of the Agronians have left their ship to study ours, and that leaves only a skeleton crew on board. We can use our spacesuit jets to cross the distance, and as you can see, it isn't too far." "And precisely what happens when we reach their ship?" "Who knows? Maybe we'll get killed. But getting killed in a struggle for survival is better than just waiting to die." Gloria shuddered. "It looks so cold out there. We'll get separated, hopelessly lost. I don't even know how to operate the spacesuit's rockets." "I don't either," Emmett admitted. "It's simple." George carefully explained the operation of the rockets in detail, and ended by instructing them, "We'll get separated on the way, but when we reach the ship, we'll try to meet at the airlock. It resembles the airlock of an Earth ship." Floating through space toward the enemy ship, Emmett felt overcome with an absurd sensation of freedom. Completely surrounded by billions of motionless pinpoint stars, and securely hidden by the vast blackness of space, the aliens and the problem of survival seemed dreamlike and unreal. A sharp pain stabbed at his left arm, and he heard a brief hissing sound. Oxygen was escaping from his spacesuit. The sound abruptly stopped when the suit automatically sealed the puncture, and yet the throbbing pain remained, and he felt the wetness of blood against his flesh, seeping slowly down his leg. A meteor! People usually visualize meteors as tons of metal hurtling through space, but there were small ones as well, and perhaps this one had been no larger than a grain of sand. He dismissed it from his mind, and after what seemed an eternity, his feet touched the hull of the enemy ship. Quickly he activated the magnetic boots. A distant figure gestured as George's voice came loudly over the intercom system. "This way. Here's the airlock." You should whisper, he thought. It would be more fitting. He shuffled in the indicated direction. His legs were rubbery beneath him, and there was a growing tingling sensation in his left arm. It was just barely possible that he was bleeding to death. And encased as he was in the spacesuit, it would be impossible for him to treat the wound. If they reached the colony on Venus, he would receive medical attention, of course. But they must first overcome the ship's crew, and it would take approximately 2 hours to reach the colony. Could he hold out that long? He didn't know. George knelt and carefully examined the rectangular outline in the metal beneath their feet. "It's only a sort of button," he said. "It could be a device that opens the lock by means of a code sequence. Or it could be a signal to notify those inside to open the lock." "What should we do?" Gloria asked nervously. Instead of replying, George pushed the button firmly. The section of hull beneath them instantly dropped several feet. Emmett looked up in time to see an outer airlock panel swiftly blot out the stars. Brief seconds later, the compartment was filled with a brilliant light, and tiny nozzles in the ceiling sprayed a bluish gas about them. Gloria leapt quickly to one side. "What's that?" she asked in alarm. "It's the Agronian atmosphere," George said. "Although their locks are mechanically different, the principle behind them is the same as ours." "It's a strange-looking atmosphere," Emmett remarked. The pain in his arm and the numbness that was gradually spreading through his body had relaxed his mind. He felt so physically detached from his surroundings that he could look at the fog-like gas that swirled about them with interest rather than concern. "It's poisonous," George said. "We'd managed to analyze some. One breath is enough to kill a human." An inner door abruptly glided to one side, and George leaped into the room beyond. Emmett followed as quickly as possible, although he felt sleepy and his every action seemed to study in slow motion. Except for the level expanse of the floor, the room before them was entirely alien. The thick atmosphere swirled eerily. The control board was recognizable as such, but being adapted for tentacles instead of human hands, it appeared to be a meaningless maze of equipment. Strange angular devices lined the walls and hung from the low ceiling on thin wires. As Emmett scanned the odd artifacts, he could understand only one: a group of web-like hammocks that were obviously used by the aliens to sleep in. Two Agronians stood before the large control board at the far side of the room. It was the first time Emmett had seen the enemy other than in pictures, and the sight of the thousands of snake-like wriggling antennae nauseated him. George hesitated briefly and then ran toward the Agronians. Again Emmett followed the pilot's lead. One of the creatures aimed a weapon before George had crossed half the distance, and Gloria's shrill scream of warning brought him up short. But before the weapon could be discharged, the other Agronian viciously flung a tentacle and sent it spinning from his companion's clasp. George leaped at the nearest Agronian, but the creature easily eluded him. He made another attempt and failed again. The man and the alien cautiously surveyed each other. "They're too fast for us," George admitted. His voice was filled with the bitterness of defeat, and his shoulders sagged visibly. "Do something!" Gloria screamed. "Do something before the others come back!" Emmett glanced apprehensively at the airlock. She was right. At the moment they outnumbered the enemy, but when the others returned, the Agronians could overpower them by sheer weight of number. And they could return without warning at any instant. "Why did one prevent the other from killing us?" George asked. "He may have been afraid the other would miss and damage the ship," Emmett said. "Or possibly—" "No, they're trained from birth to be soldiers. They're expert marksmen, and their weapons are foolproof. They can adjust the blast from a weapon to travel any distance." "Why should one enemy prevent another from killing us?" Emmett repeated wonderingly. He remembered another question that had nagged at his mind. Why had the Agronians totally destroyed Earth? Why hadn't they eliminated Earthmen and preserved the planet for exploitation, as a colony, a military base, or any one of 1,000 uses? There was only one possible answer. A race might destroy a planet if it was useless. Earthmen had discovered useless planets, planets with poisonous atmospheres. Was Earth's atmosphere poisonous to the Agronians? One Agronian had prevented another from killing them with a viciousness and an urgency that indicated it had been a life-and-death necessity. Why? What would happen if they were to die? Something clicked in his mind, and a startling certainty occurred to him. Oxygen was poisonous to the Agronians. That was why his life had been spared, and the pilot's, and Gloria's. Their spacesuits would have been punctured, and their oxygen supply would have spread with deadly rapidity throughout the room. Without hesitation, he removed his helmet and adjusted the controls of his oxygenating machine until it was discharging oxygen at maximum capacity. With a shrill outcry, the two aliens darted toward him, but a thin, ghostly vapor of oxygen spread rapidly through the fog-like atmosphere and halted them in their tracks. "You deserve to die," Emmett whispered. The enemy collapsed at his feet and writhed helplessly on the floor. Their bodies quivered spasmodically and were still. Gloria's hysterical, joyous laughter rang in his ears like triumphant bells, and through the Agronian atmosphere that burned his face and smarted his eyes, he dimly saw George's image as he rushed to the control board. He held his breath, but realized that his death was certain. He could never hold his breath long enough to replace the helmet and wait for the purifying agents to cleanse the poison that now filled his spacesuit. When he could hold his breath no longer, he inhaled quickly and deeply. It was like inhaling a warm, comforting darkness. End of No Hiding Place by Richard R. Smith. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida. Afternoon by Tom Leahy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. One Martian Afternoon by Tom Leahy. The clod burst in a cloud of red sand, and the little Martian sand dog ducked quickly into his burrow. Mary Lou threw another at the aperture in the ground, and then ran over, and with the inside of her foot she scraped sand into it until it was filled to the surface. She started to leave, but stopped. The little fellow might choke to death, she thought. It wasn't his fault she had to live on Mars. Satisfied that the future of something was dependent on her whim, she dug the sand from the hole. His little yellow eyes peered out at her. "Go on and live," she said magnanimously. She got up and brushed the sand from her knees and dress and walked slowly down the red road. The noon sun was relentless. Nowhere was there relief from it. Mary Lou squinted and shaded her eyes with her hand. She looked in the sky for one of those infrequent Martian rain clouds, but the deep blue was only occasionally spotted by fragile white puffs. Like the sun, they had no regard for her either. They were too concerned with moving toward the distant mountains, there to cling momentarily to the peaks and then continue on their endless route. Mary Lou dabbed the moisture from her forehead with the hem of her dress. "I know one thing," she mumbled. "When I grow up, I'll get to Earth and never come back to Mars, no matter what." She broke into a defiant, cadenced step. "And I won't care whether you and Mommy like it or not," she declared aloud, sticking out her chin at an imaginary father before her. Before she realized it, a tiny, lime-washed stone house appeared not 100 yards ahead of her. That was the odd thing about the Martian midday. Something small and miles away would suddenly become large and very near as you approached it. The heat waves did it, her father had told her. "Really?" she had replied. "And you think you know so doggone much?" she had thought. "Aunt Twylee!" She broke into a run. By the Joshua trees, through the stone gateway she ran, and with a leap she lit like a young frog on the porch. "Hi, Aunt Twylee," she said breathlessly. An ancient Martian woman sat in a rocking chair in the shade of the porch. She held a bowl of purple river apples in her lap. Her papyrus-like hands moved quickly as she shaved the skin from one. In a matter of seconds it was peeled. She looked up over her bifocals at the panting Mary Lou. "Gracious, child, you shouldn't run like that this time of day," she said. "You Earth children aren't used to our Martian heat. It'll make you sick if you run too much." "I don't care. I hate Mars. Sometimes I wish I could just get good and sick so I'd get to go home." "Mary Lou, you are a little tyrant," Aunt Twylee laughed. "What you doing, Aunt Twylee?" Mary Lou asked, getting up from her frog posture and coming near the old Martian lady's chair. "Oh, peeling apples, dear. I'm going to make a cobbler this afternoon." She dropped the last apple peeled into the bowl. "There, done. Would you like a little cool apple juice, Mary Lou?" "Sure, you betcha. Hey, could I watch you make the cobbler, Aunt Twylee? Could I? Mommy can't make it for anything. It tastes like glue. Maybe if I could see how you do it, maybe I could show her. Do you think?" Now, Mary Lou, your mother must be a wonderful cook to have raised such a healthy little girl. I'm sure there's nothing she could learn from me," Aunt Twylee said as she arose. "Let's go inside and have that apple juice." The kitchen was dark and cool, and filled with the odors of the wonderful edibles the old Martian had created on and in the Earth-made stove. She opened the Earth-made refrigerator that stood in the corner, and withdrew an Earth-made bottle filled with Martian apple juice. Mary Lou jumped up on the table and sat cross-legged. "Here, dear." Aunt Twylee handed her a glass of the icy liquid. Thanks," Mary Lou said, and gulped down half the contents. "That tastes dreamy, Aunt Twylee." The little girl watched the old Martian as she lit the oven and gathered the necessary ingredients for the cobbler. As she bent over to get a bowl from the shelf beneath Mary Lou's perch, her hair brushed against the child's knee. Her hair was soft, soft and white as a puppy's, soft and white like the down from a dandelion. She smiled at Mary Lou. She always smiled. Her pencil-thin mouth was a perpetual arc. Mary Lou drained the glass. "Aunt Twylee, is it true what my daddy says about the Martians?" "True? How can I say, dear? I don't know what he said." "Well, I mean that when us Earth people came, you Martians did Infanticide?" Aunt Twylee interrupted, rolling the dough on the board a little flatter, a little faster. "Yes, that's it. Killed babies," Mary Lou said, and took an apple from the bowl. "My daddy says you were real primitive and killed your babies for some silly religious reason. I think that's awful. How could it be religious? God couldn't like to have little babies killed." She took a big bite of the apple. The juice ran from the corners of her mouth. "Your daddy is a very intelligent man, Mary Lou, but he's partially wrong. It is true, but not for religious reasons. It was a necessity. You must remember, dear, Mars is very arid, sterile, unable to sustain many living things. It was awful, but it was the only way we knew to control the population." Mary Lou looked down her button nose as she picked the brown spot from the apple. "I'll tell him he's wrong," she said. "He thinks he knows so damn much." "Mary Lou!" Aunt Twylee exclaimed as she looked over her glasses. "A sweet child like you shouldn't use such language." Mary Lou giggled and popped the remaining portion of the apple in her mouth. "Do your parents know where you are, child?" Aunt Twylee asked as she took the bowl from Mary Lou's hands. She began dicing the apples into a dough-lined casserole. "No, they don't," Mary Lou replied. She sprayed the air with little particles of apple as she talked. "Everybody's gone to the hills to look for the boys." "The boys?" Aunt Twylee stopped her work and looked at the little girl. "Yes, Jimmy and Eddie and some of the others disappeared from the settlement this morning. The men are afraid they've run off to the hills and the renegades got 'em." "Gracious," Aunt Twylee said, her brow knitted into a crisscross of wrinkles. "Oh, I know those dopes. They're probably down at the canals fishing or something." "Just the same, your mother will be frantic, dear. You should have told her where you were going." "I don't care," Mary Lou said with unadulterated honesty. "She'll be all right when I get home." Aunt Twylee shook her head and clucked her tongue. "Can I have another glass, please?" The old lady poured the glass full again. And then she sprinkled sugar down among the apple cubes in the casserole and covered them with a blanket of dough. She cut an uneven circle of half-moons in it and put it in the oven. "There, all ready to bake, Mary Lou," she sighed. "It looks real yummy, Aunt Twylee." "Well, I certainly hope it turns out good, dear," she said, wiping her forehead with her apron. She looked out the open back door. The landscape was beginning to gray as heavier clouds moved down from the mountains and pressed the afternoon heat closer, more oppressively to the ground. "My, it's getting hot. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we don't get a little rain this afternoon, Mary Lou." She turned back to the little girl. "Tell me some more about your daddy, dear. We Martians certainly owe a lot to men like your father." "That's what he says, too. He says you Martians would have died out in a few years if we hadn't come here. We're so much more civilized? Yeah, He says we were so much more civilized than you that we saved your lives when we came here with all our modern stuff. Well, that's true enough, dear. Just look at that wonderful earth stove, Aunt Twylee said, and laughed. We wouldn't be able to bake an apple cobbler like that without it, would we? A rumble of thunder shouldered through the crowded hot air. No, he says you Martians are kinda likable, but you can't be trusted. He's nuts. I like you Martians. Thank you, child, but everyone's entitled to his own opinion. Don't judge your daddy too severely, Aunt Twylee said as she scraped spilled sugar from the table and put little bits of it on her tongue. He says that you'd bite the hand that feeds you. He says we brought all these keen things to Mars, and that if you got the chance, you'd kill all of us. Gracious, said Aunt Twylee as she speared scraps of dough with the point of her long paring knife. He's a dope, Mary Lou said. Aunt Twylee opened the oven and peeked in at the cobbler. The aroma of the simmering apples rushed out and filled the room. Could I have some cobbler when it's done? Mary Lou asked, her mouth filling with saliva. I'm afraid not, child. It's getting rather late. The thunder rumbled again, a little closer, a little louder. The old lady washed the blade of the knife in the sink. Tell me more of what your father says, dear, she said as she adjusted the bifocals on her thin nose and ran her thumb along the length of the knife's blade. Oh, nothing much more. He just says that you'd kill us if you had the chance. That's the way the inferior races always act, he says. They want to kill the people that help 'em 'cause they resent 'em. Very interesting. Well, it isn't so, is it, Aunt Twylee? The room was filled with blinding blue-white light, and the walls quaked at the sound of a monstrous thunderclap. The old Martian glanced nervously at the clock on the wall. My, it is getting late, she said as she fondled the knife in her hands. You Martians wouldn't do anything like that, would you? You want the truth, don't you, dear? Aunt Twylee asked, smiling, as she walked to the table where Mary Lou sat. Course I do, Aunt Twylee, she said. Her scream was answered and smothered by the horrendous roar of the thunder and the piercing hiss of the rain that fell in sheets. In great volumes of water it fell, as though the heavens were attempting to wash the sins of man from the universe and into non-existence in the void beyond the void. Mary Lou lay beside the other children. Aunt Twylee smiled at them, closed the bedroom door, and returned to the kitchen. The storm had moved on. The thunder was the faint grumbling of a pacified old man. What water fell was a monotonous trickle from the eaves of the lime-washed stone house. Aunt Twylee washed the blood from the knife and wiped it dry on her apron. She opened the oven and took out the browned cobbler. Sweet apple juice bubbled to the surface through the half-moons and burst into lights of sugary aroma. The sun broke through the thinning edge of the thunderhead. Aunt Twylee brushed a lock of her feathery white hair from her moist cheek. Gracious, she said, I must tidy up a bit before the others come. End of One Martian Afternoon by Tom Leahy. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida. Of Dreams by James McKimmey, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. Planet of Dreams by James McKimmey, Jr. It was a small world, a tiny spinning globe, placed in the universe to weather and age by itself until the end of things. But because its air was good and its earth was fertile, Daniel Loverall had placed a finger upon a map and said, "This is the planet. This is the Dream Planet." That was 2 years before, back on Earth. And now Loverall, with his selected flock, had shot through space, to light like chuckling geese upon the planet, to feel the effect of their dreams come true. Loverall was sitting in his office, drumming his long fingers against his desk, while the name Atkinson ticked through his brain like the sound of a sewing machine. Would he be the only one, Loverall asked himself, or was he just the first? In either case, it was up to Loverall as leader and guiding hand to stop this thing and stop it quickly. Loverall stood up and put on his jacket, although there was no need for it other than the formality it gave his figure. He stepped out of his office into a clear, bright day, where the air was clean and fresh in his lungs, at once like frost and fire and sweet perfume. He walked along a winding path which was bordered by slim-necked flowers and a short hedge whose even-clipped lines were kept neat by tireless robot hands. Trees pointed to a blue sky rocking and fluttering their leaves in a soft breeze, and glinting metallic houses lay peacefully beyond in wooded hollows and upon slight hills. A whole small world was before his eyes, set there upon his direction, maintained by himself with the help of a dozen complex machines which lay locked and sealed in the maintenance room for only his fingers to touch. It was a busy life for Loverall, up at dawn to work until deep night, keeping his flock happy and free from spirit-killing labor. But it was a perfect plan, one which had been tested and turned in his mind for years. If he had to work hard to keep it running smoothly, that was all right. In fact, he had never been happier. Now, however, there was this business about Atkinson. Loverall was disturbed about that. He walked on, over the quiet path which would lead to the house where Atkinson and his wife lived. Loverall smiled, in readiness for any happy face that might appear before him, to greet him, to show with thankful eyes appreciation for his wonderful world. But that, too, brought thoughts that were a bit disturbing. Lately there had been few such faces. Most of his flock no longer seemed to care about walking along the cultivated paths, or smiling, or nodding, or touching a leaf here or a flower there. They preferred, it appeared, to remain deep inside their houses, as though they might have become tired of the soft perfection of Dream Planet, as though they might have become weary of quiet woods and sweet bird music or a sky which was always blue. Loverall shook his head as he walked, puzzling out his thoughts. It was strange, but nothing to worry about, certainly. Just this business about Atkinson. That was his only worry. He came slowly up a hill, the top of which held a low, curving house, with a silver roof and wide, sweeping windows. There were yellow and blue and deep red flowers skirting the sides of the house, and green ivy grew thickly between the glistening windows. The lawn, dotted with small leafy trees and round bushes, sloped down from the front of the house, looking like a carefully arranged painting. Loverall pressed a button beside a shining door and waited, smiling through his pale blue, kindly eyes. Mrs. Atkinson appeared after several moments and stood blinking at him. She was a thin woman who seemed to have gotten even thinner, Loverall noticed. She was working her fingers at the neck of her dress. She smiled, but her lips wavered. "My dear," Loverall greeted her in his soft voice, showing the goodness in his eyes. She nodded her recognition, opening her mouth without speaking. "May I?" said Loverall finally, waving his long fingers toward the living room. "Oh, yes," said the woman. "Of course, Mr. Loverall." And as she spoke, Loverall had the impression she might suddenly begin crying. Loverall followed the woman into the house, noticing all over again the precise way everything had been arranged. The rug was soft beneath his feet, and the light came in through the windows in such a way that it too became soft. The furniture, molded to hold a human body most comfortably, rested about the room in perfect efficiency. "Your place is so lovely," Loverall said, out of his old habit from Earth, but his words seemed to ring strangely in the quiet, because it was his own arrangement, like all the other rooms on the planet. And Mrs. Atkinson, standing thin and nervous before him, had nothing, after all, to do with it. The cleanliness was the work of his robot machines, the planning his own, It was like complimenting himself. He cleared his throat and stood, smiling his most benevolent smile to reassure Mrs. Atkinson. "Ah, my dear, is George about?" Again the woman's hand skittered to her throat. "He's not ill, surely?" Loveral asked, although this too was silly, because foods selected and prepared for utmost nutrition, packed and frozen to be doled out in weekly quantities, purified air, disease-killing serums, simply written folders on exercise, and of course Loveral's own philosophies of quiet, peaceful living. All of this guarded well the health of Dream Planet's flock. The woman shook her head. "No, George is fine. He's just sleeping, I think." "Rest is nature's finest tonic," said Loveral, and hearing his voice, thought suddenly there was hardly anything he could say any more that might not sound a bit out of place in this peaceful world. Rest to the man who had nothing to do ceased to be a tonic. "Yes, yes," said Loveral. "May we just sit down, my dear?" Mrs. Atkinson jerked a hand toward one of the chairs and then wound her fingers. Loveral sat down and leaned back, smiling his most charming smile. Perhaps George might awaken after a bit. "Oh, yes," the woman said, her eyes flickering, and she sat upon the edge of one chair like a bird perched upon a thin wire. Loveral waited, legs crossed, leaning his head back against the silken softness of the chair. It was so good to relax these days. The business of watching and of caring for his flock was trying. When you have brought an entire community of people at great expense through space, guaranteeing to give them a life of constant comfort and ease, so that they may dream and think as they wander through the flowers and the leaves, their thoughts cleansed of worry about work and responsibility, then you have a job. Loveral was most busy, busier than his heritage of wealth ever before had allowed, seeing to all of this. But he also was most content, with everything except Atkinson. Mrs. Atkinson teetered on the edge of her chair, as though she might at any moment go flying across the room in a crazy gyration. There was something about her eyes, Loveral noticed, while he peacefully nodded in the chair. Fear, perhaps? If so, he probably had been right. He tightened himself, listening. There it was again, the sound, just as he had heard it a day before when he had passed near the house. He leaned forward quickly. Mrs. Atkinson jumped. Loveral smiled. "Didn't I hear a noise of some sort, my dear?" "Noise?" the woman said, as though her own voice were the sound of an echo. "An odd noise," Loveral said, his eyes searching. The woman's hands fluttered about her dress. Loveral stood up. "Would you mind if I just glanced about, my dear?" The woman didn't answer, but Loveral was already moving across the room toward a door. He opened it and walked down the hall. The noise grew stronger. He threw open another door. He stood watching while George Atkinson spun around, dark eyes flashing, hair tousled. There was a 2 days' growth of beard darkening Atkinson's face. "Why, George," Loveral said, swiftly examining the litter of metal and wood which was spread over a table behind Atkinson, there was a homemade hammer in Atkinson's hand. "What have we here, George?" "Something for you," Atkinson said, tightening his fingers about the handle of the hammer. Loveral grinned his famous Loveral grin. "That's fine. What could it be?" "None of your damn business." "George," Loveral said, his smile still white, but his eyes narrow and quick. The woman was behind them, her voice screeched. "George, I told you. Why didn't you listen, George? You should have listened to me. You—" Loveral held up a hand, still watching Atkinson. "Now tell me, George, what is it you're making for me?" Atkinson raised the hammer slightly. Loveral stood very still. "That's a nice hammer, George." Atkinson's eyes were black beneath his thick brows. "You made that, didn't you?" Loveral asked. "Yes, I made that," Atkinson said. "I made that and I made something else. Another minute and I'll have that finished, too." "George," said Loveral, stepping quietly forward, "I don't like to say this, of course. You've been one of our very best members. But nobody works here, George. We can't allow that. You know the rules." "I know the rules all right." "Well then," Loveral said, extending his hand toward the hammer, "we'll just destroy this and whatever else you might have been making. We'll just forget it ever happened. We'll get along real fine that way, George. We'll be such good friends." "We'll just go to hell," said Atkinson, snatching his hammer away. Loveral's smile disappeared. "I'll tell you, George, I have to mean business with this. You know the reasons. If we allow anybody to work here, then there's going to be trouble. That isn't our plan. We're here to grow within ourselves and expand culturally, not to commercialize a beautiful world like Dream Planet." Atkinson stood unmoving, and Loveral could see the way the man's muscles were tight, like steel springs, and the way his eyes burned deep inside their blackness. "We've given you everything you need," Loveral explained, trying to adjust the smile on his lips again. "Everybody has everything they want. But you see, if you sit there and work and make something that someone else doesn't have, then the whole system is destroyed. Then someone will want what you've made. We'll have jealousy and hatred and fighting. This is the stuff of which wars are made, George. You know that. It starts with small things like this, but it grows. When it does, the structure of our life here will collapse. You wouldn't want that, would you, George?" "Yes," Atkinson said, his mouth white at the edges. "I'd like to see the whole rotten thing collapsed and blown to hell." Loveral's teeth snapped together and his lips grew tight. He could feel a muscle jumping along his neck. Atkinson looked at him with furious eyes. "What do you think it's like living this way? You're busy working 24 hours a day while we wander around this damned prison like the breathing dead. You can feel sweat and aches in your bones from a hard day's work. Sleep is like medicine to you, instead of another stretch of torture. You can forget your own brain for a while by doing something with your hands. You can relax because you can get tired. Not us, by God, not us." "I envy you, George," Loveral said through his teeth. "Oh, like hell you do. You treat us like we were helpless infants. You feed and clothe us and do all our work, and you're so happy you damn near split your guts." "I'll take that if you don't mind," Loveral said, reaching for the hammer, his voice suddenly icy cold. Atkinson slammed back against the table. "No, you won't. You won't take anything more at all. You've taken our spirit and our pride and the strength right out of our spines. You won't take anything more." "George?" Loveral said, but not moving any further. Atkinson slid the hammer back of him onto the table, and his hands were searching among a dozen scattered pieces of metal and wood. He watched Loveral as he worked. "Let me show you what else I've made," he said. "I'd hate to do it," Loveral said, "but I can stop your food and your water, everything." Atkinson's hand moved swiftly, assembling the pieces. He nodded. "You can, but you won't." "I have the only keys to the storage units. I control everything, George." "Correction," said Atkinson, holding an assembled revolver in his hands. "You did." Loveral looked at what Atkinson had in his hands. He blinked. "You're nearly dead," Atkinson said. Loveral looked at Atkinson, into his eyes. "If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it some other way." Atkinson shook his head. "Just this way. Just with something that took me dozens of days and nights to make. With something that made me sweat and swear to get. It was difficult, with no tools or proper materials, but that made it all the better. Now I've got it finished," he said, pushing a bullet into the chamber, "and ready to use." Loveral stood frozen. Then he turned. "My dear," he said to the woman, who moved her mouth as though her voice had been pumped out of her. He reached to touch her shoulder. She recoiled as though his fingers held poison. "George," he said, turning back to the black-eyed man. "This is a great moment," Atkinson said, lifting the muzzle of the revolver. "When I squeeze the trigger, it'll be like blowing the lock off a prison door. I'll go yelling to the others and we'll smash down the whole goddamn place. We'll smash it down so we'll have to rebuild it. We'll pull apart every robot you've got. We'll tear apart the food lockers and have a celebration for a week. And when we've gotten sick from too much food, we'll start growing some more with our own hands. We'll make forges for the men and looms for the women. We'll burn our clothes and make new ones. We'll grow corn in the fields. We'll pump water from the ground. You're finished, Loverall." Loverall stared at the revolver. "George," he said, pleading, "the plans, the beautiful, beautiful plans. All of you, you all wanted peace and contentment, time to think and dream. You all wanted to get away from the work and the worry and the responsibility. You—" Atkinson fired the gun into Loverall's stomach. Loverall gestured at the air and fell to his knees. Atkinson threw his gun through a window and grabbed his wife by the hand. "Hurry," he said, laughing. "Hurry." Loverall felt the blood on his shirt and rested on his knees. He could hear footsteps racing through the house and out to the yard. He held out his bloody hand and looked at it. Atkinson's voice pealed through the warm, clear air. "He's dead! Loverall's dead!" There was a sound of sudden activity, and everywhere went the cry, "Loverall's dead!" Loverall sank to his haunches and opened his lips. The blood was there, too. He could hear the shouts and the laughter, and then the tearing of steel, the smashing of glass. He bent over his knees, trembling with a sudden chill. The sound of destruction grew like thunder. "Why?" he said in his dying throat. "Oh, why? It was what they said they wanted." End of Planet of Dreams by James McKimmey, Jr. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida. By Lawrence M. Janifer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. Sight Gag by Lawrence M. Janifer. Downstairs, the hotel register told Fredericks that Mr. John P. Jones was occupying room 1014. But Fredericks didn't believe the register. He knew better than that. Wherever his man was, he wasn't in room 1014. And whoever he was, his real name certainly wasn't John P. Jones. P for Paul, Fredericks muttered to himself. Oh, the helpful Superman. The man who knows better, the man who does better. Fredericks had first known of him as FBI Operative 71-054P, under the name of William K. Brady. And what does the K stand for? Fredericks muttered, remembering. Killer? Brady wouldn't be the man's real name either. FBI operatives had as many names as they had jobs. That much was elementary. Particularly operatives like Jones, Brady, X. Special talents, Fredericks muttered. Psi powers, he said, making it sound like a curse. Superman. Upstairs in room 1212, the Superman sat in a comfortable chair and tried to relax. He wasn't a trained telepath, but he could read surface thoughts if there were enough force behind them. And he could read the red thoughts of the man downstairs. They worried him more than he wanted to admit, and for a second he considered sending out a call for help. But that idea died before it had been truly born. Donegan had told him he could handle the situation. Without weapons, forbidden to run, faced by a man who wanted only his death, he could handle the situation. Sure he could, he thought bitterly. Of course, if he asked for reinforcements, he would undoubtedly get them. The FBI didn't want one of its psi operatives killed. There weren't enough to go around as it was. But calling for help, when Donegan had specifically told him he wouldn't need it, would mean being sent back a grade automatically. A man of his rank and experience, Donegan had implied, could handle the job solo. If he couldn't, why then he didn't deserve the rank. It was all very simple. Unfortunately, he was still fresh out of good ideas. The notion of killing Fredericks, using his telekinetic powers to collapse the hotel room on the man, or some such, even if he wasn't allowed to bear arms, had occurred to him in a desperate second. And Donegan had turned it down very flatly. Look, the Psi section chief had told him. You got the guy's brother and sent him up for trial. The jury found him guilty of murder, first degree, no recommendation for mercy. The judge turned him over to the chair, and he fries next week. So let Fredericks take it out on the judge and jury, he said. Why do I have to be the sitting duck? Because, well, from Frederick's point of view, without you his brother might not have been caught. It's logic, of a sort. Logic, hell, he said. The guy was guilty. I had to send him up. That's my job. And so is this, Donegan said. That's our side of it. Fredericks has friends, his brother's friends. Petty criminals, would-be criminals, unbalanced types. You know that. You've read the record. Read it, he said. I dug up half of it. Donegan nodded. Sure, he said, and you're going to have 6 more cases like Frederick's brother. Murder, robbery, God knows what else, unless we can choke them off somehow. Crime prevention, he said, and I'm in the middle. That's the way the job is, Donegan said. We're not Superman. We've got limits, just like everybody else. Our talents have limits. He nodded. So? So, Donegan said, we've got to convince Frederick's friends, the unbalanced fringe, that we are Supermen, that we have no limits, that no matter what they try against us, they're bound to fail. Nice trick, he said sourly. Very nice, Donegan said. And what's more, it works. Nobody except an out-and-out psychotic commits a crime when he hasn't got a hope of success. And these people aren't psychotics. Most criminals aren't. Show them they can't get away with a thing, show them we're infallible, all-knowing, all-powerful Supermen, and they'll be scared off trying anything. But killing Fredericks would do that just as well, he began. Donegan shook his head. Now hold on, he said. You're getting all worked up about this. It's your first time with the stakeout business, that's all. But you can't kill him. You can't kill except when really necessary. You know that. All right, but he's going to kill me. That doesn't make it necessary. Not this time, Donegan said. This vengeance syndrome doesn't last forever, you know. Block it and you're through with it. And think how much more effective it is, letting Fredericks go back alive to tell the tale. Think how much more effective it would be, he said, if Fredericks managed to get me. He won't, Donegan said. But without weapons. No Psi operative carries weapons, Donegan said. We don't need them. We're Supermen, remember? He twisted his face with a smile. Easy for you to talk about it, he said, but I'm going to have to go out and face it. We've all faced it, Donegan said. When I was an operative, I went through it too. It's part of the job. But, and I'm not going to tell you how to do the job, Donegan went on firmly. Either you know that by now, or you don't belong here. He got up to leave slowly. It's a fine way to find out, he said mournfully. Donegan rose too. Good luck, he said, and meant it too. That was the chief for you, he thought. Send you out into God knows what, with no weapons, no instructions, lots of help planted for the man who wanted to kill you, and then wish you good luck at the end of it. Sometimes he wondered why he didn't go in for some nice, peaceful job of work, like rocket testing, for instance. Fredericks downstairs was deciding to do things the subtle way. The man upstairs, Jones, Brady, or whatever his name was, deserved what he was going to get. Psi powers were all very well, but there were defenses against them. Briefly he thought of the man who'd sold him the special equipment, and wondered why more criminals didn't know the equipment existed. It worked. He was sure of that. Fredericks knew enough of general Psi theory to know when somebody was handing him a snow job. And the equipment was no snow job. A force shield, that was the basic thing. A shield with no points of entrance for anything larger than air molecules. Sight and sound could get through, because the shield was constructed to allow selected vibrations and frequencies, but no Psi force could crack the shield. Fredericks had sat through a long explanation. Psi wasn't a physical force, it was more like the application of a mental set, in the mathematical sense, to the existing order. But it could be detected by specially built instruments, and a shield could be set up behind which no detection was possible. It wasn't accurate to say that a Psi force was blocked by the shield. No construct can block that which has no real physical existence. It was more simply that the shield created a framework inside of which the universe existed in the absence of psi. That wasn't very clear either, Fredericks thought. But mathematics was the only adequate language for talking about psi anyhow. It had been the theory of sets that had led to the first ideas of structure and rationality within the field, and the math had gotten progressively more complex ever since. Psi couldn't get through the shield at any rate. That was quite certain. There was only one point of exit. Unholstering his gun and aiming it automatically keyed the shield to allow passage of a bullet, and the point of exit was controlled by the gun's aiming. It was efficient and simple to handle. But Fredericks wasn't depending on the shield alone. There was a binder field, too, a field which linked him to the surrounding area quite tightly. That took care of the chance that the psi operative could try to pick him up, force shield and all, and throw him out a window or through the roof. With the binder field in operation, no psi force could move him an inch. A plug gas mask, too, inserted into the nostrils. The shield plus the mask's pack held 2 hours' worth of air, just in case the psi operative tried to throw poisonous molecules through the force shield, or deprive him of oxygen. And then there was the blindfold. Such a simple thing, and so effective. Upstairs, the psi operative caught the sequence of thoughts. Did the FBI have to do such a thorough job, he wondered bitterly? The equipment, he knew, would do everything Fredericks thought it would do. It was important that Fredericks go up against the operative thinking he was completely protected. In that way, his final defeat would be most effective. He'd have guarded against every possible failure, so when he failed, there would be nothing to explain it, except the fact that the psi operatives were supermen. He gritted his teeth. It would be nice, he reflected, to be a real Superman. But any talent has its limits. And even allowing for that, only Donegan and a few others could handle the full theoretical potentials of their talents. In theory, a telekineticist could move any object with his mind that he could move with his hands. That was a rough rule of thumb, but it worked. The larger objects were barred by sheer mass. No matter what kind of force you're using, there's a limit to how much of it you can apply. The smaller objects, molecules, electrons, photons, simply took practice and training. First, the object had to be visualized and the general structure memorized. Then the power had to be controlled carefully enough so that you moved just what you wanted to move, and not, for instance, shift the Empire State Building while trying to lift a molecule out of its topmast. It was possible, in theory, to create full sensory hallucinations by juggling electron streams and molecules within the brain. But memorizing the entire structure of the brain was a lifelong task, since you also had to allow for individual variation, and that meant working with tracking molecules inside each brain before any work began. Most operatives stuck to one area, usually as most effective, sight or sound. He was a sight man. He could create any visual hallucination as long as the subject was within a 25-foot range. Beyond that, control of the fantastically small electrons and photons simply became too diffused. But Fredericks had a shield, and in case the shield didn't work, he was coming with a blindfold. The psi operative had no weapons, no reinforcements, no chance to run, nothing except his psi talent, which Fredericks had defenses against, and his brains. But there had to be a way out. Didn't there? The desk clerk looked young and comparatively innocent. Fredericks ambled over, taking his time about it. The clerk looked up and smiled distantly. "Yes, sir?" "You've got a man registered here," Fredericks said, in crisp official tones. He gave the name of John P. Jones. The clerk was consulting a card file. "Yes, sir," he said brightly. "Room 1014. "He's at work on an FBI matter," Fredericks said. "Naturally, this is private and confidential." "Naturally," the clerk said in a subdued tone. "But I'm assigned to work with him," Fredericks said. "You understand." "Of course, sir," the clerk said, trying to look as if he did. Fredericks took a deep breath. "I know he's up here, but I don't know his room number," he said. "Some red tape mix-up." He's in 1014, the clerk said hopefully. Frederick shook his head. Not that, he said. The real room number. Look, I've got to get to him immediately. Of course, sir, the clerk said. Identification, sir? Fredericks grinned and fished in his pockets. Naturally, he didn't come up with a thing. FBI identification was infrared tested, totally unmistakable, and unavailable to non-operatives under any circumstances whatsoever. Got it here someplace, he muttered. The clerk nodded. Of course, sir, he said. No need to waste time. I understand. Frederick stopped and stared. You what? The room, sir, is 1212, the clerk said. Would you like me to accompany you? No thanks, Fredericks breathed. I'll find him myself. The man was too easy to find, he thought savagely. It ought to be tough to find him, but it's easy. Remotely, that idea bothered him. But what difference did it make after all? He had all the protection in the world. He had all the protection he was going to need, and all the time to fire one shot. Doing it blindfolded was going to be tough, but not insuperably tough. Fredericks had spent a week practicing, and he could locate a fly by sound within 2 inches 19 times out of 20. That, he thought, was going to be good enough. Upstairs, the Psi operative thought so too. There had to be a way out, he told himself desperately. But he couldn't find it. He couldn't even come close. On the way to room 1212, he flipped on the shield, the mask, the binder field. Now let the Superman try something, he thought wildly. Now let him try his tricks. He attached the blindfold as he got off the elevator. He could see room 1212, 3 doors down the corridor, 20 steps, and then the blindfold was on. From now on, he worked in the dark. He felt the skeleton key in his palm and flipped the shield off for a second. Then the key was in the lock, the shield back on, protecting him. The door opened slowly. He heard it shut behind him. Then there was silence. He drew his gun. Go ahead, a muffled voice said from his right. Go ahead and try something, Fredericks. He whirled and almost fired, but voices could be thrown. He listened again. There was silence. Not quite silence. A movement. A rustle. Breathing was faint but unmistakable. It gave him a new direction. Breathing couldn't be faked. He pictured the Psi operative in one flash of imagination, trying to get through the shield, sweating as he strained helplessly against the force shield, the binder field, the mask, the blindfold. Oh, there was no way out for the poor Superman, no way at all. And Psi operatives didn't carry weapons or anything else. They depended on their powers, and that was all. And he'd neutralized those powers. The breathing gave him the direction. He turned again, bringing the gun up, and fired 6 shots without a second's break between them. There was a sound like a gasp, and then nothing. Nothing at all. Grinning wildly, Fredericks whipped off the blindfold and switched off his shield in one triumphant motion. There on the floor was a nice gray rug with nobody at all lying dead on top of it. In the half-second it took Fredericks to see that, the Psi operative moved. Fredericks tossed the empty gun at him and missed. The man was coming too fast. He guarded his face, but the Psi operative didn't go for the face. Instead, his hands went swinging up and out and back. The sides of the palms landed neatly on the twin junctions of Fredericks' arms and shoulders. Fredericks let out a shriek as his arms turned to acutely painful stone, and the Psi operative stepped back and moved again in one blinding motion. This time the solar plexus was the target for one balled fist. And then, of course, it was all over. Of course it was simple, Donegan said. Anyone could have thought of it, and I knew you would. All the same, the Psi operative said, I nearly didn't. Donegan nodded. If you hadn't, he said, we'd stationed a man downstairs who'd memorized your room. He could have done the job, too. The operative blinked. Who? He said. Desk clerk, Donegan said. Why didn't you tell me? Now use your head, Donegan said. If you'd known you were all right, you never have thought of the answer. You had to prove you could do it. Prove it to yourself as well as to me. But And you had to prove you could beat him on his grounds, too, as well as yours, Donegan went on. You had to take him out, not only with Psi forces, but with the only weapons a Psi operative is allowed to carry. Fists, the operative said. Sure, judo and karate are standard subjects. Every operative has to know them. What's so tough about that? Nothing, Donegan said. Nothing at all, except for Fredericks. He's beaten on your ground and on his own. Now he knows he's licked. Standard operating procedure. I guess so, the operative said. And after all, Donegan said, now that you're going up a grade... Now that I'm what? That, Donegan said, was your promotion test, friend, and you passed. There was a second of absolute silence. Then the operative said, and it was all so simple. Sure, Donegan said. Simple enough so that you get a promotion out of it, and Fredericks gets 60 days for attempted assault. Not ADW, assault with a deadly weapon, because we've got to keep up the myth, the operative said. Psi operatives are untouchable. No such thing as a deadly weapon for a Psi operative. Which is nonsense, Donegan said, but necessary nonsense. I wonder if Fredericks will ever figure out how you got him. I wonder, the operative said. He'll know about karate, of course. Karate's hand-to-hand fighting, Donegan said. That was his field. No, I mean our field. Psi. It makes a nice puzzle for him, doesn't it? The operative said, and grinned. After all, I didn't touch him. Couldn't in any way. He'd shielded himself perfectly from any telekinetic force, and I had no weapons. I couldn't even get to him barehanded because of his shield and the binder field. He had me located. No tomfoolery about that. He fired 6 shots at me point blank at can't-miss range. But you got him, Donegan said. Sure, the operative said. Simplest thing in the world. All you had to do, Donegan began. All I had to do, the operative finished for him, was use my mind to move the bullets as he fired them. End of Sight Gag by Lawrence M. Janifer. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. Song in a Minor Key by Catherine Lucille Moore. Beneath him the clovered hill slope was warm in the sun. Northwest Smith moved his shoulders against the earth and closed his eyes, breathing so deeply that the gun holstered against his chest drew tight against its strap as he drank the fragrance of earth and clover warm in the sun. Here in the hollow of the hills, willow-shaded, pillowed upon clover in the lap of earth, he let his breath run out in a long sigh and drew one palm across the grass in a caress like a lover's. He had been promising himself this moment for how long, how many months and years on alien worlds? He would not think of it now. He would not remember the dark spaceways or the red slag of Martian drylands or the pearl-gray days on Venus when he had dreamed of the Earth that had outlawed him. So he lay with his eyes closed and the sunlight drenching him through. No sound in his ears but the passage of a breeze through the grass and a creaking of some insect nearby. The violent, blood-smelling years behind him might never have been. Except for the gun pressed into his ribs between his chest and the clovered earth, he might be a boy again. Years upon years ago, long before he had broken his first law or killed his first man. No one else alive now knew who that boy had been. Not even the all-knowing patrol. Not even Venusian Yarol, who had been his closest friend for so many riotous years. No one would ever know now. Not his name, which had not always been Smith, or his native land, or the home that had bred him, or the first violent deed that had sent him down the devious paths which led here to the clover hollow in the hills of an earth that had forbidden him ever to set foot again upon her soil. He unclasped the hands behind his head and rolled over to lay a scarred cheek on his arm, smiling to himself. Well, here was Earth beneath him. No longer a green star high in alien skies, but warm soil, new clover so near his face he could see all the little stems and trefoil leaves, moist earth granular at their roots. An ant ran by with waving antennae close beside his cheek. He closed his eyes and drew another deep breath. Better not even look. Better to lie here like an animal, absorbing the sun and the feel of earth blindly, wordlessly. Now he was not Northwest Smith, scarred outlaw of the spaceways. Now he was a boy again, with all his life before him. There would be a white-columned house just over the hill, with shaded porches and white curtains blowing in the breeze, and the sound of sweet familiar voices indoors. There would be a girl with hair like poured honey, hesitating just inside the door, lifting her eyes to him, tears in the eyes. He lay very still, remembering. Curious how vividly it all came back, though the house had been ashes for nearly 20 years, and the girl... He rolled over violently, opening his eyes. No use remembering her. There had been that fatal flaw in him from the very first, he knew now. If he were the boy again, knowing all he knew today, still that flaw would be there, and sooner or later the same thing must have happened that had happened 20 years ago. He had been born for a wilder age, when men took what they wanted and held what they could without respect for law. Obedience was not in him. And so... As vividly as on that day it happened, he felt the same old surge of anger and despair, 20 years old now. Felt the ray gun bucking hard against his unaccustomed fist. Heard the hiss of its deadly charge ravening into a face he hated. He could not be sorry, even now, for that first man he had killed. But in the smoke of that killing had gone up the columned house and the future he might have had. The boy himself, lost as Atlantis now, and the girl with the honey-colored hair, and much, much else besides. It had to happen, he knew. He being the boy he was, it had to happen. Even if he could go back and start all over, the tale would be the same. And it was all long past now, anyhow. And nobody remembered any more at all, except himself. A man would be a fool to lie here thinking about it any longer. Smith grunted and sat up, shrugging the gun into place against his ribs. End of Song in a Minor Key by Catherine Lucille Moore. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida. Men Never Die by Morris Hirschman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. Spacemen Never Die by Morris Hirschman. Henry Weller stood facing a huge three-dimensional picture on the wall of his dining room. "Can't we get rid of it?" he asked, turning to his wife. "I mean, with all due respect, of course." No man enjoys coming into his dining room and having to sit at meals and look at a full-size picture of his wife's first husband arriving on Venus. Fair's fair, but such a setup is ridiculous. "No," Phoebe shook her blonde head. "Don Manton loved me, and he was famous. I like to be reminded of the days when my picture was in all the telepapers and my face on so many telescreens." She might just as well have called him a tattered nonentity, though Henry was doing pretty well as a foreman in the local human droid factory. He was stopped from reminding her by Phoebe's saying that she'd leave for a bit of shopping. She left abruptly. Henry watched her take off from the roof of their 2-story fibroid house and went back to the dining room. Now, even his warmest admirers would give in that he had a streak of stubbornness in him 1 mile wide and 6 miles deep. Henry took the three-dimensional monstrosity off the wall, holding it hard by thumb and forefinger on its Luminex frame, and prepared to say goodbye to the picture of Don Manton. A foreman at one of the human droid shops has to be able to consider alternatives, and Henry had done this. If he only hid the picture, there'd be a domestic crisis, and the picture would sooner or later be back on the wall. If he destroyed it, there'd also be a crisis, but one that would eventually blow over. Unluckily for him, these three-dimensional wall pictures were made out of glassine, and when he tried setting fire to it, he nearly burned down the house. Upon feeding it to the old-fashioned fireplace, nothing grew hot except his temper. Ripping the picture to shreds would have been the next step, but you can't rip glassine. For maybe the 6 millionth time he cursed out Don Manton, the well-known explorer in the realm of outer space. Henry understood in a general way that Don Manton had been among the first to chart the cities of Mars and Venus, and had accidentally died on a planet named Immel. But Henry had no intention of living in Don Manton's shadow. The picture, which showed the late explorer talking with 3 Venusians, had been hung up again when Phoebe came through the ceiling door along the extension stairway which flicked up to meet her. "You've been trying to get rid of Don's picture." He'd hung it crookedly, and a diagonal slash of white wallpaper had given him away. "Just this one. You've got cans of telefilm in the center, but them I don't mind. This," he flicked it with a thumbnail, "I do mind." "As long as I stay," Phoebe said quietly, "my darling Don's picture stays." "But what about your darling Henry? Am I just a human droid who looks and behaves and talks like a human being? Haven't I got feelings?" Henry strode around the room, hitting the fibroid floor like a prehistoric monster on a sandpaper bridge. "Either that picture goes," he said finally, definitively, "or I go." Phoebe shook out her blonde hair, letting it fall about her shoulders. "Too bad." Inside of an hour he had packed the suitcases. Phoebe cried bitterly, but wouldn't budge about the picture. Henry took the plane. He put up at his club, went to the bar, and was gobbling down something called pressurized scotch when he heard a noise back of him. "Get away from me," said Henry, who was quite a few over the traditional 8 by this time. "I've had enough of Don Manton, let alone his helpers." Speed Roggs, who had taken a couple of trips with Manton, was tall and thin as the barstool, and with a spaceman's ability to think fast when he had to. Loudly he ordered a Venus Swizz, explaining to a disgusted Henry, "After the barkeep mixes the drink, he melts the swizzle stick and pours that in too." He gulped the stuff down gratefully, then said, "Tell me your troubles, Hank." Henry did. Speed Roggs looked disgusted. "Are you serious?" he asked, and when Henry swore to cut Speed's throat on asking that again, went on, "Women are space mad." As Henry agreed, Roggs said, "The one thing you don't understand about Don Manton is that he was maladjusted. He couldn't stay still. He always wanted what he couldn't have. That goes for his feelings for women, too." Henry looked up with bloodshot eyes nearly popping out of his head. Roggs kept going. "Don and Phoebe never got along once they were married. It was Manton's fault. Like all explorers, he was unhappy over his lot and looked beyond the rainbow. In fact, he told me once that the only reason he went in for exploring space was to get away from his wife." Henry Weller suddenly rocked with laughter. He got to his feet, took Roggs, and went to his room, still laughing. He lay on the bed for half an hour. At the end of that time, he sat up. "Tell the manager I won't be here for supper," he said to Speed. "I've got a little trip to make." "Where are you going?" "Home, to give the good tidings to my wife." Henry's fibroid house looked about the same. He parked the plane and let himself in by the roof door and down the extension staircase. He found Phoebe in the kitchen, bent over a pot, and at sound of him she turned. A near smile flickered in her blue eyes. "Phoebe." "Henry." They laughed together. Henry wanted to tell her what he knew as bitterly and maliciously as possible, but he simply opened his mouth a few times. He couldn't say it. Everyone is entitled to an illusion, and this was Phoebe, his blonde wench, his wife, his woman. He looked a bit sick. She smiled. "Come into the dining room." The three-dimensional picture had been rolled up into the corner. Henry promised to put it away in the cellar and clean up the cellar as soon as he could. Phoebe said that her first husband had never liked to stay home. He'd always been afraid to live normally. "I was wrong about the picture," she told him, "and I didn't know till I saw you leave the house." It goes without saying that Henry and his Phoebe lived happily ever after, but it is perhaps not so well known that Phoebe was left with a little disposal problem, too. She had a rough time finding a buyer, in secret of course, for her brand new human droid, who looked and behaved and talked so exactly like that well-known flyer, Speed Roggs. End of Spacemen Never Die by Morris Hirschman. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida. Tomorrow by V. E. Thiessen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Malanga. There Will Be School Tomorrow by V. E. Thiessen. Evening had begun to fall. In the cities, the clamor softened along the streets, and the women made small, comfortable rattling noises in the kitchens. Out in the country, the cicadas started their singing, and the cool smell began to rise out of the earth. But everywhere in the cities and in the country, the children were late from school. There were a few calls, but the robotic telephone devices at the schools gave back the standard answer, "The schools are closed for the day. If you will leave a message, it will be recorded for tomorrow." The telephones between houses began to ring. "Is Johnny home from school yet?" "No. Is Jane?" "Not yet. I wonder what can be keeping them." "Something new, I guess. Oh well, the robo-teachers know best. They will be home soon. Yes, of course, it's foolish to worry." The children did not come. After a time, a few cars were driven to the schools. They were met by the robots. The worried parents were escorted inside, but the children did not come home. And then, just as alarm was beginning to stir all over the land, the robots came walking. All of the robots from the grade schools and the high schools and the colleges. All of the school system walking, with the robo-teacher saying, "Let us go into the house where you can sit down." All over the streets of the cities and the walks in the country, the robots were entering houses. "What's happened to my children?" "If you will go inside and sit down." "What's happened to my children? Tell me now." "If you will go inside and sit down." Steel and electrons and wires and robotic brains were inflexible. How can you force steel to speak? All over the land the people went inside and sat nervously waiting an explanation. There was no one out on the streets. From inside the houses came the sound of surprise and agony. After a time there was silence. The robots came out of the houses and went walking back to the schools. In the cities and in the country there was the strange and sudden silence of tragedy. The children did not come home. The morning before the robots walked, Johnny Malone, the mayor's son, bounced out of bed with a burst of energy. Skinning out of his pajamas and into a pair of trousers, he hurried barefooted into his mother's bedroom. She was sleeping soundly, and he touched one shoulder hesitantly. "Mother!" The sleeping figure stirred. His mother's face, still faintly shiny with hormone cream, turned toward him. She opened her eyes. Her voice was irritated. "What is it, Johnny?" "Today's the day, Mommy, remember?" "The day?" Eyebrows raised. "The new school opens. Now we'll have robo-teachers like everyone else. Will you fix my breakfast, Mother?" Amelia will fix you something." "Oh, Mother, Amelia's just a robot. This is a special day, and I want my daddy to help me with my arithmetic before I go. I don't want the robo-teacher to think I'm dumb." His mother frowned in deepening irritation. "Now there's no reason why Amelia can't get your breakfast like she always does. And I doubt if it would be wise to wake your father. You know he likes to sleep in the morning. Now you go out of here and let me sleep." Johnny Malone turned away, fighting himself for a moment, for he knew he was too big to cry. He walked more slowly now and entered his father's room. He had to shake his father to awaken him. "Daddy! Wake up, Daddy!" "What in the devil? Oh, Johnny!" His father's eyes were sleepily bleak. "What in thunder do you want?" "Today's the first day of robo-teachers. I can't work my arithmetic. Will you help me before I go to school?" His father stared at him in amazement. "Just what in the devil do you think robo-teachers are for? They're supposed to teach you. If you knew arithmetic, we wouldn't need robo-teachers." "But the robo-teachers may be angry if I don't have my lesson." Johnny Malone's father turned on one elbow. "Listen, son, if those robo-teachers give you any trouble, you just tell them you're the mayor's son, see? Now get the devil out of here. What's her name? That servo-robot. Amelia will get you breakfast and get you off to school. Now suppose you beat it out of here and let me go back to sleep." "Yes, sir." Eyes smarting, Johnny Malone went down the stairs to the kitchen. It wasn't that his parents were different. All the kids were fed and sent to school by robots. It was just that, well, today seemed sort of special. Downstairs, Amelia, the robo-servant, placed hot cereal on the table before him. After he had forced a few bites past the tightness in his throat, Amelia checked the temperature and his clothing and led him out the door. The newest school was only a few blocks from his home, and Johnny could walk to school. The newest school stood on the edge of this large Midwestern city. Off to the back of the school were the towers of the town, great monolithic skyscrapers of pre-stressed concrete and plastic. To the front of the school the plains stretched out to meet a cloudy horizon. A helio-car swung down in front of the school. 2 men and a woman got out. "This is it, Senator." Dr. Wilson, the speaker, was with the Government Bureau of Schools. He lifted his arm and gestured, a lean, tweed-suited man. The second man, addressed as Senator, was bulkier, gray-suited, and pompous. He turned to the woman with professional deference. "This is the last one, my dear. This is what Dr. Wilson calls the greatest milestone in man's education. With the establishing of this school, the last human teacher is gone. Gone are all the human weaknesses, the temper fits of teachers, their ignorance and prejudices. The robo-teachers are without flaw." The woman lifted a lorgnette to her eyes. "How interesting. But after all, we've had robo-teachers for years, haven't we? Or have we?" She made a vague gesture toward the school and looked at the brown-suited man. "Yes, of course. Years ago your women's clubs fought against robo-teachers. That was before they were proven." "I seem to recall something of that. Oh, well, it doesn't matter." The lorgnette gestured idly. "Shall we go in?" the lean man urged. The woman hesitated. Senator said tactfully, "After all, Dr. Wilson would like you to see his project." The brown-suited man nodded. His face took on a sharp intensity. "We're making a great mistake. No one is interested in educating the children anymore. They leave it to the robots, and they neglect the children's training at home." The woman turned toward him with surprise in her eyes. "But really, aren't the robots the best teachers?" "Of course they are. But confound it, we ought to be interested in what they teach and how they teach. What's happened to the old PTA? What's happened to parental discipline? What's happened to—" He stopped suddenly and smiled, a rueful, tired smile. "I suppose I'm a fanatic on this. Come on inside." They passed through an antiseptic corridor built from dull green plastic. The brown-suited man pressed a button outside one of the classrooms. A door slid noiselessly into the hall. A robot stood before them, gesturing gently. They followed the robot into the classroom. At the head of the classroom, another robot was lecturing. There were drawings on a sort of plastic blackboard. There were wire models on the desk in front of the robot. They listened for a moment, and for a moment it seemed that the woman could be intrigued in spite of herself. "Mathematics," Dr. Wilson murmured in her ear. "Euclidean geometry and Aristotelian reasoning. We start them young on these old schools of thought, then use Aristotle and Euclid as a point of departure for our intermediate classes in mathematics and logic." "Really?" The lorgnette studied Dr. Wilson. "You mean there are several kinds of geometry?" Dr. Wilson nodded. A dull flush crept into his cheeks. The senator caught his eyes and winked. The woman moved toward the door. At the door, the robot bowed. The lorgnette waved in appreciation. "It's really been most charming." Wilson said desperately, "If your women's clubs would just visit our schools and see this work we are carrying on." "Really, I'm sure the robots are doing a marvelous job. After all, that's what they were built for." Wilson called, "Socrates, come here." The robot approached from his position outside the classroom door. "Why were you built, Socrates? Tell the lady why you were built." A metal throat cleared. A metal voice said resonantly, "We were made to serve the children. The children are the heart of a society. As the children are raised, so will the future be assured. I will do everything for the children's good. This is my prime law. All other laws are secondary to the children's good." "Thank you, Socrates. You may go." Metal footsteps retreated. The lorgnette waved again. "Very impressive. Very efficient. And now, Senator, if we can go. We are to have tea at the Women's Club. Varden is reviewing his newest musical comedy." The senator said firmly, "Thank you, Dr. Wilson." His smile was faintly apologetic. It seemed to say that the women's clubs had many votes, but that Wilson should understand. Wilson's own vote would be appreciated, too. Wilson watched the two re-enter the helicopter and rise into the morning sunshine. He kicked the dirt with his shoe and turned to find Socrates behind him. The metallic voice spoke. "You are tired. I suggest you go home and rest." "I'm not tired." Why can they be so blind, so uninterested in the children? "It is our job to teach the children. You are tired. I suggest you go home and rest." How can you argue with metal? What can you add to a perfect mechanism designed for its job and integrated with 100 other perfect mechanisms? What can you do when 1,000 schools are so perfect they have a life of their own, with no need for human guidance, and most significant, no failures from human weakness? Wilson stared soberly at this school, at the colossus he had helped to create. He had a feeling that it was wrong somehow, that if people would only think about it, they could find that something was wrong. "You are tired." He nodded at Socrates. "Yes, I am tired. I will go home." Once, on the way home, he stared back toward the school with a strange unease. Inside the school there was the ringing of a bell. The children trooped into the large play area that was enclosed in the heart of the great building. Here and there they began to form in clusters. At the centers of the clusters were the newest students, the ones that had moved here, the ones that had been in robot schools before. Is it true that the robo-teachers will actually spank you? It's true, all right. You're kidding. It's only a story, like Santa Claus or Johnny Appleseed. The human teachers never spanked us here. The robots will spank you if you get out of line. My father says no robot can lay a hand on a human. These robots are different. The bell began to ring again. Recess was over. The children moved toward the classroom. All the children except one, Johnny Malone, husky Johnny Malone, 12 years old, the mayor's son. Johnny Malone kicked at the dirt. A robot proctor approached. The metallic voice sounded. "The ringing of the bell means that classes are resumed. You will take your place, please." "I won't go inside." "You will take your place, please." "I won't. You can't make me take my place. My father is the mayor." The metal voice carried no feeling.
If you do not take your place, you will be punished.
You can't lay a hand on me. No robot can. The robot moved forward. 2 metal hands held Johnny Malone. Johnny Malone kicked the robot's legs. It hurt his toes.
We were made to teach the children. We can do what is necessary to teach the children. I will do everything for the children's good. It is my prime law. All other laws are secondary to the children's good.
The metal arms moved. The human body bent across metal knees. A metal hand raised and fell, flat, very flat, so that it would sting and the blood would come rushing, and yet there would be no bruising, no damage to the human flesh. Johnny Malone cried out in surprise. Johnny Malone wept. Johnny Malone squirmed. The metal ignored all of these. Johnny Malone was placed on his feet. He swarmed against the robot, striking it with small fists, bruising them against the solid smoothness of the robot's thighs.
You will take your place, please.
Tears were useless. Rage was useless. Metal cannot feel. Johnny Malone, the mayor's son, was intelligent. He took his place in the classroom. One of the more advanced literature classes was reciting. The robo-teacher said metallically,
The weird sisters, hand in hand, posters of the sea and land, thus do go about, thrice to thine and thrice to mine, and thrice again to make up 9. Peace the charms wound up.
Hand shot in the air. The metallic voice said,
Tom,
That's from Shakespeare's Macbeth.
And what is its meaning?
The weird sisters are making a charm in the beginning of the play. They have heard the drum that announces Macbeth's coming.
That is correct.
A new hand shot into the air. Question, teacher. May I ask a question?
You may always ask a question.
Are witches real? Do you robots know of witches? And do you know of people? Can a robo-teacher understand Shakespeare? The thin metal voice responded,
Witches are real and unreal. Witches are a part of the reality of the mind, and the human mind is real. We robo-teachers are the repository of the human mind. We hold all the wisdom and knowledge and the aspirations of the human race. We hold these for you, the children, in trust. Your good is our highest law. Do you understand?
The children nodded. The metallic voice went on.
Let us return to Macbeth for our concluding quotation. The weather, fortune, many things are implied in Macbeth's opening speech. He says, So foul and fair a day I have not seen. The paradox is both human and appropriate. One day you will understand this even more. Repeat the quotation after me, please, and try to understand it.
The childish voices lifted. So foul and fair a day I have not seen. The robo-teacher stood up.
And there's the closing bell. Do not hurry away, for you are to remain here tonight. There will be a school party, a sleep-together party. We will all sleep here in the school building.
You mean we can't go home? The face of the littlest girl screwed up. I want to go home.
You may go home tomorrow. There will be a holiday tomorrow. A party tonight and a holiday tomorrow for every school on earth.
The tears were halted for a moment. The voice was querulous. But I want to go home now. Johnny Malone, the mayor's son, put one hand on the littlest girl. Don't cry, Mary. The robots don't care if you cry or not. You can't hurt them or cry them out of anything. We'll all go home in the morning. The robots began to bring cots and to place them in the schoolroom, row on row. The children were led out into the play quadrangle to play. One of the robots taught them a new game, and after that took them to supper served in the school's cafeteria. No other robot was left in the building, but it did not matter, because the doors were locked so that the children could not go home. The other robots had begun to walk out into the town, and as they walked, the robots walked from other schools in other towns. All over the country, all over the towns, the robots walked to tell people that the children would not be home from school and do what had to be done. In the schools, the robo-teachers told stories until the children fell asleep. Morning came. The robots were up with the sun. The children were up with the robots. There was breakfast and more stories, and now the children clustered about the robots, holding onto their arms where they could cling, tagging and frisking along behind the robots as they went down into the town. The sun was warm, and it was early, and very bright from the morning sun in the streets. They went into the mayor's house. Johnny called, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." The house was silent. The robot that tended the house came gliding in answer.
Would you like breakfast, Master Malone?
"I've had breakfast. I want my folks." "Hey, Mom, Dad." He went into the bedroom. It was clean and empty and scrubbed. "Where's my mother and father?" The metal voice of the robot beside Johnny said,
I am going to live with you. You will learn as much at home as you do at school.
"Where's my mother?"
I'm your mother.
"Where's my father?"
I'm your father.
Johnny Malone swung. "You mean my mother and father are gone?" Tears gathered in his eyes. Gently, the metal hand pulled him against the metal body.
Your folks have gone away, Johnny. Everyone's folks have gone away. We will stay with you.
Johnny Malone ran his glance around the room. "I might have known they were gone. The place is so clean." All the houses were clean. The servant robots had cleaned all night. The robo-teachers had checked each house before the children were brought home. The children must not be alarmed. There must be no bits of blood to frighten them. The robot's voice said gently,
Today will be a holiday to become accustomed to the changes. There will be school tomorrow.
End of There Will Be School Tomorrow by V.E. Thiessen. Recording by Frank Malanga, Pembroke Pines, Florida.